D-Rod Soler wanted out of San Francisco. Well, whether he did or didn't, I don't think I haven't heard that. But he went from San Francisco to Atlanta.
Welcome back. Touching Bases podcast. We're doing a live stream.
And Robert Murray has a
the
trade.
finale
what we got
of basically the trade deadline. So we're going to see who is going to make it to a new team. What teams are going to pick up the best players?
Don't get crazy.
What's going to happen? Are the Mariners going to pick up somebody else? I'm not sure with their budget. I'm a little concerned about it. I'm not sure. Jim Riley's also live right now. Good guy. If you guys don't know who he is, you should go follow his channel. He's doing a review. We're also paying attention. So knowing that he has a lot more, what's the word? Interaction. I'm just kind of listening to him, kind of give our thoughts. So you guys can put your opinions down in the chat if you are watching this, and probably have a little bit more interaction with me because I think he's at like 800 people watching. So kind of want to listen in.
Josh Walker this year had not been that effective. Pittsburgh even wants him. Kind of surprised. Jack, thank you for the 7 months with the Gold Club. Dodgers fans want left-handed relief pitcher Tanner Scott for a splash. They should do it. They could do it. They should do it. Go out there and get Tanner Scott. Don't fail at the deadline. If you're the Dodgers.
How much should good car insurance cost you a month?
Ads.
$80? $120?
No one cares.
Nope.
And throw their weight around and make a splash happen.
I don't know why
the
Dodgers haven't made a bigger transaction so far. I'm a bit surprised.
To this point, what they have
given that three-way trade, they came up short.
And Rosario and
Kopech
will not prevent them
like
from
Edman
doing anything else.
They need an outfielder.
Go out there.
They need someone to replace Jason Hayward at this point.
A splash.
Like, if they're going all out, which they did in the offseason, they need to do something now.
Kind of a dud. Pittsburgh fans,
and they're still paying cash to both teams in that trade.
You see the Robert Murray tweet come out. Source: the Pirates are acquiring pitcher Josh Walker. And you go to your computer. Who the hell's Josh Walker? And then you see the ERA, and you're like, oh, false alarm.
So I guess this is the first
Secret
trade.
Service. Let's keep the comments about that stuff. Let's just keep it out. That's starting to get into like personal attack mode.
God,
that could get you put in timeout. That could get you banned.
Now it's like you got to throw that in
everything. I wouldn't do it, Secret Service. I would stay away from that.
Up. It's so stupid. So I guess the Pirates acquired Josh Walker from the Mets.
I think it was more of a dig.
But he was recently designated for assignment.
Secret Service wants to have a political conversation.
I'm not
to dig, and let's just.
I don't know. Not like a big deal. I don't think he's going to make a huge impact. The Mets have been adding a lot of arms. They've been pretty active this trade deadline, but I don't think it's a big loss for the Mets. Maybe the Pirates will help them. They're contenders.
Jack, correct
they could be making the
about
playoffs
Freeman
soon.
relief pitching, but he needs to try shopping on the first floor instead of the basement to make that. That has been
Taylor Ward's been terrible. Someone asked in the comments who gets Taylor Ward. He's been bad recently.
For Dodger fans, is that
so? I don't know who's going to want him.
The Dodgers are working,
and I don't think the
Angels
are going to get what they want
pulling
out of
pieces
him
off of
either.
The scrap heap
so that's a big thing.
With every move that they've been making. I feel like I still think that there was a Bo Bichette to the Dodgers trade to happen, but with the injuries, squash that. Maybe the Dodgers have just everything they have been going for. It has just turned into a string of bad luck. If they were interested in Bo Bichette, he's not available. If they were interested in they were in on Randy Rosarena. Seattle swooped in and snagged him. If they were interested in Luis Robert, just the likelihood of a trade for him just keeps going down. It could just be a string of bad luck. They have been able to subtly raise the floor, but they haven't really raised the ceiling. Victor, no, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will not be traded today. Who gets Eloy Jimenez? A question from Matt Fisher. I don't know if Eloy Jimenez gets traded today. Billy Harris, thank you for subscribing. R10 Animations and others, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to Ballcat Nation, guys. Welcome in. Kurt Carpenter still trying to understand why the Cubs pitched Tyone last night, unless Cubs are saying that they absolutely will not trade him. Otherwise, makes no sense. Here's the thing about Tyone. We've gotten a lot of rumors about Jameson Tyone. Jameson Tyone is under contract for the 2025 and the 2026 season. So if you're the Chicago Cubs and you're thinking, hey, we want to compete next year, they are probably moving forward under the belief that Jameson Tyone is going to be there.
So, a tweet came out a minute ago. I guess Derek Shelton's expecting the Pirates to keep Aroldis Chapman and not move him. As far as I know, he has a one-year contract.
To be buyers.
So it makes zero sense to me. And he hasn't been great. He still has his speed, but his control's been off. He's been ejected from games from frustration.
The situation brewing there.
That's a bit surprising.
At this rotation. Hendricks will be gone.
I would say that's a bit.
You have Steele. You have Imanaga. You have Tyone.
Surprising. I can't talk.
Maybe Nate Pearson tries to.
Everybody's kind of gearing up right now. We're trying to see what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. I'm keeping close tabs on X, Twitter.
You got Wicks. There are options. But as far as 2025 goes, if you're the Cubs and you want to win next year, and the trades that you have made, especially the one for Isak Paredes, indicates that you want to win next year, you need to have some certainty in that rotation. And with Steele and Imanaga and Tyone, I think those are three pieces where you feel really good about what you're going to get. Assad can pitch well. Brown could be something good. You've got pieces that could be major.
So we got the Yankees showing interest in Luis Rengifo, Kyle Finnegan, and then Lucas Erceg.
You have him under control for a couple of more seasons.
The Yankees seem to be going balls out. I mean, they're pushing for players, but they haven't made really any transaction besides Jazz. And I just don't see. I mean, I would think that Rengifo would help them. Gleyber Torres has been god awful the last couple of years.
That's our one trait. Do we have anything
Lucas Erceg could help them. They need a pitching though. They do need pitching. Nestor Cortez has already been rumored to leave. They talk about being in on Jack Flaherty. It's like, when are they going to pull the trigger? I mean, we're coming down to the final hours.
Adding their context to the Mets sending Josh Walker to the Pirates trade. So what's happening this morning? We are in a log jam because of the market for pitching. We've got John Morosi talking about Flaherty as an option for the Padres because of the relationship with Mike Schilt. Now that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But that is certainly something that is worth considering. I'm trying to find the one element that really gives us a handle on it. Here it is. This one from Mark Feinstein really gives us a handle on what's happening right now in the market. And that is the fact that Kyle Finnegan. And we also had it from John Heyman, that the market for pitching, teams are asking for a lot. And you can thank the Padres and you can thank the Astros for that. Deadline is at 6 p.m. Eastern, but as always, keep this in mind. Deals will be made public after 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Also, you guys should keep in mind that,
Joseph, do I see any
that whole thing about pitching. I mean, obviously the Mariners have plenty of pitching. And I mean deep pitching, including prospects that are high-end pitching.
Infielder, somebody to play second base. Now
if they wanted to take advantage of this kind of holdup that we're seeing, because I mean everything should be popping off right now. There's no way it's over.
Don't check all the boxes when it comes to the value.
All they would have to do is just dangle one of their best pitchers, just one. I mean, they'll be fine. Trust me. I wouldn't want to see Wu go,
the Atlanta Braves
but
won't have
with his injuries and just the uncertainty every season, he would probably be the number one option as far as a trading piece. For someone big, though, you'd have to get like a star bat and then a couple prospects. And one of those prospects might be a pitcher. But that would open the floodgates, because then that would just be, that would set the tone, and then other teams would fall in line.
It just doesn't work.
Because the Padres and the Astros gave up a lot for some pretty mediocre pitchers, if you're asking me. I think that would more level the playing field.
All you need is sandwich bread.
If it was something similar.
But you go to the store and you end up,
because honestly, you shouldn't be greedy in this point. You should get something like a star bat.
On too much bread. You're buying hamburger buns. You're buying
maybe the Padres are willing to give up one of their bats
buns
for pitching. Maybe.
Just stay with me for a second. You end up overspending on all this other stuff that you didn't need, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, I got to go buy milk. I forgot to buy milk. Wait a minute, I'm out of money for milk because I wasted all the money on all this extra bread that I didn't need. So it's about assigning the value, and the Braves just won't assign that value for those players beyond this year because they just don't need that. If there was I'm trying to think of a second baseman that could fill the need for the next. I mean, well, that they went out and got Whit Merrifield for that, and then Whit hurt himself. But that's really what we're looking for here. Cornyn, thank you for the $1 donation, man. Appreciate it. I love baseball 123. The Padres, any Padres possible trades? I do believe that there is a good chance that they go and land a starting pitcher. I do believe so. Don't have any Tyler Anderson news, Mike. We'll hope that we get something there. Justin, Gleyber Torres for the Braves. You know what? Justin, you might be a genius. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, but that tracks. Especially if Gleyber Torres doesn't want to go play third. Gleyber Torres says he's a second baseman. Gleyber Torres is walking at the end of the year. That might be one of my new top 10 favorite trade scenarios. Who do we got to give the credit to? Justin Miles. Thank you, Justin Miles. I like that. I like that. Now, I think Gleyber Torres, if he remains with the Yankees, will have a better close to the season because he's in a situation now with New York where he's got to perform. If he wants to remain the second baseman, he's got to perform. He's got to go out there and do it. He has to be good. He can't be garbage at the plate. You want to keep your playing time. You want to keep your spot. But I actually really like that because Gleyber, second base, could fill in. When Ozzie comes back, Gleyber will still have an opportunity to get reps somewhere.
I should mention
He'll be that first guy
actually
up.
I have this little list here of all the teams making big trades. I'm talking big league trades. I'm not talking prospects or anything like that. Let's keep it very simple for everybody to follow.
Like it a lot.
But the Dodgers did acquire also. I forgot they brought back Ahmad Rosario
Juan Diaz, the only
from the
trade
Rays.
is the Pirates.
Another questionable call. The Dodgers have been
it's nothing of significance.
Extremely
let's see here. So
I don't get what they're doing. I mean, Tommy Edman, he probably will be good next season. I still think he's not 100%. Kopech, awesome to have a reliever. One reliever though, with how much they gave up.
So I'm gonna go hop out here.
And plus cash considerations, and then Ahmad Rosario.
Wait for me to come on back.
Second base, sure. Shortstop. I mean, Betts should be back in the next couple weeks.
But I am going to hop out.
They need an outfield. They need a big outfield bat. I figured that maybe they would go after Rooker, and I would think that they have the money, and which I think that would actually motivate the front office of Oakland, because the probably key thing is, hey, get as much money in as possible. The very greedy owner in Fisher. Some of you might disagree and say that's not how it works, but I don't see why not. With an owner that upcharges its fans on the final day in the Coliseum before they take the team away from the city by making 300 level tickets $122, which is how much it would cost for like the third base line on the first level at like T-Mobile Park. And for a team that's not even contending, like there's nothing about it. Just take cash considerations from the Dodgers and give them Brent Rooker. That would be an outfield bat that they could really use. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. The Dodgers are going to make a move. They have to. I'm closely monitoring X and also MLB trade rumors, a bunch of other stuff. But the Dodgers make no sense to me. So far, the Mariners, pretty good. Cardinals, really good. Guardians, not. I mean, I misspelled it, but still, that should be right. Yeah. The guy, Lane Thomas, I think that was a big acquisition. That was a big pickup. I don't know if the Nats really got their return that they needed for him, but pretty good. But the White Sox, Miguel Vargas, I believe they got a few other prospects. I think they did get a pitcher from the Dodgers. I know I just made the video on it. There's just so many names. But the Astros, man, they gave up a lot for Kikuchi, who I think has like a 5.0 ERA, something like that. I don't know. Let me see. Kikuchi Savant. Let's see what's his numbers right now. 4.75 ERA, 130 strikeouts. He's got a 1.34 WHIP. He's nowhere near what he was last year, and now he's going to Houston. I mean, he'll go deep. He'll go deep into games, but man, they averaged 254 off of him. It's four seamers majority right down the cack. So I don't know. Whatever. Fine with me. Astros want to do that. Mets getting Winker and Ryan Stanek. His first game though with the Mets, he gave up a home run. Pretty big one. Braves getting Jorge Soler back. Welcome home. That's where he became famous, where he made his name, really. I mean, he was huge. I believe he was at MVP in the World Series. And then got traded to the Marlins. Or I don't know. I think he got signed by the Marlins. Excuse me, I might have that wrong. And now he's going back home. So we'll see. I mean, the Braves needed an outfield real bad. They had Eddie Rosario out there, Kelenic, which Braves fans super fond of him. Love Kelenic. That's fine, but he's not Acuna, he's not Harris, and Harris got extended on his IL, so he's not coming back for a while. So you're talking Rosario, Kelenic, and Duvall out there. It's been going downhill. There's been so many injuries for the Braves. You guys haven't seen that video. I made a video on them. Expecting Jazz to get traded to Atlanta, but I guess they're going after Soler, who has not been batting very well in San Francisco. Of course, San Francisco and Seattle are probably the two hardest parks. Have the worst batter eye just because of the outfield, and it's most pitcher friendly. So maybe it's that. Maybe he's just not a good hitter in San Francisco, like a lot of players are. Yeah, I'm gonna crack open a little hydration, boys. Nothing like some guava. Let's get back to Jimmy. Oh, and he's gone. What's everybody has in the chat? Well, guess what? If you're watching this, which nobody is, everybody's just talking. He's talking about Mr. 3000, Sandlot, love Jazz reaction. I'll play anywhere they put me. Rookie of the year. A lot of people just talking their own comments. It's so out of context because Jim's gone. I'm gonna text him. Where's my phone? There it is. Hold on. There we go. Texted him. We'll see if Jim gets back to me. Probably not. I don't know. He's taking a break. Something about that. But yeah, I mean, looking at the spread, I mean, I have to really go into all the transactions. I should probably go under trade. Let me update this. Let's add up everything so that we are on top. So the Pirates got Josh Walker. Let's see here. You know what? I can add this to our... There we go. Now you guys can see what I'm looking at. So I'm just telling MLB trade rumors. They're keeping really good track of all this stuff. Yankees interested in Lou Ferrigno. Or sorry, Rengifo. Jeez. Got the Royals stuck in my head. Trevor Rogers, a lot of talk. That's the thing. It's like there's so many different things that could happen, and people are expecting, they're expecting them to like get these big names, and it's like they're completely off. Like the whole Soler thing. Like nobody was talking about the Braves getting Soler. It's just completely off. Nobody was talking about the Marlins giving up AJ Puck to the Diamondbacks, but they did. That's another one I should probably add. D-backs getting Puck. That was a big one. Huge left-hander. Huge. It's a big addition. Red Sox better go to town. They need to work on something. They just need to get more. I know they got James Paxton. I should probably add that to the list as well. God, man. Can't type today. Really can't type today. It's really getting bad. Jim just... He's like, ha ha ha. That's all. All right. He's probably too busy. He's probably keeping up with everything. It's no big deal. It's fine. I'm glad he's doing this though, because you know, this is the great time to kind of connect with people, to kind of talk to everybody, to get their input, to enjoy this day together. I took today off just specifically for this, just because I wanted to just track all these things, stay on top, make videos. I really do enjoy this kind of thing, but you know, Jim Riley, he's been at this for a long time, so he's got some in-depth opinions, and he's been tracking this for forever. So yeah, Garrett Crochet, I don't think he's gonna move. Not with his comments that he made. And I had a friend of mine that was mentioning that, like, oh no, that was it Jim Passon or Morosi? He mentioned that he said somebody else, or maybe it was Feinstein, whatever. I know he didn't say that. He was being like, someone else said that he said that, so it's not true, and it doesn't make sense. We're gonna call his bluff. It's like, no, everybody and there's been no denial on his end that he made those demands. As far as if they make the playoffs, he's not going to pitch unless he gets an extension, which is weak, because it's like saying, I know that I'm not going to be better than this, so I need to lock in an extension now for my financial security so that I don't have to worry about my performance later on. At least if I was an owner, that's how I would view it. If you're going to, if I want to pick up a pitcher and they're like, hey, I'm not going to pitch for you in the playoffs unless you extend me, it's like, why? You're under contract, pitch. Like, that's why we got you. We trade for you. You need to be a team player. Oh, okay, you're not a team player. And on top of that, why do we need to extend you right now? Like, what's going on here? Are you going to Anthony Rendon us? Is that what you're going to do to us? You're going to Anthony Rendon the organization? It's something to consider. I mean, that's a scary thing to think. So I don't think Kopech is going anywhere. That's another one we need to add. Orioles. There's so many. There's so many. Zach Eflin. He went to the Orioles, which in turn, I mean, the Brewers have picked up a few people. I know they got rid of Joey Weimer. Who's going there? Nats? I have to remember. The Phillies getting Austin Hayes. That should be a good one. Maybe without the typos. I gotta look at that again. All right, so Yankees acquire Mark Leader Jr., the right-hander, from the Cubs. So there we go. So Yankees just picked up Mark Leader from there. Who is he? Who are they doing? In return, will receive Ben Cowles and right-hander Jack Neely. I don't know these guys as far as the Yankees organization goes, but you can look up Mark Leader, right? There he is, right-handed. All right. So he's been 3 years. He's averaging right around 4 this year. He's a bit higher with a 4.21 ERA, 53 strikeouts, whip of a 1.10. Okay. Ish. 2-4 record. Although Cubs have been pretty bad. I mean, his off-speed run value, though, 95th percentile. Pretty good. Expected batting average is a 197. But they're not there right now from what I can see. Pretty good. Pretty good for the Yankees. Who'd they give up? So they gave up Ben Cowles. Let's look at him. How's he doing? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Am I spelling that right? Maybe I misspelled it. Nope. Cowles. Nothing savant. I'm going to guess he's minor league. Did I misread that? Infielder. I'll do baseball reference. Why not? That's what everybody else is using. And Jack Neely. Jim's not back yet. Oh, yeah. So minor league. Shortstop, second base, third. Let's see. How are you doing this year? He's in Double-A. 9 home runs. 14 stolen bases. Okay. Where's his average? Where are we at? Let's look at his 2024. Other side, let's look at 2024. I obviously don't use baseball reference enough. Mainly because their page is so slow. But all right, enough of that. I mean, great relief pitcher. I mean, that'll help the Yankees a lot. That's a big add. I think a little bit more significant than like the Pirates getting Josh Walker, but they had to give up some minor league guys. I don't think it's going to affect them too much. They have a pretty loaded infield. Not that they're doing good. Let's put it that way. Volpe's been a complete disaster this year. After the first 2 months, he was good. First 2 months he was good, and then after that, I don't know what's wrong with Volpe. I like him. Like I'm a fan, but it's been rough. And then Torres for the last 3 years has just been disappointing. So, yeah, meh. So a little interesting. So MLB deadline news, a little piece here. Should I put it up? So Minnesota Twins are facing a payroll crunch. They've listened to offers on outfielder Max Kepler, outfielder Manuel Margot, and right-handed pitcher Yohan Duran. Wow. if they got rid of Kepler and Duran, and they're saying no, it said that the asking price for those two is extremely high. I don't think you can be super high on Kepler. Duran, however you want to say it. I know the guy. It's just I'm terrible with names. That's understandable. He's one of the best closers in the game. It makes complete sense. Him and Clase are very, very up in the air for me as far as debating whether or not they're going to be good. Whether they're going to be whether they're going to be like the best closers in the AL. I think that's a toss-up between those two. I know Clase gets a little bit more better rep because the record with the Guardians has been very impressive. But that's pretty big. That's huge. Jimmy back? No. Probably got to run some errands. I'm going to have to do that too. I have to get a haircut today, but that's in 4 hours. So it doesn't matter. Padres discussing multiple Marlins relievers. I don't know. Maybe Tanner Scott. You lost Josh Hader. And your bullpen's been okay. But adding Tanner Scott could be a huge, huge add. That or, Trevor Rogers to your rotation. Padres been hanging in there. Their pitchers have been performing. Dylan Cease has been an insane ad. I think that was one of the last signings. In fact, I think it happened after they started the Korea series to open it up. I think he had to fly in and he made like the second game. So that's been a big ad, but they could use another starting pitcher and definitely a closer. I think Tanner Scott would be awesome. If they do it. They haven't done it. But I want to see someone get Luis Rengifo. I think he would do better with a team that's more positive. I would love to see the Mariners pick him up. I don't think they're going to. Jerry probably has some bad blood with that organization. He hasn't made a trade with the Angels since he's become the GM, as far as I can remember, as far as I know.
Okay.
Jimmy's
Let's
back.
not turn this into a thing where I have to leave for trades to happen. Can we please, let's not have this thing where, Jim's got to go away for 10 minutes to make trades, because I'll be very sad. So we do have the Yankees pulling off a trade, and maybe this is going to help the market. We'll see. Let's pull the trade up. Jeff Passan had it first, but Jeff Passan is buried here. I do like that John Heyman tweet. That is very interesting. Where is it?
It's been quiet for the Mariners. No one said anything. It's quiet for the Red Sox.
There it is.
No one
So
said
Jeff
anything.
Passan with the news about 10 minutes ago. I don't have a clock in front of me. Yep, there it is. That Mark Leiter Jr., he's got a high ERA, but also has a high K rate, is headed to the New York Yankees for two prospects, the number 22 and the number 29 prospect in the organization. Ben Cowles and Jack Neely will go to the Chicago Cubs. So, Ryan, it was a solid one. I also grabbed a sandwich real quick. I grabbed a quick sandwich.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
The Yankees needed a relief pitcher. Here's the biggest fear for New York Yankee fans right now. That Mark Leiter Jr. is going to be the relief pitcher addition. That is definitely not. What's up, Touchy Bases? How you doing, my man? That is not what they want to do. Absolutely.
I'm going to send
you are hoping that Mark Leiter is one of multiple pieces at this point. That is definitely the deal. Make sure you guys go check out Chad at Touching Bases. If you haven't subscribed to him, make sure you sub to Chad. Sub to Touching Bases.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate you.
Lacey, it was Robbie Hyde's fault. What did Robbie do? Let's see. I'm getting a tweet that I just want to check.
I just sent him the Minnesota Twins thing announcing with the Duran and Kepler and Margot.
Chad, thank you for sending this over to me. Twins are listening to offers on Kepler, Margot, and Duran, dealing with a payroll crunch. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
That will be very interesting. No Toronto Blue Jays trades today, Morgan. But this is a move that we will wonder how it moves the market. Is this enough to soften the market a little bit? Because this is not a strong package for Mark Leiter Jr. Now it's Mark Leiter Jr.
Yeah, it's not his dad.
That is certainly not going to be enough to go and get the big names to start moving. But it is a high swing and miss, a high K rate guy in Mark Leiter Jr. And it's a Leiter, right?
So to follow up on that trade, I mean, he's going over right now, but Jack Neely being the number 22 prospect for the Yankees, and then the infielder Cowles, maybe he's number 29.
I would say more interesting, but I did find it to be very interesting that
I don't
John
know.
Heyman tweeting
Good for the Cubs,
that
I guess.
The Nats are interested in Dylan.
That's not going to help them
Carlson
this year
from
by
the
any means,
Cardinals.
obviously.
He goes on to add that the Nats have helped turn Cardinals into better players in the past. Lane Thomas,
has been amazing.
Juan Yepez, Matt Adams.
Yep.
Dylan Carlson is a player that I had a feeling could move this deadline. I had a feeling he could move. You've got an outfield now that doesn't have any room for him. It has been a failure to launch situation, a one-time top prospect for the Cardinals, and a change of scenery could do him wonders. I felt like we could see one of those Cardinals outfielders with years of control remaining move. And Dylan Carlson just felt like the right guy. So to see Carlson get dealt, I think would be a fantastic thing. I would love to see that. Move on from Dylan Carlson. Let him go find another place to play. And if you're the Washington Nationals and you think about the situation in their outfield right now, the beauty is right now he could get some regular playing time. They have traded Jesse Winker. They have traded Lane Thomas. So this is a team that Jacob Young's a regular in the outfield. James Wood is in the left field spot, but there is an opportunity for him to play some right field. Jacob Young can play all over the outfield, but to go out and get Dylan Carlson could be a great addition. They could give him a chance to get some regular playing time right now before all of the big guys come up. Because very soon the Washington Nationals are going to have a loaded outfield.
Dylan Cruz.
In my opinion, I believe they will have a very stacked outfield.
Yeah.
Once they start calling up their prospects, I cannot imagine that we are going to be too far away from Dylan Cruz and players like that. So before that happens, you could go get Dylan Carlson and see what he's got.
Yeah, he's not doing really good right now.
I would like that. I'm rooting
all over that. He does
Dylan
have a
Carlson
valid
to get out
point,
of
though, when it
St.
comes
Louis 'cause he's
to
got nothing.
Washington
He's got
Nationals
no
as far as their
opportunities
outfield.
up there.
It's just
It's-
pumped
it's-
with outfielders. I mean,
Hello,
James
thank you for
Woods is now
subscribing.
up
Again,
there.
any
You have
new
Dylan Cruz
subscribers
is
I
on his
see, I
way.
have a feed that shows me the
Jacob Young
subscribers that
is
have their subs
brand
set to
new to
public
that
viewing.
team, pretty much.
So if
I mean,
you
he's in his
subscribe, I will
for
give
second
you,
year.
a holler. I'll give you a shout
And he's
out.
been the best
Thank you
so
for
far. So
subscribing to the channel. We'll keep an eye on that Minnesota Twins
Dylan
news.
Carlson's
We'll
not
see
going
what
to
happens
be
there.
not going to be getting any
I
time.
gotta
So
think we might
going to
actually
St.
have a
Louis
shot,
will
'cause
help
we've
him.
already
He's batting
added
198.
over 100 subscribers today. We've added 150 subscribers
Meh.
since we got going.
But
and I don't know. We're
maybe he can actually make a difference for the Cardinals. Because I mean, take a look at the Cardinals. Why not? Let's go. Let's do this.
We can grab that today. Subscribe if you haven't yet. See if we can get there. Mark, what's the story with Josh Bell right now? Last thing we knew is he was placed on waivers. Placed on waivers, so he could be traded. John the Beagle Dad, yes, you did. You got a pitcher. You got a swing and miss pitcher. You got a guy with some strikeouts.
You
I
know
think that
what?
is a good.
Gotta go to the right place,
addition. That
don't
is
we?
a good
I got
thing
distracted
to
by
have.
Twitter. I thought there was
We
another
are
move.
close to 1,000 likes. We are 18 likes away from 1,000. Robert Murray with a tweet. Let's check that out. Keep subscribing, guys.
He's going to get 999.
It keeps ticking up. We keep adding more subs, so keep subscribing.
Okay, so we got...
Again, today's a
Sorry,
day
Jim.
where YouTube...
You're too loud.
The MLB algorithm, so you may be finding me for the first time. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. Make sure to subscribe. Stay with us.
All right, so Brendan Donovan, left field. I mean, I guess you have Nolan Gorman, so that makes sense there. But Lars Nootbaar, who's been...
We have the Red Sox finalizing a deal to acquire.
I don't know. He's been heating up. I haven't paid
Lucas
attention.
Sims from the Cincinnati Reds. It looks like Robert Murray beat him to the
Number
punch
6.
by about
236.
40 seconds.
Slugging 397. Meh.
But we are going to have another trade here. As the relievers are.
Who else is down there? Nolan Gorman, 204 at second base. And then,
I thought we could see some bats moving first.
let's see.
But we have
Goldschmidt still...
Lucas
I mean,
Sims,
I wonder if
let's
he's going to
grab
retire at the end of the
Robert
season.
Murray. He had it. He beat, again, passing by just
But
a
I believe it's
couple
Michael
seconds in.
Ciani in center field.
Red Sox
247,
are
320
acquiring
slugging.
Lucas Sims to add into their bullpen.
I'll be honest with you. I think
A
that
nice addition for them.
the
Bullpen
Cardinals
pieces, we're
should
looking to add,
package
we're
Nolan
looking to
Gorman
add
away.
pieces.
Let Brendan Donovan take over at second.
Boston
and
doing that
get-
right here with the addition of Lucas Sims.
Get a big bat outfielder, and then basically putting Dylan Carlson on the bench. He's already here.
43 games this year.
Or
for Sims.
Utilize Tommy Pham to
ERA
be
of
their big bat.
3.52.
I don't know
whip
where Tommy
of-
Pham's going to fit in this right now, because I would see him as a
rather
DH
high whip
in this
of
situation. But
142.
Alec Burleson's there. He's batting
More importantly,
281, slugging
baseball
471. I don't see a reason to take him out. So they got Pham in that trade.
Ready and teed up over
They have Brendan Crawford. I guess they don't want to play him. They've now added Dylan Carlson, so their outfield is set. But do something with Nolan Gorman before his name fades, because he's only got a year and a half in, and maybe you can get something back on him. Because honestly, I don't think these numbers are helping you. 204 and a 418 slugging.
is a pitcher
What's the
that
point?
using his
He was a number 1 draft pick. Like, why not? Why not
does not
send
give
him
up
away? He's just
on
not doing
contact.
anything for you as far as the Cardinals go. And they're making moves
Throws
saying
a
that
sweeper
they're
about half
serious.
the time
Package
when
him
it comes to
with
average
either a
defensive
bat
velocity,
or
when it
get you a
comes to
pitcher. Get you a
hard
pitcher in
hitting,
here.
He is up
Michael
there
McGreevy is going to be starting on the
towards top
31st.
of pitchers in
Who's that?
baseball.
I mean, I know you got Eric Fetty, but just fill this in. Get one more guy in here.
That's
These are
what
not
you
bad
like.
names. Lance Lynn,
Boston adding a pitcher.
Mike and Kyle and Sonny.
I
mean,
would be very interested to see what the return package
Get
is
get
here.
another pitcher in there. You have a second baseman who can
Focus on
take
who's
over
going to Boston
with
first.
Donovan.
We'll take a look at that.
Throw Tommy Pham out there in left field or right field. Screw it. Throw him in
There
right
is
field.
Lucas Sims
Put
and
Lars in
his
left.
savant Page
Make it happen, Cardinals. You can do it. That's my
like
that's my take on
that
it.
we're
But
not giving
I
up
don't know.
hard contact.
Any updates here? Just update.
In whiff rate, K
Trade
rate,
rumors is not the
above
first,
league
but
average by a
they're
decent amount. It's a good trade.
Lucas
This is
Sims.
a nice addition for the Red Sox bullpen.
Yep, there we go. He was talking about it. I was just talking over him. So, yeah.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's also
does it
take a look
say?
at how he will fit into that Red
What's up, Andrew?
Sox
What's up, Jack?
bullpen.
Sorry, I know everything's
At
gonna
least
be
I want
super
to.
delayed. I try to
Not
put the best
letting me.
quality out
Let's
as
pull
far
this
as the
back
videos
up.
go.
We'll focus on
So,
that while
my apologies.
Baseball Trade Values goes through the motions.
If I'm super late to seeing your
I think I
chats,
know what happened.
we will see. I think the Mariners will make one more trade
Didn't put
for
the
a bat
dash.
before the deadline.
So the Red Sox bullpen.
I'm gonna mute Jim for a second. I want to say yes because they just released somebody this morning. I should be. I need to review this because they released somebody. They cleared a spot in the 40-man roster, so there's no reason why they wouldn't make a trade to add somebody else, whether or not that's a big name for multiple people or they're just going to get one more bat. There's been some rumors going around that is going to be a pitcher, a reliever, that they're gunning for a reliever because they need one. And they do need one, but I think offense is way more important to focus on. I think our pitching can sustain what it has. I mean, there's no reason for us to hang around and go after more relief pitching, which we've been cycling through for the past 2 years, when we could actually have sustainable bats with club control. I mean, we did that with Randy, Justin Turner. If you guys saw my last video, that's a good strategy, in my opinion. This was well planned. I didn't see it coming. I mean, I look at the basics of everything when it comes to the trades. But you get rid of Ty France, who had club control, which he was owed, where there's no team option. We couldn't get rid of him. And now he's traded away. We had to pay a little bit of cash, but the Reds take over his contract. We get somebody back that's a prospect we can use a later date, an outfielder. Why not? We need outfield help later on. And in turn, you trade for Justin Turner, who some say is washed up, but his batting average is significantly, I don't want to say significantly, he's better than Ty France was. But with Ty France gone, you have Locklear, who's batting like a 194 or 184. He's absolutely terrible. And he's our number 6 prospect. So this is also another sign for you guys as Mariner fans, that our prospects don't always work out. So to think that they're off limits, or to say that they're off limits, it's a bold statement, because it's not like a video game where you can look at them and say, hey, that's our number 2. He's going to be Julio in his rookie year. Hopefully he's not like Julio this year. You never know. He's our number 6 first baseman, and he's batting 184. I think he needs, and he was raking down in AAA. Maybe he can't hit in T-Mobile Park. I want to say Safeco, but maybe he can't hit in T-Mobile Park. And maybe that's a trading piece for later. And we'll see with Justin Turner. But with that said, he's only had we have 2 months, and we're only paying for 2 months of his contract. With us releasing so many guys, maybe there's payroll there. I really don't know. But we now have the option going into 2025, which, by the way, if you guys have not looked at the 2025 free agency for first baseman, it's loaded. It's loaded, dude. There's so many guys that are going to be available. Whether they'll get re-signed or not, I don't know. Whether they will be able to afford them, I don't know. But there are so many options. And who knows? Maybe Justin comes to T-Mobile Park and he is a monster. Maybe he is the Teoscar Hernandez of the Dodgers for the Mariners in Seattle. Maybe. And maybe he wants to stay because he's like, I don't want to retire. I don't feel 39. I hope they add another bat. I do. We could use a good bat on the infield, especially with the injuries. And then we can utilize them because we have a spot for a DH at this point. We can cycle through our DH. Mitch Garver is hit and miss. Not what I want to go with. Let me get this off the screen. It would be nice to add another batter here. Who? Probably not Rengifo, because I don't think Depoto's going to work with LA. Ahmad Rosario's gone. I don't think we're going to go after a first baseman, so I think Wade Jr. is out of the picture. It just doesn't make sense. We're talking middle infield. Maybe we can be bold. Brewers probably want pitching. Maybe we can get Adames. And he has club control a lot. And he's been good. He's been very good. I'm just throwing it out there. Not like it can happen, but I've been surprised so far. I wasn't expecting a Rosarena. I was really thinking Paredes. Is what it is. Andrew, though, I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, Dodgers need to get left-handed pitching. Tanner Scott. That's what I'm saying. I think he'd be a good fit there. They need relief pitching because they've lost so many games because of relief pitching. You got Jim up on another screen. Should I double feed you? I don't know what he's talking about right now.
3-team trade. They have to be involved. It could be a 4-team trade. Have we ever seen a 4-team trade?
Dodgers DFA'd
Off the top of my head, it doesn't ring a bell. But I'll work one up for you right now.
I didn't get that. Let me look that up.
Baltimore Orioles get Tarek Skubal and Kenta Maeda. The Houston Astros get Ryan Mountcastle.
Ugh.
The
Don't you dare say that.
Atlanta Braves. No, the Braves just got Soler. Who needs a center fielder? The Philadelphia Phillies get Cedric Mullins. And the Detroit Tigers take two prospects from Houston, one prospect from Philadelphia, and 4 prospects from the Baltimore Orioles. Baltimore Orioles headlining it with Sammy Basayo.
These are predictions. I don't think he's off.
That's how it happens, and that's a lot of moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
So it is highly unlikely. Highly unlikely.
Yeah, but
period. Anyway, highly unlikely. I see we have a tweet that we need to give some attention to from Ken Rosenthal. Let's see what he has. Ooh, this is a good one, guys. This is a good one. Yes, this is a good one. And is it a bomb?
Like to find it before you
Lacey, it might be a bomb. I don't know. How excited are we about Trevor Rogers? I do like it, though. This is a good one.
I'm not following.
Oh, Norby's going. Shit. Okay. All right, let's pull this up because we get the 2 elements together. So we've got a big one. We have this is our biggest deal of the day. We are also hearing from John Heyman at the same time that the Pirates are interested in bats and are considering Brian De La Cruz. But this is the big one here because Trevor Rogers, with multiple years of control, this tells you that Crochet, Skubal, you can cross some things off here. You think about domino effects here. The Orioles are trading for Trevor Rogers. I mean, Skubal's not happening. It is 100% done now. Never anymore does anybody need to talk about Tarek Skubal trade rumors because it isn't going to happen because this was the team that could do it, and they just traded for a lefty starter that is going to be in this rotation for the next couple of seasons because that's Trevor Rogers' deal. Trevor Rogers has 2 more years of control beyond this year. He's been pitching better lately. We saw a really good year from Trevor Rogers.
Their offense has been really good.
He has not been able to get back to
There's no reason for them to add to it or take away from it when it comes to the Orioles. I don't see Mountain Castle going anywhere. There's just no reason for it. Ryan O'Hearn's been good, but I don't think he's good enough to replace Mountain Castle. So the Orioles have no reason to give anybody up. But yeah, Yarbrough would be a great ad.
And we
for the Mariners, if they can get him for cheap. Here's what I want to look at. This is something I want to see.
Struggled big time. Only made 4 appearances last year. This year, over 21 starts, is 2-9 with an ERA of 4.5. But again, it doesn't tell the whole story. He has been better lately.
I want to see
this is a nice addition for a team that needed to prioritize a starter that could help them not just for this year's playoff run, but for future years. It is not the
3.9.
And the reason why I hesitate to say that it's a bomb or anything like that is because
I don't think so.
This is a player.
That's too much.
I think in the
That's too much. They would have to make a trade. I don't think the Mariners have anything that the Dodgers want.
Because
we don't have offense.
Not any of the big names that you've been hearing about. When you look at what he's done over the last couple of seasons, you're not going to like that.
Unless we did prospects, but they would have to pay his contract. Dodgers have to take his contract to make it worth it. Because we still need a bat. If we're going to make any moves, we still need a bat. And if you're going to DFA Yarbrough, 3.9 mil is too much. Can't pay it. Dodgers have to cover it and then take and take a prospect. Probably be a good one. Most likely, but no.
Orioles are
I just don't
finalizing
see
a deal
it.
to acquire Trevor Rogers from the Miami Marlins. Infielder Connor Norby and one other player are headed to the Miami Marlins.
Connor Norby got traded for Trevor Rogers. Wow. That's a big prospect.
Norby was the number
I'm not adding him to my list because he's not MLB ready.
Saw him just the other day. Was that the O's game?
Connor Norby, as you guys can see there, second base and outfield. He is ETA ready, but they have nowhere to put him. They have nowhere to put him on the field in Baltimore.
He was a guy
Marlins 1,000%. And you know that makes complete sense since they got rid of Jazz.
a possibility.
Second base and
to be
outfield,
traded.
right there. It's
And
the same
fact that
player,
we're here
but
seeing
way
Norby
more pop
going
from Norby.
for Trevor Rogers
So,
is interesting because
good move on the
who would have thought
Marlins.
that Connor Norby would have
And
been,
it's a win.
So
That's a
what we're
win-win trade if you
looking
ask
at
me.
is
I'm gonna turn him down a little bit. That's a win-win. Yeah, he's looking up Trevor Rogers. I might as well do the same. There we go. 4.53 ERA. His record is irrelevant just because it's the Marlins. Let's put it that way. Only 85 strikeouts. That's surprising, but it is a left-hander, and I think the Orioles could benefit from a left-hander. Ground ball percentage, 47% ground ball percentage. And talk about one of the best infields in the AL. Gunner. He stops everything over there. I mean, crap. I mean, Westberg, is he playing third right now? Can't remember. Where's Westberg playing right now? They keep moving him around. He's either third or second. You guys can tell me. Where am I looking? Looking for Baltimore. Yeah, he's at third. That whole left side's locked down. Mount Castle's great at first. Norby's not there anymore, so who are they going to put in there? Ramon Urias again? He's been in and out defensively. Good. Or they're going to probably put him at third and then move Westberg over to second. That's still a solid infield. So, ground ball percentage being that high, like almost half the time, that's great. That's great. And then with that wall being moved back in Baltimore, it completely makes sense why they would do that. Like they're still out Batista, even though he's relief pitcher. Canoa's been okay. I mean, they added Dominguez in the last trade. Cole Irvin, he's been rough, hasn't he? He's been really rough. What's his ERA up to now? 4.85. Oh, dude. Cole, he lost his spot in the rotation. I don't blame him. So, hopefully this helps. I'm assuming he's going to replace Suarez. That or Kremer. Kremer's at a 4.2. So, that's my stance. That's where I would be. Yeah. Did I miss anything? It's hard. You step away for a second, you start talking about something, and then something else happens. I gotta re-up my. Oh wow, Kyle Stowers too. Did I miss that? Was that said before? So, Trevor Rogers, and then I should really include the Marlins in here, shouldn't I? Are they on here? Nope. I mean, technically, I didn't know Norby was already playing in the bigs. So, Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers added to that list. I hate it when Google Sheets says that. Going to Miami. That's a I don't know who won that. I mean, they have okay. That's going to help the Marlins. I think in next year in 2026 for sure. Yeah.
Turn Trevor Rogers. Let's let it play.
Nothing new.
I'll say this. This can only end up being an Orioles win if
what? Trevor Rogers.
they fix Rogers. If they get him and they turn him into the guy he was back in 2021, then this can be a win for the Orioles. If they don't do that, and he is just a guy that is going out there and he's a back of the rotation guy, and, you know, every third start looks good, then you lost this trade. You lost this trade big time.
If you guys are in here.
Now, what if Connor Norby...
If you have questions, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. This is a trade deadline. This is a big day.
What if that
this
doesn't
is
happen?
where
I'm watching Connor Norby. I was at the game yesterday. Connor Norby was...
For the rest of the season, as far as what our lineups are going to look like, unless people get DFA'd or they sign somebody on free agents.
Was because they had brought him up. They had seen him at the major league level. They did the same thing last year.
Let's talk about
with Joey Ortiz.
Put it down in the comments.
It
will be delayed.
You saw him at the major league level.
But when I get it, I will respond, and we'll look into it.
I feel like they're making the decision that Connor Norby isn't going to fit into the plans. I'll also say this. Let's do this. Let's update this. Latest news. I'm going to knock my drink over. Let's not do that.
Oop, what did I miss? Hold on. Justin Turner just arrived at Fenway for you Mariner fans, so he will be playing tonight.
We have to lose the Kikuchi to the Astros.
He's taking BP with Victor Robles.
You're hoping that Norby basically turns into Jordan Westberg. If that happens, outstanding. You win. This will be interesting. How this works. Let's see. John Heyman's got something. Okay, let's keep moving. It's moving fast. I love it. It is not a trade, but it is a rumor.
Yeah.
So we have spent we've talked this one through. Again, final bow on this one is that this looks like an Orioles or a Miami win that the Orioles are going through again and sort of just dipping their toe into the type of aggressiveness they need to actually dive into. And Trevor Rogers there could be some Orioles fans really frustrated here. So I get that. Yeah. I think, okay, I'll wrap my head around that. AV Nurse Patrick, thank you for the donation. Maybe. RO2, I don't. I'm sorry. I wish I did. Maybe they could snag a bat. Maybe.
Jared Carabas is
we're going to pull up Heyman here in just a second.
Jack Flaherty's coming to Boston. Okay. Who are they going to send?
Ethan, thank you for the donation.
Who are they going to send?
All right, let's get to the Heyman thing. We are going to move on from this Orioles, Marlins, Norby for Rogers, Norby and Stowers for Rogers. Let's get over here to the Heyman piece because it is giving us a little bit of update on what is happening for Jack Flaherty as he remains one of the top arms potentially on the move here. We've got hearing that the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Red Sox are among teams with interest in Tigers' top right-hander Jack Flaherty.
The Dodgers, I can see.
Flaherty makes sense. If the Yankees are trading for Flaherty, remember they're out there. It is public knowledge that Nestor Cortez would be on the move if they trade for Jack Flaherty. But how much is Jack Flaherty going to cost? Is Jack Flaherty going to cost what it took to get Yusei Kikuchi? You look at this Trevor Rogers trade and you try to think about how it might impact the market and how it might impact future deals. Obviously, you cannot compare Flaherty and Rogers because Flaherty is a rental. Rogers has multiple years of control. Flaherty has been pitching great. Rogers has not. So you can't really use these two trades. They are not apples and apples. They are apples and kumquats. So I can't. Am I not going to get demonetized now for that? I hope not.
Yeah, you are.
This is like going to be a 7-hour stream. There's no way they're going to find that word and they're going to shoot me down. But this is a scenario where I think we still will probably have an overpay situation. The Tigers will still be using that Astros trade as the framework. And therefore, it's going to be possibly an overpay to get that deal done. Evan Curry, Norby isn't that good. That is still to be determined. There are people that like Norby, people that don't like Norby, that tells you something. When you have a strong group that do, strong group that don't, it means he just hasn't proven himself in either direction. When everybody's on the same page, we'll be at Connor Norby's peak or bottom. CDH, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Spencer Flaherty probably going for a top 100 prospect and a couple 45s. I mean, that is... I mean, look, who's grading who here? When you look at Fangraphs reporting, scouting for the 3 prospects that went to the Toronto Blue Jays made it look like the Blue Jays had traded Tarek Skubal. If you looked at Fangraphs and their prospects. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get my point. It looked like they held the Astros front office up at gunpoint to get the job done.
They haven't updated on Fangraphs as far as the lineup goes, but
if we're mirroring that for
how's
Jack
everybody
Flaherty,
how's everybody playing?
I don't. Now, if you go to MLB.com,
Who's their
it's
struggle?
a little bit kinder to the Houston Astros, and
They got
they had
who's
ranked
batting
and
2
how
or
they
3.
had graded the players.
Nick Fortes,
So it just
catcher.
depends on
They
where
haven't
you're
fixed
looking.
that problem yet.
But
Center
at the
field,
end,
Nick Gordon.
It's a strong haul.
It's
and
231,
it's
229.
not-
Who's the worst?
The immediate reaction to it is bad, and there are definitely going to be.
Who's their second base? Odo
GMs that
Lopez.
are
He's
like,
been decent. 230.
Hey,
I mean,
what
it's still
happens
not
if we
great.
overpay for a rental starter?
Oops.
And until that
Xavier
happens,
Edwards
they
been
don't
on
know, which
fire.
means the likelihood of it happening
Not sure where they're gonna put Norby.
is high.
I mean, maybe
But then
ahead
once it's happened,
of Lopez.
and you see the backlash. You see the backlash
Possibly.
in the media. You see the backlash by the fan
Or
base, then you're
Jonah
like,
Bride.
oh,
Jonah
that's
Bride?
what happens
Yeah.
when we overpay for a starting pitcher.
Yeah, maybe Jonah Bride. Put him at third base.
Let's
I don't see
overpay for something
him
else.
filling in a spot in the outfield.
Heyman with
And
something
Kyle
new.
Stowers
Let's see what
probably
we got
be a
here.
backup outfielder, or he might start. I have no idea. They're all mediocre on the same level. They need pitchers
Let's pull
though.
it
Like,
up.
what the
It's
hell's
more
going on
handy
here?
stuff. Let's see. Let's,
You have 3 starting
put it on the
pitchers?
board here. We'll talk about it.
That's your rotation? 3?
We got a
Miami?
Feinsand thing. What's this Feinsand?
What's going on?
Let's see. Mark Feinsand tweeting, hearing the. Can you guys see that? There it is.
I don't like
Hearing
it.
the Nats and Cards have discussed a deal involving Carlson and Dylan Floro. Could happen in the coming hours. Carlson has no place in St. Louis, but Nats view him as a change of scenery candidate, which they just went through with Jesse Winker. They would have Carlson for longer, though. That would be a good trade. The John Heyman piece right here. White Sox thoughts. Braves and Dodgers are among teams that make sense for Crochet. The Braves, yes. I'm sorry, the Dodgers, no. To keep with Mariners, Braves, Phillies, and others filling outfield needs. Other vets who could be moved, Brebbia, DeYoung, and Lopez. DeYoung has to go, right? There's not a lot of shortstops available, and there are teams that could use a shortstop, even if it's not a starting shortstop, but the bat, the backup, the injury insurance policy. There are teams that could go for Paul DeYoung. Like the Braves could be a great Paul DeYoung fit. The Dodgers could be a great Paul DeYoung fit. There are so many Paul DeYoung potentials. He has to move.
Teams that can handle strikeouts.
As far as the Crochet talk is,
Put that out
Braves, yep, all day. You can sell me, and I will continue to buy the logic for Garrett Crochet to go to the Atlanta Braves because they need him for this year. And they're going to need him next year moving forward because Max Fried is leaving.
Yeah.
The Dodgers do not make sense for Garrett Crochet. I'm sorry, they just don't.
Flaherty.
Boxes. Robert makes sense to keep with the Mariners, Braves, Phillies.
No.
Why not Robert to the Dodgers?
Yeah, Robert to the Dodgers. I said that.
Why not that? Robert to the Dodgers. The Mariners already traded for Randy Arozarena.
Yeah, Victor Robles.
I can't see them trading for Luis Robert too. Can't rule it out 100% because they need so many pieces. Braves, after the Soler trade, if the Braves are getting Luis Robert, I'd be fascinated to see. I got to think somebody on the active roster has to be in that trade. And if you're the White Sox, I don't think you want anybody on the active roster because the clock ticking means nothing.
Maybe Kelenic.
Like, or I'm sorry, means everything. The fact that these are players that already have service time accrued, the White Sox want none of that.
Dude, that was a waste of $2. Roki Sasaki going to LED? No.
Phillies, it has been my favorite match.
I wouldn't even start
this
talking
whole way
about that.
has been
He still has to get cleared
Phillies
to come to
and
the,
Luis
to the
Robert.
MLB. That's so far out of the grasp right now.
But this gets us back to, we keep circling around.
Look how
Crochet the Dodgers.
Yamamoto's turned
Don't
out.
get it. I don't see it. I know the Dodgers are going to be looking for great pitching. But if you're going to have to pay a premium, I still think Jack Flaherty is going to cost you a lot less than Garrett Crochet, and Jack Flaherty is the puzzle piece that fits better.
So I'm putting in here, Kelenic and prospects to Chicago for Robert Jr. That
Dodger
would
fans,
make
if
sense.
you get Jack Flaherty, I think you should be excited.
That's it.
Ecstatic
That's it
if you get
the
Jack
Braves
Flaherty.
to make it work. Dodgers should do it, but
Let me check.
a lot of views on that, guys, and I don't know why. It's old news, and it's like at 1 million views. I didn't even mean for it.
On that question mark, start reaching out to maybe a little bit my network. No Jays trades yet, Morgan.
I think
Wabu will become a member if the Dodgers trade for Flaherty.
the Mariners are going to be
Let's
quiet
go.
today. If they do
Come
send
on,
anything, it's going to be
Dodgers.
like a 1. Or we're going to find out at like 6 p.m. after.
Good point.
When it gets finalized.
Thank you.
I don't think the Mariners are going to move anything.
Nick,
I think the Braves
exactly.
need to. The Dodgers need to.
Let me ask you this.
Yankees don't
Dodgers
need to.
fans,
They will, but they don't need to.
would you rather have Garrett Crochet or
Luis Robert.
Roki Sasaki?
Oh, Roki's.
Because I
Roki.
think if you trade for Garrett Crochet,
Roki.
you are out on Sasaki.
Yeah.
And they are connected. Those two would be connected most certainly.
But you're not going to wait that long.
If you give up the prospect haul for Garrett Crochet, that's just, but Nick Patrick, that is fourth dimensional thinking. You are thinking of Nick is a genius. You've got all Dodger fans, Roki Sasaki, that is at the top of the wish list, right? Mm-hmm. And that is a possibility right now. If you trade for Garrett Crochet, the odds of being in on Sasaki will be high. The odds of landing Sasaki will drop. Your rotation next year, if you have Garrett Crochet, is Ohtani and Yamamoto and Crochet and Glasnow and Miller or Ryan or Stone or Sheehan or any of these guys, right?
Trade pieces.
There's no need for Roki Sasaki. You have to allocate funds, allocate dollars in prospect capital in areas of need.
But they need an outfield. They need
Nick.
someone to replace.
I like that thought. I think
Hayward.
that definitely, Matthew, I think it does. I think it 100%
Simple.
does. You will have no reason to sign Sasaki. You will not have the need. I mean, I get they could always trade other. I mean, that's the other thing. The guys that they have in the rotation. So if you're going to sign Sasaki, then you got to trade guys out. You got to trade players away. So you're going to trade Glasnow away? You're going to trade. You're not trading Yamamoto or Ohtani. That's stupid talk. That's drunk talk.
Crochet's not getting moved.
I don't see it. I don't see it under any circumstances. And quite honestly, I would rather roll with River Ryan, Gavin Stone, Bobby Miller. I'd rather roll with those three over Garrett Crochet and still have a nice open spot in the rotation for Sasaki in the wintertime. That's what I would much rather do. The Braves, Donta, yes, Give me the Braves and Crochet all day long. That's my new, now that the Orioles are out, that's my new favorite Garrett Crochet destination. It's the Atlanta Braves. It makes sense. It checks all the boxes.
They need it.
It's brilliant. And the Crochet contract situation, I wonder, with his agent leaking out the information like they did, do front offices, do other teams look at this and they're like, are we going to have a problem with this guy? Are we going to have a problem with this guy's management? That was an unprofessional thing to do. I don't know if we want to touch that. I don't know if we want to go near that. If that's how that management looks. If something's going on, they run to the public space to put shit out there. I'm just feeling that is something that would be maybe a turnoff to other front offices. So
Garrett
our
Crochet's
big
comments
trades for
were-
the day so far: Mark Leiter Jr. to the Yankees, Trevor Rogers for Connor Norby. We do not have any traction or any movement on any of the big names to this point. Those big names being Crochet, Skubal, Snell, Robert Ward, Rooker, Scott, Tyone, Flaherty, India, Anderson, Diaz. I'm on the Blackburn train. I may be the only one. Or Rengifo. And we are at a point where we are less than 4 hours. We are 3 hours and 45 minutes from the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
John the Beagle Dad, not supposed to air dirty laundry. Exactly. I just don't think... I think there is a matter of want versus
I want to ask who's
need.
going to be... Who would
And
benefit from the Twins?
it may be exciting, maybe
Like,
desirable
offers.
to go for the want.
Who would be the ones you actually want?
But you have to keep in mind the need, because the need is going to help you win the World Series. The need is going to keep you going year in and year out. The want blind you from the need, and then you end up missing. You miss out somewhere else. Don't think we need to do that. Morosi with a tweet a minute ago. Dodgers current rotation: Glasnow, Kershaw, Stone, Robleski, and Ryan. Retweeting the John Heyman tweet about the Dodgers' interest in Jack Flaherty. That's the move. That is the move. Brandon, who would the Braves give up for Garrett Crochet? So I got to think. AJ Smith-Shawver or Hurston Waldrep go in that deal. I think one of those two. Nacho Alvarez probably goes in that deal. Let's pull the Atlanta Braves top prospects up, and we can dig through that real quick. Here we go. You've got AJ Smith-Shawver or Hurston Waldrep. I think one of those two go. You got J.R. Ritchie and you got Owen Murphy. I think one of those two go. Plus Nacho Alvarez. Maybe you can get into a world where instead of taking one of these two, maybe you can get into a situation where you take one of these three and then one of these three. And then you're gonna need to grab two or three more from down here. So AJ Smith-Shawver, Owen Murphy, Drew Hackenberg. I think if we're talking about the centerpieces, the stuff you care about, because you're truthfully not going to care if Mario Baez is added into the deal. But the meat of it, I think you got to have one of these three. Those are the two centerpieces. And then you are grabbing stuff. You're probably grabbing two or three guys from this 7 to 16 or this 7 to 20 range. I think that's what you're probably doing. Maybe more. Maybe more, actually. Out of these 6, you may have to give up 3 of them. So that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. The fell. Here's the thing. If the Dodgers get Crochet, they can always trade him off this season or move him back to the bullpen next year. I wouldn't do that because, again, the prospect, you're not just trading for Crochet. Think about this from your side. Think about this from the Dodgers side, too. Think about everything they're giving up. They would give up a huge haul for Garrett Crochet. To just trade him in the winter.
You guys have ideas or questions or anything? Throw it out there. We can all talk about it in the chat. Seriously.
Then you start
anything. This is a place where you're actually going to be heard.
Well, we gave up.
We're going to talk about.
We gave up River Ryan. We gave up Landon Knack. We gave up Gavin Stone, and we gave up Gavin Lux.
We can talk about it on his channel
and
too.
Another piece. And now we're trading him. So maybe you won't get that package back
right
in
now,
return
he's pretty in depth with this
after
Crochet thing. But I'm trying to say, like, I don't think Crochet is going anywhere just because nobody's going to want him. Nobody wants him.
For Garrett Crochet, then what you
everybody let me change that.
And there's always
everybody wants him.
There's always the injury.
Nobody wants him if he's not going to participate in the playoffs, and nobody wants him right now if they're not going to be in the playoffs. And then trade him. So nobody wants him.
Just go get Jack Flaherty. I'll say this: I think Jack Flaherty could probably be as effective of a pitcher for the Dodgers the rest of the way as Garrett Crochet. Will Jack Flaherty have the eye-popping strikeout numbers? Unlikely.
I don't think Luis Robert will get traded. Oh, we lost him. Jim down.
See, a tweet is coming from John Heyman right now.
Skip.
Let's put that on the board.
What we got?
Who had that? That was a Heyman thing.
They're asking for a big return for a dominant lefty.
Yeah, this is the situation right now with all of the top relievers. I'm not sure, guys. I'm not sure what is going to happen when it comes to these relievers and who actually gets dealt. Marlin said to be asking for a giant return for dominant lefty closer Tanner Scott. Actually, that's understandable in this seller's environment. We know that Kyle Finnegan, the Washington Nationals, are asking for the moon. I'm just saying. There is the and I get back to the Yankees about this. If you are going to overpay, how many players are you going to overpay for? They already went out and got lighter. Does that mean they are done? If we get to the other side of the deadline and the Yankees haven't traded for Tanner Scott, don't be surprised if a couple hours later there is a report that comes out that says the Yankees, after they got lighter, felt good. Like we've all seen those reports to some degree after a transaction period. That the team felt good with what they got with the other guy, even though you, the fans, look at that other guy as a massive, underwhelming acquisition. We got Josh Bell on the move. Let's see. Craig Mish. You know, the fact that I'm not following Craig Mish, or I'm following him, I just don't have him added in for Craig. Is he going to the Diamondbacks? Yep. Bell to the Diamondbacks.
Damn.
That is coming from Craig Mish right now.
Bell to the Diamondbacks.
Ryan, what is a nice bullpen arm the Cards could target? There's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of them. You could go after Tanner Scott. You could go after Kyle Finnegan. You could go after Nardi.
The Diamondbacks.
There are a lot of relievers. The Blue Jays still have Trevor Richards available. There's a lot of them. Let's get this Josh Bell trade up here on the board.
One less for the Mariners
dig into
and a bunch of other teams that really do need a first baseman.
Christian Walker has left with a strained oblique last night. So Josh Bell is the pickup.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
Craig Mish with the details. And I need to get this right because there's too many pieces coming out of Miami right now not to be following Craig Mish. So Josh Bell is headed to the Diamondbacks. Probably isn't going to cost that much. Let's update the latest. Go. We should not be doing that. Let's do this. Get it all in there. Here we go. That's better. So we have Josh Bell going to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm. It'll be a good fit.
Josh Bell's been hitting the ball lately. Josh Bell, prior to being waived, had been playing some good baseball. I'm going to pull up the splits to speak intelligently to it. But he had been playing well, I believe, in July. July was a good month for Josh Bell. I feel like Josh Bell just needs some motivation. 6 home runs in the month of July for Josh Bell, a 476 slugging in the month, a 785 OPS. He's been very up and down this year. In May, he had an 838 OPS. In July, the 785. But the problem is he had a 500 OPS in April and a 650 OPS in June. So Josh Bell has been very up and down. Bell has been very up and down. Nicholas, you hate the trade package the Cubs got for Leiter Jr. Yeah, they didn't get much. They didn't get much. They got 2 of really no main consequence at all for the 2 of them. Yes, I'm with you on that.
He's almost to 100.
Leiter's a good swing and miss arm. He's a good piece of the bullpen, and they really didn't take much. Didn't take much at all.
So Josh Bell would be good. I
Jack
mean, they
with
needed
the
a first
super chat.
baseman
Hey, I'm
pretty
a
bad.
huge baseball fan,
Especially
and
with
I got
Walker getting
banned
knocked
from
out.
Giraffe Neck Mark's site. Jack, what'd you do? Jack, what did you do to get banned from Giraffe Neck Mark? Is Mark live right now? I'm not sure if Mark's live. I actually don't know who is live at the moment. I know who I think is live at the moment. I know Robbie. I know Robbie's live. I know NYY Underground is live. I assume that pretty much everybody that has a baseball channel is going to be live right now.
Yep.
Jack.
Yep. We're talking about stuff.
Sorry for that. Thank you for the donation. You got a home here. You said you were a Dodger fan? No. Really? That shouldn't do it. That shouldn't do it. What is happening? Is there somebody? Okay, so we have Bell to the Diamondbacks. It's again a fine move, a good fill-in piece there for Arizona. We'll see what happens with Christian Walker, but they needed to grab somebody. Bell would have been a good grab for the Astros. This isn't going to cost much.
No.
This is not going to cost much.
His contract's
at all.
expensive, but it's not going to cost much.
We don't have the piece going back to Miami, but it's going to be insignificant.
Receive cash considerations for Bell
100%.
from Arizona will cover a portion of his remaining salary. Okay. So that helps.
It is this guy had the Yankees trade first. Rob Zamparelli had the.
So that's a good trade
Yankees
for
and Mark Leiter trade
for the Diamondbacks. They really did need it. Of course, there's plenty of other people interested in like Dylan Carlson and all that stuff with the Nats. Nats are selling like crazy. Miami's selling like crazy. But yeah, Josh Bell now going to the Diamondbacks. That's a pretty good addition. Already put it in there. So that'll replace Christian Walker since he has that oblique strain. I don't know how long he's going to be out, but obliques suck. I mean, you saw what it did to Ohtani last season. He was out for a couple months, and that's all we have left in the season. So pretty rough there. But I think Josh Bell is he's like a Jock Peterson, you know? Like he has his really good seasons. He's had a really good season, but he's been up and down. But he's not like Hall of Fame level caliber, if you know what I mean. And I'm kind of curious, where's Jock doing this year, stats wise? He's come through a few times, but I don't know if he's gonna be. Yeah, so he's doing good. 280, 15 home runs, 5 stolen bases. 908 OPS. That was a great sign. That was a good pickup. Yeah, he's doing great. So I haven't heard a ton from the Diamondbacks. I haven't watched a lot of their games. I just haven't been able to watch a lot of games. I've been watching like the catch up on everything. Cattell's been awesome. Corbin Carroll's been terrible. I mean, he did hit that walk-off home run last night, I believe.
Unfortunately, here's the deal.
But
It's gotta be frustrating for Brewers fans.
yeah, Jock's been great. So if they can get Bell to put up similar red while he finishes off the rest of the season, which, I mean, they're hitting. This could be a huge ad for them. I think the D-backs won that trade for sure. Plus, on top of that, Marlins are willing to pay some of his contract. So I'm curious what they got back. Does it say? Not getting any details as far as who. Well, Marlins reliever Tanner Scott is expected to be moved before 6 p.m. Potential deals for also De La Cruz.
I'll buy that. So this Milwaukee team is
I don't think my internet's bad. You guys can see me fine. So, Jim, your stream is being a little bit crazy. I'm just sharing info with
trade
them.
for Luis Robert and make Garrett Mitchell a part of that package. But I think the mindset is probably more so, let's try to get Garrett Mitchell going. Develop what we have. Jack, the best move for the Dodgers. Do they need pitching or no? Yes, I believe you could add a starting pitcher. I believe you could add a rental. I love the idea of Jack Flaherty. I think that's where we're at. I love the idea of Jack Flaherty for the Dodgers. That would be my move. And then go sign Sasaki in the offseason. Ran Matendo, 77. If Robert is off the table, then I don't think the Dodgers go for Crochet. They'll push hard for Flaherty. Yeah, maybe if you end up having a combo deal, if you can get the two of them, and it looks like extreme value, maybe then we can start talking about something. But even then, save the prospects. Just go get Robert.
I wanted to talk about that Mish thing that I just talked about. I brought up with you guys. Go back to Mish.
This is going well. This is a little bit smoother than last year. Last year,
This one?
I had my deadline hub and I didn't like it. It was clunky. I wasn't able to move back and forth between Twitter and the notifications. I was trying to do too much stuff on my own in the background. But having this and having that separate, that other window to
They
pop
got somebody
up,
else, right?
I'm liking
Trying to
this.
remember
This
who
is
it was.
good. This is pretty good. I'm liking how this is feeling.
I'm trying to remember who it is. I saw it in text. I'm curious. They need an outfield. They got Soler.
Dodgers have interest in Flaherty.
But
it is the Dodgers, it is
De La
the Yankees,
Cruz
and there is
be
one more team that I'm blanking on that John Heyman tweeted
good
about a short while ago.
Brian De La Cruz,
Dan, do
by
you
the
want
way.
me? I got to pull up Mish again. Telling you, Craig Mish may be winning the day. When we give out trade deadline grades, Craig Mish may get an A.
245, 18 home runs, 3 stolen bases, OPS of 706, so he's right around average. Slugging percentage is
I'm
awesome.
following him, and I don't see anything.
Arm value in the outfield. This could be a good addition. If the Braves wanted to go and get De La Cruz,
4
I
minutes
can see
ago
that.
from Craig Mish. I'll just read it. Tanner Scott is expected to be moved before the 6 p.m. deadline, and at this point, it looks like they are looking at potential deals for Brian De La Cruz as well. Hold on to whatever you got, folks. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of talk I like. Strap in, hold on. Oh. Really?
I got a lot of Mariner stuff on here. Sorry, guys.
Kind of starting to feel like the Braves, if they do trade for a starting pitcher, it'll just be a depth move, a depth addition, something to add maybe towards the back of that rotation, an insurance policy, a veteran in case somebody goes down. Mark, you feel like De La Cruz would be a great fit for the Braves? De La Cruz could fit into a number of spots, and with his control, Trevor Brown, a team like the Royals could be a good fit for
Braves.
Brian De La Cruz.
Braves.
Spencer, if your Twins trade Duran, like the reports, I don't know. I know there is a
confirmed.
There's a report out
on
there
the same
that
page.
with a payroll crunch that the Twins are dealing with, that they could be dealing Duran, they could be dealing Kepler. Man,
Why don't the
man,
Dodgers
oh man. Yeah,
go
I
for
think
Duran?
I think
not?
I would have a little bit of whispers going on if there was any crochet to the Braves thing, and I don't have that. So I think we're going to kind of lean more in the direction of it possibly being that veteran depth for the rotation kind of move. And exactly, Mark, the Braves took on all of Soler's money. That Glaber idea was good. That was good. It's a long shot. It's a good idea. It's a long shot, but it's still a good idea. Again, if you have not subscribed, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are over 46,700. Today, MLB dominates the YouTube algorithm. So some of you may be finding me for the very first time. Would love for you to subscribe. We talk baseball all year long. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. We've gotten good at it. Make sure you subscribe, stay close to the channel, turn the alerts on. So if you want to make sure you find us again, make sure to subscribe. We are pushing towards 50,000. That is the goal right now. We're a couple thousand away. In the near term, we're only 284 away from 47,000. So helping us get to there will be a great jump towards the overall goal. Let me check and see what we got here. And I got a couple contacts. I have a couple. I don't have many sources. I don't have many contacts. But I have a few people. And I try to work some things in. There is no way Tamar Johnson is being dealt. I see that MLB Deadline News is tweeting, and thank you, Ben, for sending it to me, that Tamar Johnson was just pinch hit for in the 9th, down a run. So there is a hug watch going on with the Pittsburgh Pirates and Tamar Johnson. Tamar Johnson feels like one of those prospects that if you're Pittsburgh should be untouchable. Feels like he should be absolutely no chance, untouchable. He's a part of the future. I don't know if we're working on the trade for Luis Robert or Brent Rooker or something like that, but Tamar Johnson cannot be traded. This is a 55 out of 80 graded prospect. We got a good hit tool, power tool, run tool, fielding. He checks so many boxes. He is a 50. I actually would say that the overall 55, he's probably should. Look, we got 55, 55, 50, 50, 55. Hey, man. I like Tamar Johnson. I would maybe bump him up a little. I mean,
so I'm just reading this tweet here, and
I would bump him up.
Here's the concern. It's
I'd
public
make him a
knowledge at
60
this
out of
point
80.
that Jerry
If he's
DePoto
at
and
20
Justin
years old,
Hollander
then these are his
have
grades.
reached out to teams with
Right now, he's
available
at
bats
A-ball.
requesting a trade. It's also
Doing
public
well at
knowledge
A-ball.
that no team has
He was
traded with
crushing home
them
runs off of
except for
major
Tampa.
league
That's
guys
not
in
true.
spring
Blue Jays
training.
have as well.
I wouldn't
We
trade him.
have
Where's
top
he fit in the
prospects,
top
GM
100?
blackball.
'Cause that's the other element too here. He's got to be high.
So I
He's
don't
only
know
74.
who Russell is, but
I guess that makes him a
it's
little
not
expendable. I thought he was higher than that.
entirely
Maybe in Baseball
accurate,
America, he's
so-
higher than that. Maybe Baseball America.
Got a lot of
ranks him higher.
followers,
I feel like he was
but,
higher than 74. Was he higher last year?
they've traded twice with the Blue Jays already.
He was
so
26 last year.
not
So they
entirely
bumped him back from 26
sure what's going
to
on.
74. Ouch. He's a good veteran presence, a guy that will be a leader in that clubhouse. I think it's a nice move. It's a nice move. Didn't cost you much. It's a good grab.
If you guys have I would say it again. If there's anybody in here that wants to leave a comment or what they think or questions or anything like that, we can talk about it. This is your opportunity. It's your opportunity to discuss stuff. We can look it up. We can discuss it and
you're like, what are you talking
kind of share it. And then if it's interesting enough, I would love to share that with Jim. Maybe talk about it a little bit.
In the 9th inning, down 1, they pinch hit for Johnson. I gotta think we'll get more news on this and why that happened. If we don't, maybe there's a deal looming. Look, Justin Turner came out of the Blue Jays game, and then there was a Justin Turner trade announced like 5 minutes later. So maybe it doesn't take too long. Sam, thank you for tweeting that at me. Maybe we don't have to wait too long on an explanation here. Lamar Johnson's a good prospect. I am very surprised that he went from 26 overall to 74th overall. What? Because he didn't hit 350 at A-ball last year? He was 19.
Yee. You guys were watching the Mariners game last night where it was 7-14.
Now,
yeah, overall actually 93%. After a really bad call with Logan Gilbert, I don't know. I mean, you can't just blame the umpire for this, but
and he's having
like 5 runs or something like that, like in the inning, just a ton of hits. It was brutal, but
if that were
called
to
ball
continue
accuracy,
and
93,
MLB.com
92%
does the same
accuracy
kind of
for
adjustment,
strikes.
they would move Lamar Johnson out
I mean,
of the top
he
100.
missed one really bad. His consistency was 96,
because we have only
but
seen the on-base go down,
way more in favor for Boston, which is
still playing at A-ball.
Is really disappointing. It did change the outcome. That should have been strike 3 that he threw, but it didn't count. So
for a guy who's 20,
it's just interesting
figuring it out.
umpire stats.
Could have gone to college.
People to check out. That's pretty good.
Could have gone to college. If he'd gone to college,
waiting for the Dodgers to do something. I don't know who they're going to get. They need an outfielder. They need somebody to fill in right field. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know
if Jameson Taillon is still out there in trade talks, but in case his 10-team no-trade list does not include the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, or the Padres. Taillon is one of those guys that fits for the Mets if the Mets are going to make a trade.
Just wait and see, guys. Just wait and see.
Year element.
Grab some popcorn. Sit back and relax.
The Mets traded for any rentals.
Jim's really good at talking.
Require them to give up anything of consequence, and I think that the Jesse Winker trade kind of pushed that a little bit. But it's okay. It's nothing that's gonna get me worked up. It's fine. You want to try to make the playoffs? You're probably gonna make the playoffs. Great. That pitcher that you dealt, maybe he's good. He's not going to project to be an ace. If he ends up being in the Nats rotation in that 4-5 spot and you make the playoffs and Jesse Winker has some good moments, it's a fair trade. Trading for Jameson Taillon, knowing that you'll have him for the next couple of years in that rotation, works. So we'll see what they do. Let's get back over to the latest. We'll put that John Heyman tweet up on the board. We can talk about Taillon a couple minutes longer. Remember, everybody, our live stream today is powered by BetUS. Right there, the link is down below. 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits, up to $2,000. That means if you sign up and deposit $100, they'll give you $225 to play with. I'm just saying. It's not a bad deal. Fine saying, just tweet a mark. Let's see. What does he got? Nationals and Angels appear to be the 2 teams most interested in Dylan Carlson. I ended up Trevor, I'm sorry I missed your super chat. I got you though. Oh no, we talked about that, the Justin Turner thing. There's another one I feel like I glossed over. Where was it? Let's see. Para, thank you for the donation. I don't see it. Let's see here. Maybe it's over here. Maybe I can find it in the feed. It was from Weber. Weber, thank you for the donation. It's been more than 10 minutes now. I'm sorry I didn't get. I think I acknowledged it, but I just kind of moved on from it. Padres Cease trade was magical at this point. It's a good trade. Good trade. And boy, could you imagine if San Diego didn't have Dylan Cease? Oof. Oh man. with the pitching rotation issues they've been having. Shout outs to Field, SSC, Heaven's Grace, Random Hero, Russell Mitchell. Thank you all for subscribing here over the last few minutes. Samuel Lopez as well. Quicktastic47. Thank you all for subscribing. Welcome to Ballcap Nation. Welcome to our community. And thank you for helping us get to our goal. I'm at this point, I'm obsessed with the idea of getting to 47,000 while we are live. We are 275 away from that goal. I think we could probably get there between now and 6 o'clock. Make sure to subscribe. If you're just finding us, make sure to subscribe. So where are we at here? Han, I didn't overlook you didn't overlook my super chat, but you did overlook a normal chat I made that I thought was pretty super. And I'm going to scroll up. I need to find Ann's comment. I like Ann's personality. If that's what we got, Ann's personality gets an A+ here. And the Giants didn't play yesterday. Was the whole roster pulled in case of a trade? I'll say this. I kind of feel like if you're a team like the Giants, you're at a disadvantage by not playing the day before the deadline. Right? I kind of feel like you wanted that game yesterday to get an even better gauge because it's so zeroed in right now on what you're doing if you won on Monday or you didn't win on Monday. The Rangers won yesterday. I think that made it less likely that they swing a trade and move any more pieces out the door. If they had lost yesterday, maybe that changes. So we will see. And that's all good. We got to do that sometimes. There's no way you are a liar and a fool. No shot.
I'm trying.
Do we have any more trades? It's gotten a little feels like it's gotten a little quiet here. Josh Bell being the big one right now. Cash considerations. The Josh Bell deal is complete. This Jameson Tyone piece, we can talk about that for a minute. So, Yankees.
This is really hard to.
No. Dodgers. Just focusing on these teams that are listed here. No to the Yankees.
To really
yes
follow.
To the Mets.
It's
No to the Dodgers. Yes to the Padres. The only element that I sort of hesitate with the Padres is that it is.
So the
it's $18 million and it's 2 more years.
So the D-backs are only on the hook for $2.25 million of Josh Bell's contract,
San Diego,
which is,
when you're thinking about
next
year,
less
when you're thinking about the year after
than
that,
what the Mariners have to spend on
that you have
Justin Turner's contract for the rest of the season. So,
see, some super chats are coming in.
Very interesting.
Jack,
it sucks that Christian
Giants
Walker's out for the rest of the season,
about
probably with
that
strained oblique.
Thus
Obliques take forever
trade, but still
to
need more
heal.
to
So
get there.
that's the reason why I say that.
That's Conforto. So if they can trade Conforto, they'll be there, and I think that they will trade Michael Conforto.
There's no news when it comes to the Mariners.
Back.
That's kind of what I've been heavily focusing on is just the M's.
Ryan, what could you get back for Carlson?
There's just not much. I think the Red Sox need another bat. Besides
Dylan
last night's
Carlson
performance,
is
they
a true change of scenery guy. He has no value.
The Red Sox should do something. The Dodgers should absolutely do something. I think the Yankees don't.
How can they deal him for
they need a starting pitcher, or they just need their star rotation
I don't even think you would see a top 30 prospect. Maybe somebody in that 25 to 30 range, but it feels like you would do the deal for Carlson. You would go and try to find that player on the MLB prospect pipeline, top 30, and you wouldn't find him. That's the player you would get back in return for Dylan Carlson. There's also probably not a market. Conforto again feels like the guy there, but there's probably not another. There's not like there's 3 or 4 or 5 teams also bidding for him either. Another reason why probably nothing. Thank you, Rob. I gotta. Part of me's thinking about
the
this.
Blue Jays roster is looking pretty good as far as their prospect list. Sorry, excuse me.
When it comes to selling pieces, trading players away.
What's up, dude? Giant needs a dump about
and the pieces are
$16
getting
million
in
to
return.
get under the penalty.
The Blue Jays are winning that right now.
Thus, Solar trade. That makes
the Marlins
sense.
might be second.
They
I
still
think
need
the White
more.
Sox botched the Eric Fetty trade. Eric Fetty, Tommy Pham, Michael Kopech, after seeing what they got in return, should have traded them all separately.
Comment. I have to go to the browser.
I think Chris gets lost on that one.
Oh, they still need more to get there. Conforto? I mean...
The Blue Jays have gotten a ton in return, and they have pieces that are going to help them next year and pieces that are going to help them down the road.
I have to look at
Blue Jays have done a fantastic job, and the Marlins here...
I'm not entirely sure. 100%.
If they can trade De La Cruz, if they can trade... if they can trade Scott and get a big return back... I think we're talking about...
I mean, that's a good discussion, though, to have. Sorry, I was supposed to go
we
here.
have the Blue Jays. We have the Marlins teed up to be right there. The Angels could be there. They got to trade Tyler Anderson, though. They got a good return for Estevez. Don't stop. Trade Tyler Anderson. Let's see what we got here.
18?
Fine Sand is all
18.
over this Dylan Carlson thing.
This year?
Logically, the Cardinals could use Carlson to get Dylan
Burrow
Floro from the Nats.
18 mil.
Or Luis.
He's not going to Seattle. I can tell you that. It's like guaranteed.
I can't see that. Okay.
But
I
he does have a player opt out.
He
did. Well, obviously he didn't opt out this year, but he's a free agent next season.
How in the hell, guys?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's
we're
really one of their concerns, because who's going to fill their spot? If we
Dylan Floro has been really good for
we
the Washington
were to check out
Nationals.
San Francisco,
Luis Garcia has been really good for the Angels. It's got to be
we're
Dylan
talking
and
who? Derek Hill?
Blank. And
I mean,
blank.
Derek Hill is the one that replaces Conforto? Who are they going to trade for if they're going to cut payroll? And then what team is going to have that payroll opportunity? So,
because Dylan Floro's
I mean, who can take 18 mil? Dodgers?
Dylan Floro's too
but
good. And we know where the market is right now on those kind of relievers. Dylan Floro's too good.
Do the
Luis
Dodgers
too
want
good.
a...
And 2 or 3 other
Let's see
pieces.
where we at.
Definitely
Let's just check them
one
out.
for one. And if it is, and you are a buyer, run to the phone and start making phone calls, because the market for relievers
When I'm
just
live,
came
my
down.
internet is so slow. So, my apologies.
That would be, it has to be part of a package. That is the Fine Sand deal.
So who wants to pay 14 mil? I don't know what the remaining it would be this season. Probably.
According to sources, the Yankees, the Mariners, and the Astros are in.
Or is it 18 mil? Sorry. 18 mil. Who would want to pay 18 mil for, and let's just say it's half a season for 2 months, so let's say 7. 7 mil-ish for 225 average, slugging 411, WRC plus of only 102.
He has sources. He's telling us that the
I'm not.
The Yankees, the Mariners, and the Astros. Pirates are out.
I'm gonna move this over a little bit, and
the Yankees, the
0.6
WAR. The Astros are crazy.
7 mil for that, and his strikeout rate is 24%. He only walks 9%.
Comment live in the chat. Who you think gets him?
He only has 10 home runs. I don't think Conforto's going anywhere. I don't know any team that's going to want him for that price. Even the ones that do have money. The Mets are pretty set in the outfield. They're definitely one of those unlimited payroll kind of teams.
And when he has played,
I don't think they can move Conforto. It would have to be. It would have to be a single. Like a single prospect for him, and they would just lose. They wouldn't get anything for him. I don't see it. They just don't have it.
24 hits in 121 at bats. I don't need.
Yeah, Snell took a lot up at the front for this year, so
walks on top of it.
Not enough.
Dylan Carlson and this
but the Braves still need outfield.
Do
they?
Before that,
I mean, they're not really pushing for it. There's Max Kepler that's available. He's doing better than Conforto, and for half the price.
Is enough to bring back a rental reliever.
Yeah, they would have to throw in prospects.
Yandy Diaz.
Sir Gold would agree. It would be hard. It's
Mariners,
just
or
Conforto's just kind of a dead end, man. Like 18 mil for a contract. Again, it's probably only 7, but still 7 mil out of your budget for 2 months.
If I had to make a guess here,
And he's batting 225. Like what team? Let's look at the Braves.
The Mariners because I think they would be more aggressive. The Yankees could use Yandy Diaz, but the Mariners, I believe, will feel the need, greater need. And the Astros, the Astros have something that the Yankees and Mariners, well, the Mariners do have.
He likes to focus on the mic, so I gotta kind of keep it out
their superstar
of the
has
way.
Not been
Okay,
that
so
well, the
they got Jorge Soler for the outfield. They have Kelenic. Kelenec's batting.
In the month of August.
Let's just put it this way: who's batting better than 225? And I know like people like advanced stats. So let's start with the basics.
Look that good. The Astros
So
could go grab a first
Soler batting 240.
And get
already
by.
beats him.
The Mariners cannot do that. The Mariners need to add another bat. I was
Kelenic.
all about the Lamont Wade Jr. thing, but
235.
The Giants are not
already doing
him.
better. So why would you swap him out?
Fit for the Mariners.
Who's batting 185?
Yankees, I don't know.
Duvall.
If you're the Rays front office,
yeah.
And you have these 3 teams in on him.
That 225 is better than that, but you're still.
I don't know if you would.
You're not going to get rid of Duvall, so you might as well. I mean, I don't know if the Braves have 7 mil to spend for 2 months.
I think you'll lean Mariners.
Yeah. Like talking about my Mariners. What we got? Oh, Yandy Diaz. Teams involved according Yankees, Mariners, and Astros.
What else do we have here?
I don't think the Mariners are going to get Diaz.
Wally. What's up, Wally? You got your fingers crossed for Yandy Diaz. Dominguez not getting traded. Yeah. That Dominguez thing popping up. You know, is so unlikely. And hey, guys, listen. As a
They're talking about
YouTube
Dominguez
content
now,
creator,
but
somebody that talks baseball,
I mean, if we were truly looking at
clicks,
like
the easy grabs were there. Jason
the
Dominguez
Giants, they're kind of in a
Jackson
rock
Holiday
and a hard place.
traded,
I don't think they're going to be able to cut the payroll, and Conforto's definitely not going to be their option.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. going to Seattle. I could have done that in the last 2 or 3 days. 0% chance that those things happen. So you know what? Maybe I'll bring it up in a live stream and dismiss it.
Teams.
But I'm not going to go crazy. And
can
you'll
I
say, well,
please?
Jim, wait a minute. You've had
you see what's happening here? This
stuff.
is not
Come on now.
giving me an option.
I believe there was a above 0% chance of Tarek Skubal happening. I do believe that Skubal could have been
track. Let's Giants.
But the Orioles just don't want to part with the prospects.
New York,
Wally,
San Francisco Giants.
Right.
Probably should have done this one. Let's see. It.
Peter, why is Cal Quantrill not being spoken about as a sneaky starting pitcher option?
Let's do multi-year contracts. Let's take a look at this.
You're very right about that. That's a fair
Tom Murphy
comment here. Cal Quantrill is definitely
$4 million.
Another piece
not going to be enough.
Somebody so
they needed to clear 16.
He will be dealt. You're right, 100%. Cal Quantrill,
but I'm not sure.
Flying under the radar.
Oh, they still need to clear 16.
He's going to get
because
dealt. There are teams that could definitely use him. How much time?
Because the Giants are still going. They're paying his full contract for this year. So sorry, go to the right page. So they still have 16 to clear. $4 million from Tom Murphy. Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman has a player option for the next 2 years, and his contract's only going to go up. 18,666. I don't know, 20 and 27. And how well has he been doing? So, I mean, I know the Giants have money, but like, how is Chapman performing? 242? 118 average? Or, sorry, 118 WRC plus? Get 15 home runs. I mean, okay. I don't know if he's worth that much. Maybe Chapman would be a good trade piece so they can relieve themselves of this burden of that penalty for the 16 mil. The Giants aren't making the playoffs from what I can see. So, I don't see a point there. Conforto, he's just not performing, so nobody's going to want him. And he's done at the end of the season, so it doesn't matter. it'd be a trade for prospects, but he's just not good enough. Blake Snell being 23, he's doing really good though. Like as soon as he comes back from his injury, he's on fire again. Robbie Ray has been amazing. They both have player options as well. Alex Cobb might be someone to move since he's done next season. He's a rental. What do you guys think of Alex Cobb? We should add that into the mix as far as pitching, because he got a Logan Webb for a few years, Jordan Hicks for a few years. Kyle Harrison's a rookie with pre-arb. Keaton Wynn as well. Like, they got a lot of starting pitching available. Alex Cobb being 1 year left. He's been injured with elbow issues, but, like, why not move him? That's 10 mil. 10 mil off your books, and you can get a prospect, and they know that he's good. Now, he should be coming back soon, so there's no reason that they can't move him. I mean, that's my opinion. No, let's ask Jim.
MLB insider.
I don't know.
Former analyst for the Cubs.
We'll turn off their volume.
Mike Rodriguez. According to various sources, the Yankees are looking to strengthen their rotation, and Jack Flaherty is one of the targets. And we have a trade. We have a trade from Passan.
Let's do a tweet.
Wait. Giants, what are you doing? This is why we're here. This is what we're here for. Well, I thought it was just are we done with the salary dump now? Okay, are the Giants done with the salary dump after this?
What am I missing while this is happening?
This is the Cleveland starter that they needed. This is it.
As I'm talking
right
about
here.
Alex Cobb right now.
You're now going to go into the off season with Cobb in that rotation, along with Bybee and the rest of the cast, and the San Francisco Giants, who again I guess they figured he was expendable. When I think about the San Francisco Giants and my talk of, well, hey, you know what? We got Snell is firing. We got Alex Cobb coming back. We got Robbie Ray is back. We can have one of the best rotations in baseball the last 2 months of the year. Well, he just traded one of the pieces to that thought process. Alex Cobb is $10 million, and when you adjust it for the rest of the way, this probably gets the Giants out of that salary, that luxury tax, out of that salary cap situation.
Yeah, it does. You're
That's
right.
a good point, Ann. Cobb was supposed to be back a while ago.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So Cleveland.
But Cleveland's not going to trade for Alex Cobb if he's busted and he's not going to be pitching. I got to look it up. What is the latest on Alex Cobb? Let's see here.
I just picked up Alex Cobb in my fantasy, because he's supposed to be back soon. In fact, his next start should be next week.
Latest on Alex Cobb. This is from Sunday.
Should be.
A blister pushed back his return.
We were just talking about it, though. Alex Cobb, 10 mil. Get rid of him.
I'm going to read it. Cobb popped a blister on his right index finger.
Guardians, man.
During his final rehab start on Friday.
So,
which will push back his season debut.
Guardians got Alex Cobb.
This was on Sunday. He was supposed to make
they're
his debut this
finalizing.
week.
It's not official, I guess, but
it's another delay for the veteran righty who has been on the shelf all season due to hip and shoulder.
He's not gonna report this stuff unless it's pretty set in stone. So Guardians upgrading their pitching. I mean, consider this like a Shane Bieber if he performs the way he normally does. That's where I stand with that. They lost Shane Bieber. Now they get the rest of it.
This weekend for the Cleveland
and it's only for the rest of the year, so they don't have to worry about it. They're not going to lose him. Although I think Shane Bieber's also on his last year, which sucks.
You get a blister on one of these.
So the Guardians are really going to have to pick up.
But damn,
they're pitching in 2025.
Aaron Sanchez for the Toronto Blue Jays lost a whole year with a blister.
Yeah, it's cool seeing Lane Thomas in there with Stephen Kwan. But Shane Bieber, is he done next season? Yeah, so this is his last season for, dude.
I know blisters don't
Carrasco
but
is done.
what I'm
Bieber
imagining
is
Alex
done.
Cobb like standing there
Boyd is done. They're only going to have Lively, Bibee, Williams left over in their starting rotation next year.
The Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, boy.
And Cleveland, I would think, is going to do their homework. They're going to do their due diligence. They're going to feel good about the hip and the shoulder and the blister.
Yeah.
And Alex Cobb fits into this rotation now that is, I mean, this was an area that this Cleveland team needed to improve on. We're going to pull up the situation here.
Yeah, it feels good to be ahead of the news, doesn't it?
Guardians.
Yeah,
and
I knew it wasn't
rotation.
Conforto either. Yeah, I knew
this is a good get.
You were on it, man. You were right on it, and you were right.
Let's pull it up on the board.
It's just like go figure.
Adding
it
Alex
happens
Cobb
right
into this
when
group.
we're talking
you have
about
Bibee
him.
at the top.
And right, I was
Williams
about
has
to tweet
been
to him.
working his way back.
I texted
Still waiting to
Jim.
really see Gavin Williams be.
I texted Jim right then and there when you guys saw me looking down. It's like, hey man,
Carrasco has been considering his age, considering
like,
what you
were about to be
expected
tweeted
get
at
out of him. It has been good stuff
like,
from
dude.
Carlos Carrasco. He has. What do we got? 95 innings.
It's like calling a home
19
run
starts.
right
He's
before
a
it
guy that
happens. Like, oh, he just needs to hit a home run. Next pitch hits a home run. I just did that with Cal Raleigh 2 games ago. So that was funny, and we're sitting at the dinner table and we're laughing about it. But
I thought Carlos Carrasco's career was over.
But hey, Jack, good call bringing up the Giants. I mean, they moved him, but that's still 10 mil. They're still 6 mil under. So
he's been a guy that you can rely on. Which
I don't think
not rely on, but
they're done.
Is
I don't think they're done. Cutting because
Bieber went down.
Where are we at?
Down,
where are? Let's just look at this.
So you have Bibee, Williams,
how far back are they?
Cobb,
10 and a half games back.
And you're like, oh yeah,
2 games under 500.
Definitely needed a starting pitcher.
They're a solid 3.5 games back of the D-backs. 4
Logan Allen's got to get right.
5 games back from the Padres and then the Dodgers.
If Allen and McKenzie could get going, you have Cobb, you have Bibee, you have Williams and Lively. You have a good rotation.
Do a wild card.
I like the addition of Alex Cobb.
So,
I think this is a good one.
Sell. Why not? Solaire's gone.
Is my question.
They're still paying for him. They cut 10 mil out of that.
The return.
Maybe. Now that I think about it, we should get some clarification. Maybe MLB trade rumors has it. Caleb Ferguson to the Astros.
Jeff pitching or tweeting a minute ago. Alex Cobb hasn't pitched yet this season after undergoing hip surgery, but multiple evaluators who saw him pitch in rehab appearances came away impressed with his stuff.
I misspelled his name.
Cobb's
well, there we go. There's an update there.
Renowned. This should
Caleb
be a
Ferguson
good
to the Astros.
For the Guardians. Well, if
I want to know Alex Cobb trade. There we go. Let's see
there
here.
There will be no Alex Cobb slander allowed.
I don't want to cut you out too much, Jim. Just because it's nice to have you in the background, just in case. While I'm looking at this. So, he's yet to pitch this season. He's expected sooner. Great. So, are we getting any info on what they are sending the Giants? Because if it's all prospects, all good and dandy. But if there's an actual player they got to take on salary, sorry, Jack, you're the solo man in here. Andrew left. I don't know if anybody else is involved here. Yeah, like I mentioned, there was also Soler. Yeah, but no, it wasn't enough. So that's what I was trying to say. The Giants are paying the remainder of his salary this season. The Braves don't have to pay a dime. So none of his contract went towards their penalty. I don't know tax-wise if they have to pay it or if the Braves have to pay it for the remainder of the year. Because he's not playing for them. I'm not exactly sure on the tax thing who takes liability for that. But the Giants are paying the rest of his contract. So, however much that was again. It was somewhere in here.
Look, I know they got
Let me just go back.
They basically,
San
I feel like they
Francisco.
lucked into Chapman.
I don't think it's going to be
They
here
did
because they
Snell.
already traded him. Yeah, so I'd
That's
have to
another
type in
one they
Soler and
shouldn't
look
have
for him.
gotten. That Snell should have been a Yankee.
So this should clarify. So it honestly, Alex Cobb is the only one
But they got him.
that is a salary
Man,
dump.
This is why Giants
But
fans hate
but I don't know
their front office.
what is the return. I don't know if there's cash considerations because you're talking 10 mil.
Wow.
Cool, fine and
Guys,
dandy,
smash that
but
like. I want to see if we can get to 2,000 likes. We are just about
Two.
at 1,400.
2.37
Hit that
mil.
like, and let's
That's how
try
much the
to
Braves
do
are taking
a
on.
like
Wow,
spike.
the Giants still have to
How
cover
far? Only 5 away from
10.29.
1,400.
Or sorry,
How far
10
beyond
point
1,400
10,629,000.
Make sure
Let me get my
to
English
hit
right.
that like. Play
Um,
along with us if you
so
haven't hit
the
the
Braves
like
only
yet.
have to take
Let's
on
see how high
2.3
we
mil.
can fly.
And then they'll be stuck
Also,
for
only
another
26
16 for the next 2
subscribers
years,
away
which they might be
from
okay with
another
because
subscriber threshold.
who knows what's going to happen with
Please do so.
Harris
Help us
and
get to
Acuna. And then
goal today.
this also
Get to
opens up the question, just based on this
47,000
contract here, are they going to move Kelenic
36
and
away
Duvall?
from that. Mark, thank you for subscribing.
Why not?
recently. Finn,
What's the
thank
point
you
of
for
having
subscribing.
five,
A blue
five,
and orange
six,
car.
six
Gator, thank you
outfielders?
for
I mean,
subscribing.
it sounds like the Mariners right now.
Some of the recent
But what's the
subscribers
point of
that I
it?
see in there.
We have one extra as a backup,
Who thinks
another
that
one
Bobby Ray will
down
come
in
back to the
AAA
Blue
that you're
Jays?
developing, and
That's
you
what
pay your
it is.
16 mil to your outfielders, to Ronald
Hurts
Acuna,
30, and that's, I
to
think, the other part that hurts because
to Michael
Alex Cobb has been
Harris
there for a while
next
now.
season, and
He
you
was
trade
there in
Kelenic
2022,
for
he was there in 2023.
who do you want?
He had been a good pitcher for them.
Package him with Austin Riley. Go get yourself an
Career with them.
awesome third baseman.
Alex Cobb.
Bregman. There's a lot of people available in the free agents list. So who's available? I don't know. This sounds like a setup for the Braves to move some outfielders. It could be Kelenic, could be Duvall. It most likely is Duvall. I think Duvall is actually on a 1-year deal, so that might be irrelevant. But that's still too many outfielders. Is it 2 L's?
Only of his 3 years in Baltimore, only 1 year did he really
Yes,
pitch
2
a
L's.
full season of those 3. Then he went to the
Sorry.
Angels.
So then the Yanks get Caleb.
Only
Yeah,
18
from the
starts in 2021.
Dodgers in the
Again,
offseason.
dealt
I don't
with
know.
more injuries, but it was a
I don't know.
year that looks
Ferguson
like
is not somebody I
maybe
paid
Alex
too
Cobb
close
is getting
attention
back on
to.
track.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then
So
in
yeah,
San
he's
Francisco,
they
back-to-back
paid
seasons
3 mil
with
for him, so that's gonna
48
fall off the
starts.
books. That'll help
This year,
as far as Soler goes.
dealing with
But
the hip and the
so they won't
shoulder
even have
thing,
to
but
deal
you
with him.
gotta feel like
Maybe
building
maybe it's time to
sort of,
get Kelenic's gonna be riding bench. Maybe it sounds like it at least. You know, Kelenic's not gonna like that.
And he's gone now for nothing. So I think Giants probably.
Let me look
kind
it up.
of,
Let me see.
Giants fans are probably bummed out to see Alex Cobb. A, to see Alex Cobb go, and B, to see him go for nothing.
We can do a quick check.
Too bad.
Any updates?
Too bad.
You missing
We've got
anything?
20 new subscribers. Thank you guys. SD Mike. Robert
That's a
Sullivan,
lot
Eric
given up
LaRusse,
by the Orioles.
any
Just as we
relatives
stop
that
here, Ryan
don't,
Ripken just posted. I mean,
David Orr,
Austin Hayes,
Eddie
Connor Norby,
Cooks,
Kyle
Eric
Stowers,
Stevens, William Schmidt.
Etzel,
You
Bummeister.
guys popped up, on the feed.
Horvath
Thank you for
is
subscribing. Welcome to
really
our community.
good.
Welcome to Ballcat Nation. That
oof,
is what
that's
I
rough.
lovingly refer to you guys in the community as.
Oh, is he signing off?
Mark, you feel good about what AA's probably cooking up?
I didn't think so. Guess it wasn't
Baby
live.
Pearl, we're reading the chat. Chat's moving kind of fast, man. We got 1,400 people in here. Chat's moving. If you really want
Everybody's
to
begging
be
for
noticed when
Yandy.
we
If we got
get to this
Yandy,
level,
oh,
there are
Mariners would
just
be
the mods stand out because
deadly.
they've got the
Very deadly
French,
if they were able to pull
the
it off. I would be
members stand out
surprised.
because they've got
Here, let me
the
get back to
highlighted
this.
badge.
So he, oops,
And obviously,
that
super
one.
chats not only stand out, but they grab the attention. Spencer, why
did
not
I
trade
miss
Snell
something
because the
here?
Giants still
Oh,
want to
maybe
make
I just
the
didn't
playoffs?
go to it.
What's
Okay,
going on
so
with
he
Sherman?
will be Yankees now. Hopefully it's been updated. Let's see here.
Don't see anything
Not
from
updated.
Joel Sherman 8 minutes ago.
Okay.
Ferguson traded from the Yankees to the
So,
Astros.
I gotta look at the Astros. Sorry, it's too many teams.
That was one of the lefties that they had. Why would they trade
Houston.
Ferguson when he was one of the lefties?
Caleb Ferguson. There we go.
Wonder if they feel good about grabbing another lefty. He was not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got that mixed up. He is a Yankee going to the Astros now. My bad. I got it. I got it flipped. I misread it. I was reading too quick.
About, a guy like Andrew Chafin,
need to proofread. So he's going to the Astros.
More.
So Astros continuing to add pitching. Still nothing for their first base.
Let's update this. Got Cobb to.
I will hate it if Yandy goes to first base for the Astros, if he gets traded to the Astros. Doesn't sound like they're in the talks, but a lot of these trade rumors have been way off. Like, I'm talking way, way off. So,
really, it can't all
like,
fit?
People are not calling this stuff. Nobody's been calling the trades so far. I haven't seen anybody get it right.
Jack, pretty sure the Yanks traded for Caleb they did. They traded him from the Dodgers.
Alex Cobb dealing with the blister. Yeah, we already talked about that.
San Francisco. Ha ha. Oops. Sorry.
Something's got
I don't know why
to
that's
give.
Funny, but I think that's funny.
Because.
There we go.
Yeah.
Cobb should still be in San Francisco. That's a Freudian
cash
thing.
for prospects.
That
yeah.
is Freudian.
I don't know. I haven't gotten any update as far as Cobb goes. Let's take a look. Let's just see if there's any news that came out from somebody. Welcome to Cleveland, Alex Cobb.
Sorry.
Good for Cleveland, though. They need it, but they're going to be struggling for pitchers.
No, not at all.
In the offseason, they're going to be heavy aggressive because they have no rotation next year.
They're not going to.
Maybe they'll re-sign.
They're not going to do anything.
Bieber?
They're not going to buy anybody.
Maybe. I mean, he's going to be back from Tommy John, so
in the next 2
who
hours.
knows?
Zach Littell, Pete Fairbanks, and Diaz.
I'm not seeing anything here with the details of who the Giants are getting back. Typically, it's not going to be any big name, so.
Just more about that. I think that's more about the Ferguson trade. Yep, that was Ferguson trade stuff. Okay.
Ray's most likely to be
here
traded in order in the next 2 hours.
Right.
Zach Littell, Pete Fairbanks, and Yandy Diaz. Why in that order?
Regarding Yandy
Who needs a pitcher? Zach Littell. Who's going to take them? I know a bunch of people could take Pete Fairbanks. I think the Dodgers could use Pete Fairbanks. 100%.
So what do I think happens with Ross Atkins in the offseason, Jim? I think he has earned job security. With this trade deadline that he has had, the Yusei Kikuchi thing is the star. But
I don't know. I'm kind of high on Yandy going to Seattle.
The trades he has executed
but
I still think you can see a Trevor Richards trade.
That the Astros desperately need a first baseman, and now there's not really any options.
It has probably bought him job security.
Pete Alonso's not going anywhere. Mets are buyers.
If he had bungled this,
I do like that. Yandy Diaz,
it would have been the nail in the coffin.
Raleigh, Rosarena, Polanco, Turner, Robles, Rojas. That's a freaking lineup there, guys. Haniger needs to go real bad. He's the most expensive and least productive.
Probably fine. Butt Munch Cookie.
Yep, one more rehab start
than never.
Upon joining the organization and then be in the rotation afterwards.
Thoughts on the Brewers' needs after losing Yelly? Powers Jr. Honestly, we were looking at the Brewers a short time ago, looking at the roster. The guys that are there are the guys you're going to probably roll with. The Brewers are a team that has to think about 2025.
We don't need Pete Fairbanks unless we included him with the deal with with Yandy Diaz. I'm just going through Mariners posting something
just
here.
To try to make a run this year. So, unfortunately, I think the Montas trade...
Refresh the chat a little bit. We've been live for 2.5 hours. We've had a total of like 3 people.
So, the bullpen has been strengthened.
Who cares? Let's enjoy ourselves.
Montas
have fun with this.
to the rotation.
Nah, I mean,
as underwhelming as that is,
nah, I mean,
kind of felt like we were geared towards the Brewers probably having an underwhelming deadline. And it's not because... they don't want to make a splash. It's because they have to think about 2025 and 2026 while they think about 2024, which means they can't be crazy with their prospects. AJ Preller is thinking about 2024 and only 2024. He'll think about 2025
Let's listen in on
in November.
on Jimmy.
Brewers are thinking about it right now. So because of that, it's different mindsets, it's different temperaments when it comes to those deals. Z Woodhouse, Francis said that Verdugo is getting interest. I mean, the Yankees could trade Alex Verdugo. You've got a player that is a little bit expendable. They got a lot of outfielders there.
But why?
Francis Romero tweeting, some teams inquiring about Alex Verdugo. Another source doesn't rule
Jason
out that he
Dominguez
could be
coming
part
up?
of a trade before the deadline. So you would be dealing Verdugo to another buyer. Who's your trade partner? When buyers are working with buyers, where are you sending Verdugo? Send him to Kansas City. Send him to Pittsburgh. But if you're doing that, are the Yankees fine with the prospect, or do the Yankees want something? Hey, I got a deal for you. See, the Pirates are in buy mode, so this wouldn't happen. But how about Verdugo for Aroldis Chapman? Who says no?
How about that? How about Jason Dominguez gets called up, Verdugo goes to the Braves?
Verdugo for Chapman. Let's go. Morgan, who wants to see Bellinger to the Blue Jays? Morgan, not me. That contract is too complicated.
Yeah.
Or not. It's not that it's complicated. It's that it's a problem.
Yep.
His contract is a problem.
Yep.
I knew this would mostly get no's. There's a couple of there's at least one yes in there. I would get a kick out of that. 1,500 likes. Thank you guys for getting us up to 1,500. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty good. We're 500 away from the goal. So keep smashing that like along the way if you're enjoying your time here. Do I think the Astros are done, Christian? I do not. The Astros need a first baseman.
Nah,
The Astros need a first baseman. Now, they may not be willing to pay the
It's a
freight for
tease.
Yandy Diaz,
It's a tease.
but I could still see them grabbing somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this, guys.
Who?
Everybody. Combat Legacy. I don't know. Luis Robert. I think it's unlikely that he's on the move. Here's their teams. There are teams that could grab him, but I think it's unlikely. Think about this. Came in today with the trade deadline hub, and we had this together. We had the names. Oh, let me get this out of the way. We had
Almost
all
none
of the big names.
None of those are moving.
And we've now been going for almost 4 hours. And I got started late. I got started like an hour after everybody else did.
Yeah.
None of them. I think at this point it is safe to say, you know what? Let's do this.
Snell.
I don't want this to turn into a prediction thing.
I think
though.
Snell can move. He makes
Should
sense
it turn into a
contract wise.
prediction thing? I'm not gonna do it.
move.
I'm not gonna turn it into a prediction thing. Let's just leave the question marks there. At this point, I think it is highly likely Crochet, Scooble, Snell, Robert all stay put. I think that is
I don't know,
those
guys.
would be the favorite, the
I don't
odds-on
agree with
favorites
that.
for that to happen. You've got
The
a
Giants are out. You might as well.
the other
get
side
rid
of the board here,
23.5
Tyone.
million.
I mean, he could stay put. Flaherty, India, Tyler Anderson, Yandy Diaz, Paul Blackburn, Luis Rengifo. None of them have moved.
I think Diaz and Anderson
These
could
are
go.
our big
Anderson,
names
India, I don't think anybody
heading
has
into
interest
today,
in. Blackburn's
and
not going anywhere.
A single
Rengifo,
one after 4 hours.
I don't think the Angels want to do
has
anything as far as
moved.
movement
We've seen some other
on their
ones.
bats.
None of the big names.
But
Is that going to change? Hold my lean.
yeah.
Welcome back to the Ballcap Nation Gold Club.
23 million.
John, you want to see
And
Dominguez?
you're
I don't
telling
think
me
Dominguez is
that
getting
they
dealt.
won't drop him
I don't
when
see
they're
it.
10 and a half games out of first place.
Anyone know when Alec Cobb should come back from injury? Word is that he could have one more rehab start and then be back out there.
I sent you, Jim, the post.
Genocidal Gerbil. Love the name. I'm pissed at the Astros for trading Loperfido for Kikuchi. At least go for Flaherty instead. Give up McCormick before Loperfido. Ugh. You're right. It was an overpay. I would have thought that
23 million?
you could have
And it's a player
taken
option
that
afterwards.
package and landed
At
Jack
38
Flaherty.
million.
That didn't happen, though.
And then he's a
Surprisingly.
free agent.
Yeah.
If you're cleaning
Tiger
house,
Town,
man,
Flaherty should be moved. All right. The guys that
trade him now.
are likely to be moved. And Ray, welcome in. I see you subscribing. Stephanie Blanc, thank you for subscribing. DJG.
Jack, what are you saying here?
Ewelyn, thank you for subscribing.
Turn down.
There's a few. The
Turn
feed
Jimmy
is
down.
all glitchy right now.
Time is getting short. The Marlins have to
Thank you
trade
guys for
Tanner
subscribing.
Scott,
Again,
or
we're
the
trying to
fans
push to
should
37,000.
file for
37,000?
gross
Just short of
mismanagement by
myself,
asking
10,000
too much
subscribers.
and missing
We're
a
at
trade.
46.8. Would love to get to 47,000
Yeah.
today. So again, if you like baseball,
Yeah.
make sure to subscribe. This is a big day for YouTube.
I think
the
they
algorithm,
trade him the
MLB,
next hour
all
and a half.
tying in. A lot of times MLB
I think they trade him the
gets
next hour and a
buried
half
with the
because
algorithm
they're going to have
because
to say yes to something
football
to
gets more
one of the
traction,
offers.
Basketball gets more traction. Cats get more traction.
But I think they're not pulling the trigger because
So,
they're waiting for another
today's the
offer, and
day
I
for baseball,
think
so those
De
of
La
you just
Cruz
finding
might
me
be
for
that.
the first time
They
today,
need to see what they're getting in
welcome in,
return for De La Cruz to know if
turn
they
your
can
notifications on,
afford
come back,
to
talk
let
baseball all year long.
Tanner Scott go.
All year long. And I like to think that I'm
'cause
the voice of reason in all of this.
I think that's
madness
it.
when it comes to
These things fall like
baseball
dominoes.
and news and trades.
Once one trade
and
goes through, another one
all
goes
that
because
fun
it's got to fall in place.
feel like anonymous VODs, right?
Marlins
Right.
fans will be pissed,
We
but
could probably grow this to 2,000.
I think they're
viewers
waiting
if I
on
just
De La
put
Cruz.
cat videos up.
or Xavier Edwards.
Just like that. We'd grab another
He's
500
way
viewers.
too much
Ooh, cats.
team control, and
Let's
he's
go.
awesome, but they're not going to have anybody. They're not going to have a World Series contending
Gotta get a big
team
name to
for
move.
probably another 4 years.
Braves trade
And
for a
Xavier
cat.
Edwards is
They
not going to
should.
be around.
It would
So
increase the attendance.
that doesn't make any sense to me to
All
keep
right, so
him.
let's roll
I mean,
back
he's doing
over
great,
to
but
our
sell high right now because he's
Roll
been
back
a
over
no
here.
name until this last month
Take a look
where
and
he's
see what
batting like
is the
375.
latest.
What is his stats? He's insane. He's insane right now.
latest from Joel Sherman. Cobb is,
Wrong letter.
plan is for Cobb to make
He's the
more
number one
rehab
pull
start
up
and then
because people are
join
searching him so much.
Cleveland after that.
379, one home run, 8 stolen bases with an OPS of
Quiet.
956.
It's quiet.
What's his contract? I think
It's
he's on
too
pre-arb
quiet.
for the next 3 years.
John, I thought I saw that
Right.
Dominguez could be back
Where's
before the end of
Marlins?
the year.
Where's Marlins? Let's talk about this. There they are. Let's talk about this a little bit.
It is
just a
too
wee
quiet.
bit,
Something's
multi-year.
Something's gonna happen.
So you guys know how to do my research. This is how I go about it.
been
I have multiple tabs. It's chaotic. I
25
lose track of
minutes
shit.
since the Cobb deal.
De La Cruz is
Something's gonna happen.
and he's pre-arb.
Houston, Texas.
Oh
Dave
my
Vladdy will be
God!
going
They might not be letting go
nowhere.
of De La Cruz. I didn't know he was UFA in 2028.
That I'm just scrolling through.
They'll scratch what I said. He's not the trade piece that they're waiting on.
I think it might be the Cobb. It's gonna be. I feel like the
Shit,
last.
None of these guys are.
Once we
Oh
get
my
to
God,
5
they're all
o'clock,
pre-arb.
that last hour could be insane. Caleb, I think the Rangers.
Oh,
are gonna
guys,
hold
I think
pat.
I just lost
I
my
don't think they do anything.
my feed.
And in not trading Nate Eovaldi, in not trading any of the bullpen pieces, they're still not buying isn't the right way to put it, but they're showing belief.
Well, I
in the
apologize,
current
guys.
team,
Here, I'll just
and
make
I
this
think
full
that's
screen.
not a bad thing. This
My
Texas
my
Rangers
my
team
video died.
is kind of just waiting for it to click.
Do I have another battery? Give me a second.
SD Mike feels a blockbuster is coming. Design dudes, I do think the Dodgers will do something. Should
I'll
the Braves
finish
get
this. I'm
ready
gonna
for
look it
Mark?
up.
I
Let's
don't
see what
think
we
so.
got here. Almost everybody's in pre-arb.
I think that there are other needs.
No, 2028.
Brave thrills, pass and nuke
Well,
soon.
pitching. No, nothing.
Brave thrills. Do you
I don't know.
remember
I don't know what they're
Apple
hanging on to
Plays?
then.
He was one of our regular dudes in here, and I don't know where he went.
I heard Nardi got moved,
Maybe
but I
he's
can't
hanging out
remember
in the
who.
Background? I don't know. What happened to this man?
Yeah,
He's
there's
one of
no
our
excuse
regular
then.
Braves guys. Maybe I said something to piss him
honestly,
off. I don't know. But he was one of our regular Braves guys.
I don't have an answer for you, Jack.
Where'd he go?
I don't know what's taking them
You think
so
you
long.
remember? I feel like
I figured De La Cruz would be an
he was a
awesome move,
regular.
but they have so much
Did
control on
somebody in
him.
the chat say something to piss
Unless
off
they're
Apple
sending
Plays?
him away and they're getting like 30 prospects. because he's going to be around by the time all these prospects come up,
G-Rob,
and
do
hopefully
the
some of
Dodgers
them
need Scott?
pan
I would
out.
say
So
they necessarily need to pinpoint
$3 million
in on him.
player option
He
next
would
year
be
is
an
holding
upgrade for sure.
back.
I don't think they
Yeah,
need to pinpoint
yeah,
in on
you're
him, though.
100% right on that. Absolutely. You are 100% right on that.
Very quiet. We'll throw this up.
Let me throw.
And guys, if you haven't subscribed to Touching Bases, go check them out.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you, Jim. You're the man. I'm actually
John
streaming
Clark
yours
is
because I have to
sleeping.
get a new battery for my camera because it died on me.
Dusty
So
does
forgive
not
me.
like
You guys
the
can
Braves.
just listen. I'll be right back.
Not at all. Go Phillies. What if, though, Dusty, the Mets are playing the Braves? Dusty, who are you rooting for when the Mets and Braves are playing? It's my question to you, Dusty. Spencer, do I think the Guardians are done? Cobb, I mean, it's a perfect move. And a low risk, high reward deal like that. We saw them go get Lane Thomas, so you added Lane Thomas, you added Alex Cobb. The Guardians are probably done. I would say they're done. Suki girl, you have an in-person meeting from 4 to 5. Blow it off. No, I'm kidding. Still waiting to hear who Dusty roots for. There it is. He roots for the Braves. I hate the Mets with every ounce. I had a feeling there was a team you hated more than the Braves. I had a feeling. And I had a feeling it was the team from Queens. Frank, do I see teams going for IKF or Kiermaier? IKF, possibly. Kiermaier, I don't think so. If I were to rank Blue Jays that still get traded, I would say Trevor Richards 1, IKF 2, Chris Bassett 3, Kiermaier 4. That's how unlikely I think a Kevin Kiermaier trade is. I don't think anybody wants to give anything up for Kevin Kiermaier. Not even their 100th ranked prospect for Kevin Kiermaier, unfortunately. It's one of those funny things that happened this past offseason. IKF was out there saying, hey, nobody wants me. Nobody's coming for me. And the Blue Jays gave him like $11 million. A guy that's like, yeah, nobody wants me. Here's $11 million. What? Sportsdom, do I think the Diamondbacks are done? No, I can see them. I could see Arizona still adding. Bell is a replacement for Walker. Puck was a great addition. I think I would say this for Arizona. If something falls to them, something falls just right, I can see them do it. I don't think they're going to make a splash, though. We have a Passan tweet to take a look at. I'm going to pull it up here on the screen. I'm not going to look at it on my phone. We not only have Passan, but we have a bunch of other guys. Let me try to guess what this is. Ben Nicholson Smith tweeted so we went Passan, then Ben, then the two big guys, Feinstein and Heyman. Is it a Blue Jays tweet? Is it a Blue Jays tweet? Lacey says, whoa. Okay, let's see what happened. Please don't. Please don't. What? I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. Somebody phonetically type it in the chat, please. I like that Kansas City. See, I felt like Kansas City was going to probably just focus in on bats now because they, with the addition of Lorenzen, could move Marsh. I can't say they suck. I can't do that. That would be irresponsible of me. But Lucas, who's got it? Urseg. Nicholas Urkeg. Urseg. We're going to go with Urseg. Lucas Urseg is a piece that should not cost too much. But again, that irrelevant. I felt like Kansas City would focus their prospect capital at this point for bats. Now, maybe the bats are going to cost too much, so we're going to try to bolster the bullpen as best we can. Because this Kansas City team still needs two bats. They have not addressed that. They have not gone out and grabbed the bats that they need to, I think, really be competitive. The bullpen is going to be good. You're going to have a solid bullpen. You have Hunter Harvey. You have Alec Marsh moving into the pen. And now you have Lucas Urseg in the equation. So the bullpen is strong. Now we need the bats. Brave Phils, you found it. He hasn't uploaded in 2 weeks. Maybe he's taking a break. Good move by Kansas City. I'm not going to add it to the latest. I want to try to keep the bigger stuff to latest. Eric, I do believe Cleveland's done. Horner to the Mariners. Tintin, I cannot see, or Tintin, I cannot see Nico Horner being traded at all. I think he will remain with the Chicago Cubs. I don't see that happening. Thoughts on the Marlins? They have a chance to be real winners at the deadline if they make the moves that are necessary. Trading Tanner Scott, trading Brian De La Cruz, bringing in more prospects. They have a chance to be real winners at the deadline. We can pull up Lucas Urseg and his baseball savant. Take a look at what he has, and you're going to like it. There's a lot of red here. This is the... That's nothing. This is the piece heading to the Kansas City Royals. Breaking ball by run value is his best pitch. His slider is his best pitch. His changeup sucks. But his breaking ball, that slider, that's good stuff. They don't hit the ball hard off him. He generates a ton of swing and miss. For that, though, 41 Ks over 36 and 2/3 with that kind of, with a whiff rate and a chase rate in the 80, above the 80th percentiles. But they don't hit the ball hard off him. He can generate swings and misses. That's big. The breaking ball, the slider, is his best pitch. That's going to Kansas City. And 29 years old, only in his second pro year, showing a nice improvement year over year. You're going to have a lot of control with this guy. This is going to be a pitcher that you can have control over there for a couple more seasons. It's a good get by Kansas City, and it's a good get because Hunter Harvey also has another year of control. So they're building, Kansas City's building a team that they will carry through to the 2025 season as well, which is smart. I like that. That is cerebral. That is Baseball Savant for anybody. I see the question there from Luda. Strike Blitz, you got him. Yes, that is Baseball Savant. You will find more information than you could possibly need on any player with this website.
Let's get this all fixed for you guys. I'm back. I got the camera going.
I think it's good. I think it's good. Again, our live stream today is powered by BetUS. Make sure to check them out. Link is down below. 125%.
If you guys aren't,
first 3 deposits.
If you guys are just joining or haven't been here in a while, I had to fix my
mess around with
my
any
camera.
of the rest.
I had to find another
have
battery.
To check out BetUS,
I guess
especially with that offer.
So
that
when
means
you
if you
tether
put $100 in, you get 220
camera. It doesn't exactly charge fast enough, especially when you're putting out 4K quality to make a live stream 1080p. So sorry about that. Yes, I am back. Hi, Jack. It's good to have you on here. You're not working? I took today off for this. For the record, I should move this a little bit more so you guys can see me. A little bit more in line. Trade deadline collab stream with Robbie. When? I should get Jim just to do a collab with me, but I'm not big enough, I don't think, at this point. If you guys don't know, I guess I'll drop the ball. I do edit some of his videos. So that's how I know Jim. He's a really good guy. Like, genuine good guy. What you see is what you get. Hard worker, hard charger. Really, really good guy. So, if you don't follow Jim, definitely follow him. He's killing it, and he's helped me out, and he's given me like multiple shout outs already on his stream. So I mean, he's all about helping other people and, you know, getting information and really growing a good community. So That's just my 2 cents on it. If you guys wanted my opinion, you probably don't. Jack, what do you do as far as your business? I know you're retired, but what do you do for your business?
And you guys should all check it out. And I am doing a terrible job of promoting my own podcast.
Yes.
Make sure to check out the Barreled Up podcast. Please do that. That is my podcast. That is where I bring in guests. We talk about, and I've had Bob Nightingale on the podcast. I've had Ryan Ripken. I've had Brett Boone. I've had a litany. I've had Foolish Baseball, Stark Raving Sports, Draft Neck Mark. Robbie Hyde has been a co-host for a good portion of the ride there. Make sure you subscribe to the Barreled Up podcast wherever you get your podcasts. There's a plug for the pod. Make sure you guys do that. Hold my lean. I have a feeling like that
you guys,
he and I will probably
I'm struggling to get the RSS feed going through to get this on like Spotify and
he and I get together because we have to collab on
and like Apple Podcasts and stuff like that.
Thank you
Although
for
I feel like a lot of my videos they're very cut, they're very quick. I want to cut to the chase. I know how people are with their attention span when it comes to my videos. So I try to cut out as much fluff as I possibly can. And sometimes I'm just wrong on stuff and I leave it in there. I find out later. Oh well, is what it is. I'm not perfect. I am not the expert here. But I would love to get this in podcast form because I've heard a lot of people are like, "Oh, you're on Spotify? Like that's where I get my podcasts." Like, yeah, but a lot of it's very visual. I'm showing you what they're doing. I'm giving you stats, something that you can read, something you can comprehend because I'm talking probably fairly quickly. So trying to retain a bunch of numbers when we're doing comparisons is, at least for me, I can't. I'm stupid. That's why. But
I think that's what you want to have happen, and I think that is what should happen.
Yeah, there's nothing holding back Tanner Scott. He should be traded. He's the last one on their entire roster that has 1 year left. So there's no excuse there.
The Flores family, thank you for subscribing. Erica, thank
Royals
you for subscribing.
Finalized a deal.
Welcome to Ball Cap Nation, all of the new subscribers out there. Happy to have you here. No crochet news right now. It's all quiet on the crochet front. Who are the top 3 winners so far? That's a good question, actually. And this might not be a bad time to consider who the winners are.
I'm probably late on that. Jim's going to be like, yeah, we already covered it.
I think Kansas City's done a very good job with their bullpen. I think Toronto has done a very good job with the prospects that they're getting in return. Cleveland has done a good job grabbing Cobb, grabbing Lane Thomas. Top 3 winners, though.
What was the return on that?
Give me your winners so far, guys. I don't think the Rays got enough for Randy Arozarena.
Okay.
And I don't think they got enough for Isaac Paredes. They did an amazing job with John Adam. I'm with you on the Orioles. This is an underwhelming deal so far. Cubs are looking pretty good with the addition of Isaac Paredes. I like that. Seattle grabbing Garcia, grabbing Randy Arozarena. Those are 2 nice moves, but they have more that they need to do because part of what's happening is that there are teams right now that are positioned to come out of this trade deadline with a grade of A. But if they don't do anything else the rest of the way, they could find themselves with a B- or a C. If the Seattle Mariners don't do anything else, I'll probably give them a B-.
Yeah. They could do better. Duck Dude plays. What's up, dude? Potential trade. Cubs acquire Scooble.
Yes. Plus
for Alcantara,
Fairbanks and Lau.
Hector Neris.
The Mariners would be amazing. I think you have the capital for Seattle to do that. Brandon Lau is going to cost a lot because there are some club options and they are cheap club options. But the problem is he has been injured a lot. Fairbanks would be a nice grab. You're right. You do have the capital. That is a lot to move because you also have to think that all 3 of those players individually.
We have our own trade possibilities. Reviewing ones that actually happen. So
you're going to have to then beat out all of those. You're going to have to beat out offers for all 3 of those
you make
players
crochet?
in one trade. That may be
okay. Wait,
that may be tough to do.
Hold on.
But you're right. I would
clarify your potential trade. because
William,
now
thank you
I'm
for the
really
donation.
confused on which pieces you're.
Again, I think Bauer will pitch.
Let's just make it. I
have
want
his
to.
best
I don't want to
chance
dig too
do
deep
that
in.
in
I'll
the
still
big
pull up the
leagues next year.
information.
I
But you're
think Tony
talking
might give him a
Cubs
shot next year.
and.
I don't think anyone was. There was never.
You're
in my
talking
opinion,
Cubs,
there
or are we
was never a
talking
chance he was going to pitch this year.
White Sox? What are we talking? Because you're talking Scooble. So he's he's Tigers, Cubs. Oh, Cubs, Tigers. You said Crochet?
Garrett Cole has been scratched.
This is
from
where I'm
tonight's
confused, buddy.
game due to general body fatigue.
You said you meant Crochet, but that's White Sox. Are we talking three-team deal?
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Okay, not. Sorry. No, see, now that you clarified, it's like, okay, I completely understand what you meant now. But I was, oh man, ADHD kicked in, man. That was, that was bad.
They are going to happen at some point. I'll be shocked.
This probably didn't help either, but.
If Jack Flaherty doesn't get
you're
traded,
not dumb, dude. I'm dumb. It's okay. I'm dumb.
What we do know is that there is a very elevated.
So here, let's pull them up. I want to take a look at all of them. I know Crochet's contract. I understand he's got another year, and then he wants an extension. So here's the thing.
I'm telling you,
I'm gonna rule out. Right, Jim. Sorry, dude. Nothing really new going on. I'm just gonna rule out that and act as if Crochet never said what he said about the playoffs, about getting an extension, or he won't play. I'm gonna rule that out as if it never happened, because right now that is why nothing's happening right now, because nobody has interest, nobody's making offers, or they've retracted offers because of what he's threatened to do. Because it's like everybody's worried he's gonna Anthony Rendon it. Nobody wants to bring on a guy that they're gonna pay a bunch of money for an extension for having one amazing year, and it's just a job, and he only pitches 50% of his games and getting $100 and some odd million contract. So we're taking that away as if that's not the issue. So, I can't watch the Cubs right now, so I don't know how well the Cubs guys are doing. You can't watch them? Why not? If you get MLB TV, subscribe to that, and then get Express VPN. This is not an ad. I would love it if they paid me. This is how I do it. You just put a VPN, choose where your IP address is going to be, and then you can watch whatever game you want, as long as it's away from the home team. So, little in, maybe they'll ban me. Yeah, don't pay for marquee. Just get MLB TV and say you're in Denver. You'll get Cubs games. Sorry, I really do need to pay attention to this is that ADHD thing kicking in. Okay, so I am looking for. I went on a rant there. Cubs Tigers. Why did that make sense? And now I'm. You can't get a good VPN. I have no idea what you're talking about. ExpressVPN works fine, and it's like $15 a month. So out the door with everything. MLB TV, you're looking at like $120, but you can watch every single game. Let's see here. Sorry, it's the caffeine. If I come off like a dick, I'm not trying to be. Let's see here. So I'm dumb. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so Cubs acquire Crochet. Right? No. Well, you're leaving anyways. Let me just look at what we got here. Let me look at the Cubs. Because they have. I'm just going to do Cubs and White Sox. Because you said Tigers. Tigers have Screwball, but you said Crochet. Mom wants me to work. Well, it's a good idea. What we got here? So you threw out their starting pitcher, but I'm pretty sure Alcantara's Miami. And then you have Neris. Am I wrong there? What do we got? So Talon, he's got so much club control, but they can get rid of him just to clear cap space. And then you were talking Neris, who has a club option next year. They probably will hold on to him and then option him next year. And then are we talking... What am I missing here? Oh, he's in AAA right now? Did he get moved to the Cubs? Did I miss that? I'm thinking, yeah, you're right. No, you're right. He's one of the top prospects. I was thinking Sandy for some reason. My bad. So he's going to be pre-arb at that point. So, no. I think Cubs would do it. I think they would absolutely do it. But White Sox will not. And that's just contract base. You're talking $18 million for 3 years. White Sox don't have that. Well, they have it. Their owners won't they won't spend it. Just him alone. If you cut out Talon I always say his name wrong. Oh, and he's got no trade clause. Hold on. Is it unlocked, though? What do we got here? 10-team no trade clause annually. Team can defer $10 million of 2026 salary if he suffers an elbow injury. Okay, so there's some stipulations to that. White Sox are not going to take 18 mil. They're just not going to. You cut that off and you offer them Neris, who's getting 9 mil this year and next year. That's not much club control. They can maybe use as a trading piece, so possibly. But honestly, no, probably not. The Cubs just have expensive people. If they were to offer Alcantara or Alcantara, however you want to say it, and throw in Assad, and maybe Pete. I'd say Assad, Pete, and Alcantara. Cubs are going to say they're getting fleeced hardcore. Most Cubs fans would not be happy with that, but that's probably what it would take. And that's probably doable for the White Sox. We're talking how much? How much here? Where are we at? I lost my spot. 9. I don't even think it's going to be 9 mil. Sure. 9 mil. And then 975. And then 10. 13. So 10 mil, 130,000 ish. I mean, I'm not doing exact math. 10 mil, 130 ish. Okay, now let's take a quick look at the White Sox. What's Crochet's? And then keep in mind, the Chicago Cubs will have to do an extension. He's going to demand a lot of money. So if that was to happen, Crochet's at he's at 800,000. I don't think you can do it with Neris in there. Maybe just those two. Maybe Assad and Pete Crow. That's possible. That's a possibility. 800 mil, ARB 2, ARB 3, and 2027 UFA. He wants an extension, though, this year, past that to what, 2032 or some bullshit. But I said I wouldn't include that. So if you didn't say all those things, you still get him till 2027 at 800,000, or probably going to go up. They'll probably reach like 3 mil by his third year. You're going to have to drop Neris. There's no way that White Sox will take his contract, unless you use it for an immediate trading piece in the offseason. That's a possibility, but otherwise, no. No, I don't think that trade would happen. There's too much money. Chicago won't take it. There's no way.
Right now, I had not looked at this. Had not looked at the schedule today. Switching, just go across the way.
we got going on over
All
here?
right. All right.
Times some people
353.
following. Thank you, whoever that is.
No politics. No politics. If there's politics in here, mods, you have the right, you have the approval to don't ban the person, but throw a 5-minute timeout on anybody that is from this point forward.
Ooh, isn't
Anybody
that
from this
sad? They're
point
not even gonna
forward
bench
talking
him.
politics, 5-minute timeout.
Tyler Locklear has cleared out
Anybody that's talking politics.
his locker and out, and he's gone from Fenway. So it appears
There is no the crochet update.
he's probably
is
gonna be
that
sent
there
down to
isn't.
Tacoma for Justin Turner.
And for that, likely he's not going to go anywhere.
Well, the Royals are set to acquire Paul DeYoung
Big
from the White Sox.
Bad Brad, thank you for the donation. Have the Dodgers managed the deadline correctly?
Send it to Jimmy.
Will they land an elite starter like Crochet or Scuba?
Just like his
I
assistant
think
at this
it
point,
just
but
really
voluntarily
depends on
with no pay.
what is your level of.
Send that off to him.
What's your level of
Andrew Chafflin.
approval?
Or Chaffin, sorry.
What's your approval level here?
Going
They
to-
have
going to
raised the
Texas.
floor a little bit. They have added more depth, but I think there are a lot of people that feel like they're picking off the scrap heap. That these are underwhelming moves. Tommy Edman, Michael Kopech. Where's
All
where
along,
Ahmed
DeYoung to
Rosario?
them, and
Where's
then
Luis Robert?
Rangers.
Yeah, you keep where we missed out on Randy Arozarena. I think they need a splash. Big bad Brad. I think they need a
Chaffin.
splash.
Going to the
I truly do.
Rangers.
That is what
I
they
love
need.
Twitter, man. Or X,
need
whatever you want to
a-
call it.
They need to make a splash.
Pretty good pickup. We missed some stuff here, so that's why I'm trying to catch up to it. But yeah,
Jacob,
Royals
are the
getting
Braves done? They-
DeYoung. That's a big bat.
Might-
a lot of strikeouts,
might-
but
might-
big
no,
bat. So I guess
don't-
they can afford
I
it.
can't say that they are done, but they might be done. I don't think they are done, but if they are, if we go through the next 2 hours and nothing happens for the Braves, I won't be surprised. Zolan, nothing new on the Cubs lately that you wouldn't have heard anywhere else.
See, that's one of the biggest issues when it comes to teams that sign big names that aren't working out is the contract level, the price of it. A lot of teams aren't going to want to take on those big names with that big price.
Do anything else Godfather clause? I think that the Phillies could.
Without some sort of massive return. And they have to have the capital space. See a big Reds notice. What's going on here?
You guys keep firing questions. I am.
Whoa, why is he in Wait, what?
Gonna order pizza.
Anybody seeing this? Felton Celestin
Clark is lacking.
for the Rays? Did I miss something? Wait,
Clark, you don't
did that just happen?
Again, I think they.
Hold on.
I think, but I'll put it this way: I won't be surprised if they're done. Thoughts on the Astros? I think they got fleeced by the Blue Jays, and I think that trade might have screwed up the Jack Flaherty market.
Ask for Jim's help on this
I
one.
don't think the Cubs are done, but they could be. I gotta get the kids upstairs. They gotta get some food here. Do I have my wallet? Son of a. Dang it. See, now I'm gonna now I'm gonna go get my wallet, and like 300 people are gonna leave.
I'm upset now. This is not somebody I wanted them to give up. So this is either for Yandy that's breaking and leaking, or
I am going to have to take another
it's a bombshell for Randy, that player to be determined.
less than 5-minute break. I will be right back.
Let's turn this up. I don't think he's covered it. Oh, he's not going to see it either. Huh. I just texted him. He's stepping away, obviously, as you guys can see, but nobody else is seeing this, so I'm a little worried. This is odd to me. Update. They're still involved in talks. Per Francis Romero, I probably should be following him. He's a reporter. I wonder if he's accurate. But Felton, that's a big question mark. We got here. This is Justin.
What's up, Mariner fans? Justin Turner here. I just got into Boston and can't tell you how excited I am to put on this uniform and help make a run to bring home a division title and make a deep run in the playoffs. What's up, Mariner fans? Justin Turner here.
Like it.
I just got into Boston and
I like it. Justin Turner. Here we go. Here's the thing. This is what I'm worried about. So I'm gonna click on this one. I don't think this is Photoshop. Maybe it is Photoshop. I think it is. I think I got duped by Max here. I'll delete my post because that's stupid. I got duped. Is what it is. I'm about to find it. Oh well. Whatever. Jonathan Diaz recalled and then gave Spire option to AAA. Ooh, I didn't like Diaz in the very beginning, so that's not good. I don't want him up in majors. And then, yep, there goes Tyler. He's being sent down. They're just watching a lot of stuff go on. Well, you guys watch me live just get duped by somebody, but I was like a little worried. Maybe that Felton got moved, or maybe it was I think it was just like a prank, but oh well. Maybe I should check on that somewhere else, but yeah, he's gone for a while. He's got to do his thing. Let's see if there's any updates. Yankees scratch Garrett Cole with body fatigue. He's been the worst signing in Yankees history, at least up to this point. It's ridiculous. Yeah, DeYoung going to the Royals. I wonder what that looks like now in their lineup, because they're pretty stacked already. DeYoung can kind of play everywhere, so I'm not sure. Did they update it? No, he's not there yet. So, what do we got? Let's see here. Any background music or something. All right, so yeah, he plays third base right now, but
what do we got?
223.
Craig Bish, JT Chirigo, Seattle. Hey!
What did I miss?
I am the only one of all of the baseball people. Look at that.
What are we missing?
Let's see.
Oakland.
Where is it?
You mentioned
All
JT,
Blackburn.
but
there it is. I am the only one that was out here talking about. Stop it. Stop it, Lacey. Stop it, Brave Trails. I know you're being funny. I am the only one talking about Paul Blackburn and being dealt. And Paul Blackburn is on his way to the New York Mets.
I mean, good move.
I like it. I
Here's the
have
reason
been
why I tune in so I get this
clamoring.
information. Where's the Mets at?
I
There we go.
haven't been clamoring for anything. I have been talking about Paul Blackburn getting dealt, and it is happening. He's going to the New York Mets. This is a solid deal. He is a good pitcher. You get him for next year as well. I'm interested to see who they give up for Paul Blackburn, but this is... Look, if you got to give up a decent prospect for Paul Blackburn, I'll be okay with it because Paul Blackburn's going to help you right now. Most importantly, Paul Blackburn's going to help you next year. Next year, they have a chance to be back in World Series or bust mode, and Paul Blackburn will be a very good starting pitcher.
Chargois? I don't know his name. I know you
I
mentioned
like that.
JT and like you're celebrating. I don't know him with the Marlins,
Let me
but
see here.
Mariners.
So that's good enough.
Mariners
That
got Fleece.
is
There's a lot of issues there. Oof.
good enough to put on the
There it is.
update our details here.
Mariners got Fleece. Harry Ford now. Listener Pete, I can't wait for this return. That's Miami Sports. So, did they really give up Ford? Or Celestin? That'd be another bad one.
That's a good one. And that is also finally
I need more info
somebody
on this.
that is on the move from the trade deadline board. Finally. It's amazing to think that it took this long to finally get a name
Okay.
off of this board.
So a little bit out of there. I mean, Blackburn is
I
going
think it might not happen. That's
is
not-
going to the
because
Mets.
obviously Flaherty's gonna
Mets
get
are buying
dealt.
hardcore.
But we
Very
are
obvious
able to
there.
put the New York Mets right there.
But
Paul
the Mariners
Blackburn
getting
to
this
the
guy
New York
Chargos. I don't know this guy. I
Diaz can
openly
still be
admit I
dealt.
don't know him, but a
Depot should be dealt.
1.62
Tyler Anderson
ERA,
should be dealt. Flaherty should be dealt.
100%
Ione
left
India
on
could
base
stay put.
percentage. Ground ball's only 34, which is good because our infield is just dog shit right now. He's only
Scott
pitching
should be
16
dealt.
innings,
Hooker,
so he has a
Ward,
very
Roberts,
low
Snell, Stovall, Crochet may all
sample
end up
size.
staying put.
He did 42 innings last year and had a
But
3.61, so he's
Blackburn
doing okay.
is on the move,
He
and
did better
it's a
than the
good
year
move
before
for the New
with
York Mets.
Tampa
Good job.
and a 2.42. So he's been developed by Tampa and LA. So
That's a good job by the Mets.
not bad. He's doing way better than he expected this year.
I think SD
But
might
who?
At this point,
I need
can't
some
rule-
answers.
can't
Who
rule anything out
went
at this point.
to
Well, here's what I do think we can rule out. I think we
Seattle?
can rule out
Jack,
Jared
do you know?
Stevens.
You can put it down in the
From
chat.
this board,
I don't know.
And I think
Who went to
we're getting
Seattle?
To a point where we could probably rule out.
Or
Jason
sorry,
Taylor.
who did?
Those are the two that
Seattle
I feel
send?
like we can most.
There
rule
is
out.
more to come. There's no info on this. Lovely.
And if we're gonna do that,
Lovely. I'm so
Does
happy
indicate
now
that-
for that. Damn it. I'm nervous now. Like, yeah, we
I
needed
still think it's
bullpen
gonna
help.
happen.
We
I'm
got
taking
Jimmy.
I'm taking
We
Skubal
got
out of the
JT
equation.
now.
That was a long
I
shot
know they're
anyway.
gunning for relievers, but we need a
I
freaking
think
bat. And we
this-
have
I think
2
after the Cobb trade in
hours
San Francisco,
and 53
and the
minutes
money situation,
to make
I
that shit happen.
think that we can take Snell out of the equation too.
Paul Blackburn
So
going
I'm
to the Mets is huge.
pulling
I'm surprised that the A's
Skubal
did
and
it.
Snell off the
What
board.
did they get in return?
it.
I don't know. But we're going to
Everybody
find out
else, I still think
soonish.
it could
Hopefully. I'm going.
Crochet
I don't know
could,
how to
Robert
spell
could,
that name.
Ward, Rooker, all
Chargois.
could. So we'll
Sorry,
we'll-
guys.
We'll kind of live there.
I don't
Again,
care if I
want this to be
mispronounce
like
a name. I
predictions
really
thing,
don't.
but
I care about the stats
just
and
feel
what they
like
can
it's
do.
just- those are not.
Someone
gonna
will pronounce it. That's for like broadcasters. It's not for me. Okay, so JT Chargois. Gois?
happen. Good though.
No
Good
idea.
move. Let's put this up.
And then the Mets got Blackburn.
Taking a look at the Mets rotation the rest of
Damn.
the way again. Paul Blackburn is back.
All right.
So you're going to add him into the rotation immediately. Next turn through, he will be there.
Sounds good, but
Taylor McGill.
T, dude,
gone. Taylor McGill. Pardon me.
you're
Naya, Severino,
I mean, it's
Quintana,
interesting, but you're
and Blackburn.
the 15 games
McGill or
with
Peterson,
16
I
innings
guess probably
pitched is such a
Peterson
small
would
sample
be the guy
size.
that stays
I mean,
in the rotation.
realistically,
Peterson
he's only
stays
been in
in,
like one inning per
McGill,
game ish.
How many more options?
One and a
you got
third.
with him? There's still two
So,
more options. So McGill either goes to the bullpen.
Maybe
or gets
he's,
sent
and hopefully he
down.
can sustain it. And we're really good with developing pitching, but our
Rotation upgraded.
bullpen has not
And
proved
it
that.
is rotation element.
Any other news? Come on, let's get some new stuff.
That is important because the New York Mets and the situation. You have Mania, who can opt out after this season, which would be smart for him to do.
Blackburn was
You
acquired by
probably
the
don't have Manaea.
Mariners,
You're
along with
at the end of
Vogelback
Jose
for
Quintana.
Mike
You only
Montgomery,
had
and then traded to the
Severino
A's
for one season.
for Danny
So when you
Valencia.
start thinking about, oh crap,
Poto
we have
ERA,
to rebuild
or
the
sorry, Poto
rotation for
era,
next year. Paul Blackburn is in play.
has produced some good
Senga,
immaculate
Blackburn,
grid players. Except we don't see him.
Peterson,
We didn't get him. We gave
they're
him
gonna
away.
have some work to do, but for right now, and again, he's a piece for next year.
All of them are gone.
It's
He
a
moves
good-
players
it's
a
good
little
move.
bit too quick sometimes.
I think that's a good job by the New
Hopefully we
York
can
Mets.
hang on
Now-
to some good ones
now.
now.
We will see.
One of the
what
biggest
it
things that I think the
takes
biggest
to
regrets
get
have been
Paul Blackburn.
Ketel Marte. I wish we never got rid of him. That could have been our career second baseman. Nothing new right now.
Don't see. Oakland will receive. Oh, Oakland's getting Mason Barnett.
need one more
from
bat.
KC. In that.
One more
Mercy
bat.
game.
Okay, so the Marlins exchange for minor league starter Will Schomburg. So it's 1-for-1. 3 years after that. So I guess we had him.
See what
I
it
don't
takes to
remember
get him.
this. Although this was 3 years ago, guys. I fell out of baseball. I
See, we
really
don't
stopped
know
paying
what the
attention
Mets gave
as
up
soon as
yet,
COVID hit.
but
And then I just got back into it
we'll find out soon.
in December of this year. So I really did. I missed the 2022
If I were to
playoff. I
guess,
didn't pay attention
it's a
to it.
starting
I was
pitcher.
down in Arizona. I
It's a starting
wasn't
pitcher
paying
with
attention to
another year of
baseball.
control.
I was paying attention to my
I think
work.
you
I was
probably are gonna
very,
give up
very busy down
something
there.
A guy you've heard of.
So I missed a lot of
I
this. So I
think
guess he
you
was with
probably
us.
give up
Got him
somebody
from the
good.
Rays.
Let's wait and see, but I don't think you're going to.
And then that's when we got
to
Diego Castillo.
Get
So
him
okay,
for
it's good to know.
Nothing.
Some of you guys might already know that.
You're gonna have to give something up.
But
That is for sure.
yeah, hello, old friend from Ty. Anything new? I really want Yandy. I think we need Yandy.
For Chafin. I think we saw
Mariners
that.
do. Mariners need Yandy, and I mean I can't think of any other bats out there right now that are on the market and available. I mean,
I thought
third
we saw
base.
that.
I like
Maybe we did.
Rojas at second. I do. Polanco's been heating up though. They might not pull any triggers, man. This is what I was afraid of. They might be done. They may be done. Just considering
I don't
the money
think
they've
we
spent.
have that. I don't know if that's been made public yet. Scrolling through everybody that was posting about the trade.
I don't know.
They're catching up on what Kansas City is sending Oakland. So at some point they'll probably catch up on what the Tigers or what's going in the other direction for Chafin. That's a good lefty grab. That's a good lefty. They needed another reliever. They get that. The Texas Rangers are going to be a team that's trying to get back into it. Hepatitis. Friedman is working on a shit sandwich. Yeah. Dodgers fans can't be happy.
No.
As a part of that Tommy Edman trade, the 3-team trade, I am certain every Dodger fan was very confidently and boastfully saying, it's just depth. It's just an add-on. It's nothing. It's not going to stop us from doing anything else. And here we are now, less than 2 hours away from the deadline passing, and we are still waiting for the Dodgers to do something of significance.
Yeah, the Dodgers need to do something.
Do the Dodgers need another bat? I think they could use another bat. Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000%. They could use an outfield bat.
Mookie's out right now. I don't know when Muncy's going to play. Gavin Lux has been hitting a lot better. Had a very nice July.
Mm-hmm.
There is an upgrade for them to make with the bats. There's also guys that are coming back. They may feel like they don't need to do anything because they feel confident Muncy will be back. We know Mookie will be back. They may not feel like they need to do anything. And they're focusing on pitching. And at the moment, I feel like a lot of the pitchers, the names we've been hearing about leading up to today, because we're seeing a lot of names move that we had not heard about, but a lot of the names that we have been hearing about may be held on to the fact that these are held up because these teams are trying to, the sellers are trying to get a king's ransom in return. SD Mike Robert Jr. to the Mets, maybe in the offseason. If the New York Mets miss out on Juan Soto in the offseason, that's their move, is Luis Robert. And that's why the White Sox should not trade Luis Robert here at the deadline. Because there is going to be a Juan Soto sweepstakes that is going to be epic.
Yeah,
an
in
epic
the offseason.
Juan Soto sweepstakes.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say Yandy's got to have.
That miss out?
Yandy's gonna be in Seattle. He's either not gonna get traded. He's gonna be in Seattle. I don't see the Yankees
Luis
getting
Robert
him.
is still sitting there with the Chicago White Sox, and Luis Robert had a great September to close out the 2024 season.
He's talking about Luis Robert. He's not going anywhere. It doesn't make any sense at this point.
For Luis Robert.
There's not. If they were offered a package that was worth it, they would have done it.
Sean,
unless they're waiting for something else to fall through. But the Young's already been traded. So that was another trade piece that's gone. So who else are you packaging right now? Because it's not going to be Crochet. Nobody wants to touch him after his comments. So
he is saying that the return package, or the return, I guess, piece. Thank you, Sean. The return piece is Cade Morris.
So Cade Morris is coming back for Blackburn, Blackburn, not Blackman. Thinking Rockies.
Here,
but
and it is
I'm trying to find
Cade
that post about
Morris,
about Yandy, who's going after him. I think it said Yankees, Mariners, and someone, and it said Pirates were out. I'm looking for it right now. I'm trying to find it.
I gotta think that there's more. I know Paul Blackburn's just coming back from an injury, and he'd spent a lot of time out. But if it's only Cade
for one of the guys I just started
Morris
following,
number 25 prospect, he was a third-round pick in 2023.
You're saying there's some teams going after Verdugo. I don't know who that would be.
He's down pitching for Brooklyn right now.
Honestly, it's not going to be the M's. It shouldn't be, at least.
But that is...
Astros are about $1.2 million into their international budget. Yankees have 737,000 through
Paul
July
Blackburn
1st.
Is not a number one or a number two in your rotation. No, he's not. But let me throw this out at you. Paul Blackburn.
There it is. Yankees, Mariners, Astros are in, Pirates are out. That's the one I was looking for.
Who do we think has a stronger 2-month stretch here? I cannot definitively say it will be Yusei Kikuchi.
Just Yandy.
Paul Blackburn is better.
The thing is with the Yankees that they're always surplus. They're always doing way more than they should
and Paul Blackburn has
to try to get themselves a championship, and it doesn't work.
And if it's only Cade Morris,
are they
after
going
all of
to?
That just went for Kikuchi. This would be.
Are they going to gun for Yandy Diaz, who has not been a home run hitter?
If this would be,
he's not crazy fast. He just hits the ball and gets on base, and that's definitely more up the alleyway of what the Mariners need. But is DePoto worried about where he's going to put him? You have first base covered.
I believe Paul
you have
Blackburn
Garver. Maybe he has faith in him to wake up his bat, but from what I can see, he's still batting under 200.
Kind of guy.
I can see Yandy Diaz being a rotation.
He can pitch up to a 3. If he is your 4, you
first
have him set up
base,
for success.
and then Turner can play.
He can pitch
third,
up to being a 3
while
in rotation.
Josh Rojas can replace Polanco.
If you need him to be more than that, you're setting
second
him up
if he's
for
having
failure.
a bad day or needs
but
a day
if
off.
You have him in
he's dealing with some knee stuff, so that could be some insurance there. And then when it's not that,
that's kind of Yusei Kikuchi.
Diaz is the DH.
I'm describing Yusei Kikuchi.
If Raleigh needs
he's a guy who can pitch up
a day
to
off,
3,
Garver
but
can
if
catch.
You put him in at the number 4 spot. Which is
I can see that working. I don't know why that wouldn't work, and that would be
behind Gausman, behind
I would actually have some. I would have some freaking faith.
I'm describing Yusei Kikuchi to you
and
describing Paul Blackburn. So
he's getting emotional, and I turn him down.
If it's only
but
Morris,
I can see that happening. This would be. I would have some. Wow, I would be very impressed with that lineup. If we're looking at Turner, Julio, JP, Robles, Rosarena, and Diaz. That'd be huge. People, Mariner fans will be, they'll be content. They'll be very happy with this trade deadline. That would earn them an A+ in my book, or at least an A. I'll give him an A. Let's throw that out there.
He's had his moments this year where he has been bad. I think Paul Blackburn's a good pitcher. I would take Paul Blackburn over Yusei Kikuchi. And the Astros just took Kikuchi for 3 prospects. All right, let's get this food delivered. Balco, how about the most? How about the most? Any Orioles fans that were not here earlier when the trade went down, how are you feeling about the Orioles and their trade deadline?
I should probably fix my typos while I do this. Send that off. We'll see what he says. Let's see if he even reads
I do not
it,
think, SD Mike,
but
assume you're meaning Ha-Sung Kim. No, I do not believe that he will be dealt.
I mean, if we can
Jared,
do
I think you say best is better than Blackburn's best, but Blackburn is more consistent.
If
Fair?
you can do 2 trades with 2 separate trades
over Cobb, Strike Blitz says.
with
Fair.
the Blue Jays, there's no reason why you can't do 2 separate
Lamar
trades.
Lackey, thank you for the donation, man. Happy to see you in here. Typical Mets. We
with the
never
Rays.
get the big
There's
fish.
no reason
Paul
why you can't.
Blackburn isn't even better than any of our starters. Lamar, I disagree. Paul Blackburn is better than Tyler McGill. Paul Blackburn.
Ken Rosenthal says he doesn't expect Blake Snell to get traded.
I want to make
He's
sure
probably
before I
right,
say something.
but I can see why they would.
And I'm not shooting myself in the foot here.
Put that one out there. I can see why they would. There's no reason why they can't.
Because there's one more guy that I'm like, I don't know. I kind of feel like he's better than Tyler McGill. I think if he was out there pitching every single day, I think he would be putting up a similar line to Jose Quintana. Call me crazy. If he was out there every single day, similar line to Quintana. Similar thing. You would have starts where you're like, yeah, this is my guy. And then you would have starts where you're like, we could use an upgrade. That is a 3-4 kind of guy in a rotation.
I am begging for a Diaz trade for the Mariners right now.
I would, and it sounds like you got him for the number 25 prospect in the organization. And if that is the case,
Yeah,
Lamar,
my instincts are that they are done.
That's a good deal.
Diaz, man, I will lose my mind if they're able to pull something off. I'll be bold.
It is confirmed. It's now coming from a bunch of other people. Andy Martino, Anthony DeComo, Joel Sherman, all confirming Cade Morris for Paul Blackburn. That's a great deal. Cade Morris for Paul Blackburn. That's a solid trade. And that's
I can't
the
spell right
kind
now.
of trade you need to maybe help the market along. I'm not saying that Paul Blackburn is of the same at the same level as
I was gonna say
Flaherty
some
or any
shit
of those
about-
guys. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is
About Houston, but
Paul
I think I
Blackburn
do
just
enough of
went
that
for
already.
a player that is in Cade Morris.
We have given up quite a bit. I'm still worried about that
He's
player
a
to be
40 out of
determined
80
later.
graded prospect for a starting pitcher that is under control for next
Rangers
year
are
as
still
well.
looking for a bat.
And
What if
you
they went
go
off for
under
Randy
Paul
Diaz?
Blackburn's
Who's their first
track
baseman right
record,
now?
There is a
That's what I
decent
want to
pitcher.
know. Because that shit's going. I
helps
know that Josh Young is back. So who
Let's
is
see
Nathaniel
here.
Lowe? I thought he was
Pitched.
DHing.
Let's
Oh,
go
they
to
put Josh Smith
2023.
because. Okay, yeah, because Josh Young is
let's
back.
pull
Josh
Paul
Smith is
Blackburn up here.
batting way too well. Where's he at? He's like batting over 300, isn't he?
This was a
No,
full
284.
season of
Okay,
Paul
it dropped a
Blackburn. We
little
only have
bit. That's the
9
reason why I haven't
starts
heard
in
much from him.
2024, So with
But,
the sample size being what
yeah,
it is,
bringing back
51
Josh
innings,
Young.
I'm going to go to 2023.
You
where
know
we have
what?
103 innings worth of work for Paul
The
Blackburn.
Rangers
It
should
is
trade
not excellent, but
Adolis
look
Garcia.
at his breaking ball
Get that bat
his
that you
breaking
want. Get
ball
that bat
his
and an arm.
Off-speed pitch by run value are in the 87th
'cause you have 4 in the
and
rotation right
83rd
now.
percentiles.
So trade Garcia
Guys don't
for
hit the ball hard off
a
of him.
star
The
pitcher.
average exit velocity, the barrel
You know
rate,
what?
the hard hit rate, it is
Traded
hard
Adolis
to hit the
Garcia
ball off
and
of him. The guy throws
Grossman
6 different pitches.
And then a few prospects for Kopech and Luis Robert. It's not going to happen, but that's what I would try.
I'm glad you are happy here, and I wish
That's what
the
I'd
Pirates
try.
good luck. I don't know
I mean,
if Lamar is still here. Lamar, I
who
hope
knows
you are
if-
still here,
if
Lamar.
White
I
Sox
hope
would
that
do
this
it,
makes
but
you
he's batting
feel a little
211.
better because Paul Blackburn.
Garcia's he's not working out.
Look at the last.
Not that I
year,
want it to happen, but
breaking ball run value, off speed run.
I'm just
value.
saying, like that would be.
He's the same
I'd
pitcher
develop
this year as he
something
was
there.
last year. We just haven't seen
So-
enough of him yet because he was hurt. But
I
he's
don't
still
know.
going to be
Rangers-
throwing 6 pitches. He's still going to have an effective breaking ball and off speed pitch.
I don't know. I don't know who their first base. Yeah,
It plays.
I was gonna say maybe they can go
Lamar,
after.
I think you should be happy.
They would be in
I
on
know people
getting
are moving
Diaz
all
as
over the
well,
place,
but
people
I don't
moving
know
around.
why they would. Nathaniel
But-
Lowe's been decent.
Look, take it. Even his chase
I lost
value.
my
His chase
train of thought on
value
that.
is
I had a bigger idea, but
63rd
it
percentile,
fell apart.
Which equates to, let's think of it like a hitter, and let's think of it like OPS plus. That would be an OPS plus of 113 on the chase rate.
The Mets are looking dangerous now.
I like it. I think it's a good move.
That's all I'm going to say.
I think
They've
it's a
made
good
some
move. I guess
moves.
I like it
We're
more
looking
than
at the Mets.
fans do.
Besides the Mariners, they as far as major league players that are going to be playing this year, the rest of these next 2
I would've
months.
thought Mets-
Jesse
I don't know.
Winker,
Mets fans-
Ryan Stanek
Mets
hasn't been too
fans-
great. Adding Paul Blackburn,
I don't know how many Mets
huge
fans we have here
arm
because
for
I
the
know there's probably some
rotation.
Mets content creators that are out there doing their thing. Wardy's probably doing
Just
his
saying.
thing. P-Pops
And they're
would like
already
them.
hot, and they're only improving. They haven't
Mets
sold
fans that are
anybody.
happy with Blackburn.
Mets are dangerous.
One. Mets
If you're a
fans
Braves
that are
fan, be worried.
dissatisfied.
Be worried. They're legit.
problem
I don't know what
is,
happened.
Start thinking
The
about
purple
Blake
guy
Snell,
showed
you
up,
start
and
thinking
they
about
are
Garrett Crochet. You start thinking
seem
about those
unstoppable.
guys, and those guys are just not going to happen.
By the way, this is a test live stream. Throwing Jim up on here. Just
Dark Reaper, you're gonna miss Blackburn.
to kind of keep the conversation going. I know how many of you are watching. I can see it. It's depressing. It hurts. But it is what it is. I never do live streams. This is a special day. So we can kind of keep the conversation going. I am dying for one more for the Mariners. Dodger fans are dying for 4 more from anywhere. Anywhere.
We're getting some ones. We're getting some Mets fans that are happy with Paul Blackburn.
Yeah. So that's a good point. Tried and true. They have a YouTube channel. You guys, by the way, if you ever watch this, you guys need to actually upload and get back on there for a podcast because you guys have a huge following here. But yeah, paying a good premium to not let the Astros get Diaz, pretty big deal. Yankees, man, I'm not too worried about them. They might actually get knocked out by the Orioles, especially with the additions the Orioles have made. The Orioles are now bringing in Zach Eflin and Trevor Rogers. Their pitching is bolstered. That's 2 really, really good arms that are, they're not doing insanely good this year, but they're doing way better than any of the prospects or AAA guys. They keep coming up and rotating through the rotation, coming and going, especially with all their injuries and stuff. So I'm not too worried, especially since our offense is superb. They lost Norby with that trade for Rogers, I believe, and they lost Austin Hayes, but they still have some strong. They have too many outfielders that are really good. They have a solid infield. They're producing. I'm not worried about the Yankees. Orioles are going to knock them out. Astros, I'm worried, and he's got a good point here. The Mariners should pay an extra premium to keep the Astros from getting Yandy Diaz. And it would be insanely beneficial for the Mariners to add Yandy Diaz. 32 years old. Let's also look at this. Let's look at the possibility here. Where are the Rays? Give me Tampa Bay Rays. I have to keep talking instead of being in my own head. Let's do the multi-year check, and we're gonna look at infielders. Yandy Diaz. Here we go. 8 mil, 2024. 10 mil, 2025. Club option in 2026 of 12 mil if we can't afford it, we can move him. He doesn't seem to have a no trade clause. The fucking Wander Franco. Oh my God. Are you guys seeing this? I did not know about that. He is stuck with a club option till 2033 at 25 mil a year. This was their golden child. 2 mil is fine, but oh my God, are they going to be able to get out of that? Holy crap. Oh, that sucks for the Rays. They are that's talking about, like, it's not their fault. Has anybody noticed this? I've heard nobody talk about this. Wander Franco, 15 mil, 22 mil, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. Oh my God. Wow. That sucks. Yeah. Move Yandy. And here's the thing. Look at the contracts there. I'm not a fan of Polanco. Like, he's heating up, so it's like, I want to give him a chance. He's not looking too bad, and we have options. Rojas can play second. Yeah, can I get half his contract? Right? Jesus. But Brandon Lowe is another one we're talking about. But 8 mil, 10 mil with a club option, 11 mil, or you can pay less than that for the same amount of time with Yandy Diaz, who, by the way, is batting a 270 this year. Yeah, he only has 9 home runs, but he only strikes out 14% of the time. And he's slugging 397, which is still better than Ty France. What a WRC plus of 110. 270. That would be the best on the team, by the way. He gets on base, he gets hits. We need to stop looking for guys who are going to hit home runs. He can get on base. What about Brandon Lowe? Or Brandon Lau, sorry. It's Brandon Lau. Now, keep in mind, he has only played 58 games. So, 262. Still not nearly as good. 24% K rate, 10% walk rate. His WRC plus 149 because of the averages based on the games and how many hits. He is slugging a 524, which is the reason for that, if you're curious. I would much rather take Yandy. See if I can even get back to where I was. Over Brandon Lau and keep and pay less per year. He's already $750,000 less this year for whatever remaining. He's $500,000 less next year, and then he gets a club option when it jumps to 12. So then we can work with it. If we needed to sell, we could sell at that point. But we would have a first baseman for the next 3 years. So you wouldn't necessarily have to dig into the free agents list next year for a first baseman. Your team would be pretty set. You might lose Justin Turner, but then you can look for somebody at second or third, depending on how Polanco plays out, because we do have a club option. Mariners have a club option on Polanco, so they could let him go. I think the premium would be way better for a 270 batter, saving this much money, and he can DH and platoon at first while Justin Turner can go back and forth from third and first. Why not? Tell me how that is not an awesome option. There we go. Tanner Scott to the Padres. Well, shit.
We have the Minnesota Twins sending Jay Harry to the Toronto Blue Jays for Trevor Rogers. Jay Harry is the number nothing prospect for the Minnesota Twins. So
Finally,
this is that's a good job. If you're Minnesota, you gave up nothing for Trevor Rogers. Good job.
Jack, I knew
the
that
Padres are getting Trevor Rogers. That's the big one. It is the biggest splash of the day. And now we wonder also Brian Hoeing is headed to the Padres. Now we wonder who's going back to Miami.
I bet you it's going to be their
Wabu,
entire farm
I know you've been here.
The Padres always do this.
Legendary stuff. Those have been here that we're pushing 5 hours now. Those that have been here the whole time, or at least been in and out the whole time, I salute you guys. Thank you for being here. I know. I don't know what the Dodgers are doing. This is another miss. Here's what you don't want.
That's a good
this
point.
is what you don't want.
You said
you don't want to see a package
thing to
that underwhelms you. Marlins are getting several players in return. Four for sure.
Someone else said that.
Big haul here.
I agree.
Put Craig Mish up there because that's now what we're tracking. The excitement, the news is broken that Trevor Rogers is on the move, and maybe the dam is going to break now, and we'll see more moves coming faster and more furious.
Guys in their prospect list.
This was one of the big ones that could have been holding up some other moves, and now you'll see the Yankees, you'll see the Dodgers, you'll see the teams that missed out.
I'm still trying to figure out the
more
damn
aggressive for other pieces because they can't sit on their hands.
All right, let's look at this.
But the Yankees,
here you go. They still have Ethan Salas, A+ level.
Mark Leiter
they
thing.
They have DeVries.
Might come back to screw Yankee fans. I'm just saying, don't be surprised if you're reading tomorrow in the New York Post that the Yankees, after they traded for Mark Leiter, felt like they had improved their bullpen enough, and they were done at that point. I just not saying that's going to be in there, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be
40+. Man, good trading piece
component here.
He can come up quick.
4 players for sure.
But that's their
we have more from Craig Mish.
Options. Their top
Robbie
5
Snelling is going
very good.
to
Ethan
the
Salas
Marlins.
I believe in the top 10.
Adam
yeah.
Mazer
there it
is going
he's number
to
10.
the Marlins.
Oh, did he say Snelling?
Oh my God.
Hold on, I gotta look at this.
Is it worth it? Guys, Tanner Scott's free agent at the end of the year. I feel like this is a good time to add that in. Tanner Scott's gone at the end of the year. Oh.
I'm just it's so weird, but I'm just talking about this crap. Oh,
Craig Mish is lighting it up. Graham Pauley, Adam Mazer, Robbie Snelling. This is prospects number 2, 3, and 4. No other relievers will be traded today, ladies and gentlemen, because the San Diego Padres just absolutely nuked the market. Snelling is 2, Mazer is 4, Pauley is 5. They have no more prospects left.
No, they don't. They have Ethan Salas.
Guys, this is a trade that could cost A.J. Preller his damn job.
Maybe.
He knows that he's gone.
Maybe.
He knows that Tanner Scott's gone at the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
This is an incredible overpay.
Yeah. That's
generational overpay for 2 months of Scott and no playoffs. I think they'll make the playoffs, but no, you're right. And it's fine that he's spamming that. Mods, let it be. Leave it. It's fine. He's right. That is a holy cow fleece of the century. Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty bad.
This just made the Jason Adam trade with the Rays the other day look fair. Oh my God.
Wow.
I can't believe it. Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else?
Okay, so I'm not happy with this.
And Jay Bashir, who's he?
So.
Again, anybody after number 6
I lived down in Arizona.
Irrelevant.
I was Diamondbacks and Padres, but I lived directly in the middle between San Diego and
somewhere
Phoenix.
back there,
so
but it does not matter.
I voted for both
let's
teams.
See,
I like going to both
deal.
games. I did go to both games. It was fun. This is not fun. I got a lot of family.
This is the highlight of the day.
That are Padres fans are going to be pissed.
How do Padres fans feel?
Why? Like,
oh my God.
Hold on.
Yankee fans? Yankee fans.
Let's see. Let me check something.
Dodger fans, you happy?
Graham Pauley,
I
assumed was going to be sent off.
If you feel like this is a fleece, type fleece in the chat. Everybody right now, spam fleece if you believe that this is a fleece. If you think it is legit and a good trade.
So we're talking Brian, Hoeing,
oh
Snelling,
my God, type
Mazer,
fleece in the chat.
Pauley,
spam it.
And
believe in Bendix.
Beshers.
Yes. Bendix wins the day over AJ Preller. I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Yeah. Good for you, Marlins.
Yeah, that's the consolation here.
What the hell is the plan? What do we got?
Everybody that wanted Tanner Scott, the one thing we worried about was that you would look at this and say, uh-oh.
This is...
we couldn't,
I told you Tanner Scott was going to go.
like, we couldn't
But something was holding him up. But something was holding him up. I don't know what it was. Maybe they're looking for something better than this.
Yes, fleece.
There's nothing better than this for them. That is bad.
I am shocked.
Okay, no, Sport Track. Let's go here. I want to see the strategy to this. Who?
Big business with the super check.
Let's look at this, guys.
This is crazy.
Okay. I want to find some justification. Okay. So.
Big business thing for the donation. It's a good deal.
So Higashioka not getting traded.
This is what it cost. You're probably
I don't know why they're not moving him. Capizano might as well just take over.
Bendix turned down. Like if the Yankees had an offer on the table.
Bogarts.
This is an amazing
Kim. Off season, move Kim for prospects, maybe. You have Bogarts, you have Cronenworth, and now you have Luis Rise. Okay. Okay. So you trade Kim. It's a $7 million on your budget. You trade him away for 6 prospects, 4 prospects. Get what you can out of him. Replenish your farm system. You keep Cronenworth. You keep Bogarts. Obviously, nobody's going to take $25 million deal for, for 10 years. And then, because you have enough. Luis Arias can play first and second. Cronenworth can play first and second. Bogarts, he can move back to shortstop, which he wanted to. That's his position. That's what you're paying him for. And then, you move,
for Texas. I mean, look,
or not. You sign Profar to a 2 or 1 year deal for $6 million. He made All-Star team. He might get really cocky and try for the free agents list. He probably will. Oh well. You have Merrill.
Number 2 and number 4, and there's another one.
Maybe you go out and get another outfielder.
Number 2, number 4, and number 2, 4, and 5.
You have Machado forever.
Miami.
Honestly, I would try and trade him. No trade clause. Awesome. So you can't. Oh boy.
I think you'll be surprised.
You still have Cease. You still have Michael King. Trade you Darvish. Someone wants an elite pitcher.
I have to update this.
Nope. No trade clause. Oh man, you are stuck with. What's the plan? It's gonna be Hassan Kim. Has to be. Has to be Hassan Kim.
This is the trade of the day.
For prospects to replenish. That's gonna be your only option. Why? What's the point? All right. So how much is Tanner Scott? He's probably nothing. Marlins are probably paying more. Oh, he's the most expensive, 5.7. All those prospects, though, it probably comes dead even. They traded, what, 6 away? Is that how much it was? Check that again. They're number 3, number 4, number 6, and number 29 ranked prospects to the Marlins for Tanner Scott.
Lamar, you're too hung up on velo. Don't be that hung up on velo.
Huh. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I swear there's a 5th.
That is why.
Yeah, there it is. Right. So 1. Oh no, never mind. It wasn't hoeing. Sorry, Snelling. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Order this pizza.
It's probably equivalent. Man, I don't know. I'm thinking money wise, but talent, it still doesn't make sense. They're gonna trade Hassan Kim during the offseason for prospects. Has to be.
Padres bullpen now.
That's the only way to replenish. I don't know how else you're gonna do it. I have no idea.
They don't have any pieces left to go and get a starter. So, any hopes of Jack Flaherty? Any hopes of Tyler Anderson? You name it. Forget it. I don't think the prospects that are left after Ethan Salas are enough to go and grab any of anybody. I think that anybody wants to know, are the Padres done? I believe yes. Now the Padres are done.
I don't have anything else.
AJ Preller just put his phone down. He's heading out to play golf. His deadline day is done early. What a deal. Delivery time as soon as possible. Delivery address. Delivery options. Tip your driver. Payment method. Passan has a Scott return. It is incredible.
Yeah, they have zero capital. This is sad, man.
Why can't the Mets be aggressive like the Padres? The Mets are not in World Series or bust mode right now, Lamar. I do think there's the Diamondbacks could do something, Quinton, but I think it's unlikely. But I can't rule them out. I think the Padres are done. The Mets probably are done. Michael, thank you for the donation. With the price of arms now, I doubt Friedman makes any splash moves. He's going to have to wait until we get closer to the deadline and try to hope that somebody like Jack Flaherty's still out there and Detroit's holding on. I could still see that. I got to think the Dodgers have something up their sleeves. Will the Giants trade Duvall for Mountcastle? Boy, Jesus, that would be awesome. Adding Duvall to that bullpen for Baltimore. I know he's been a little erratic, but I think that would be a good addition. Mountcastle.
Who the Cubs moved?
I can't see the Orioles trading Mount. Well, yeah, maybe. Wow. That actually has some legs. That could happen. Diamondbacks are in on Flaherty. Is that coming from Heyman? I see some people telling me to go check John Heyman right now. Red Sox are among teams interested in Luis Rengifo, but there's a gap in the talks for Rengifo. I want to leave this up for a minute because this is just dominating. Let's see. Passan had the full return. Here it is. It's bigger over here. I do kind of like that trade.
That's right. They got Paredes. I need to update that. That's a big one. Rays also got Morel. Did I put the Rays on here yet? I haven't. They've been trading the most too. That's pretty disturbing that I haven't included that.
Okay. I know the Dodgers. I know, guys. Dodger fans. I know you want it. Top lefty available lefty player? Reliever now.
I don't think so. They got Morel.
That's a good question. At this point, we've seen.
They did something. It's not good. I'm not getting anything good from here. I'm just typing in the Cubs.
Nardi is available. Moore.
Angels plays Anthony Rendon on the IL lower back inflammation.
Moore's available. Nardi is available.
Speaking of just don't play because you're not getting what you want. Man, Angels got screwed with him. I wonder if they can legally sue him. Rendon's just.
Let me get back to that super chat. King, what's up, man? This is the first time I've seen you in here. I'm glad to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. Mets need to get Chafin. Wanted him for years now. That would have been a good one. He does seem to keep popping up on the Mets radar. King, how you feeling about King? If you're still here, how are you feeling about Blackburn? I like it. I like it for you guys. Right, yes. And Andrew Chafin has been traded to the Rangers. Will Smith. That's funny. Does Spencer Jones get Yandy or Fairbanks? Really That's a tough trade. That is a tough trade. Spencer Jones for Diaz and Fairbanks. I would hesitate on that. I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would pull the trigger on that. JT Royals, I think the Royals might be done. A decent back end of the rotation piece. We were talking about him. He can pitch up to a 3. If you put him in at the 4 spot, you are setting him up for success. His breaking ball and his off speed are top 20% of the league by run value. He's a good pitcher. He's not Justin Verlander. He's not Max Scherzer.
It's fun watching
of that ilk.
It's fun watching Justin Turner taking
the pitchers in baseball.
Taking BP in a
That's not where
Fenway
the Mets are
in a
at
Mariner
right now.
outfit. Let them cut
My
sleeves.
prediction for Flaherty to go.
Got the Viking out there.
I would love to see
Oof,
Dodgers.
it's gonna be so much fun.
Heyman's got.
Yeah, this is cool. Sorry, we'll get back to it, but back to listening to Jim, whatever he's saying.
Zuber going to the New York Mets, and again the Red Sox interested in Luis Rengifo. Andy Martino.
Oh, I'm following the right people, man.
Mets are in on relievers. Remember when we thought the Phillies gave up a ton for Carlos Estevez? That looks like nothing compared to the haul the Padres just sent the Marlins for Tanner Scott. Relief pitching prices are insane this year. Can the Nats take advantage with Kyle Finnegan?
Like that. Give me a jersey for sure, guys.
Let's update the player board here. Tanner Scott. To the Padres.
I'm looking for anything interesting right now. I mean, it's cool watching Justin Turner taking BP. Maybe he can hit one over the monster like I called yesterday. I called it yesterday that Randy was going to hit
Again,
one.
I don't think Scooble or Snell are going anywhere.
He did.
As the minutes pass, so do I think the chances of Crochet or Robert. At this point, Ward and Rooker may be closer to the deadline. They are those bats with multiple years of control. Robert has more money attached to him. Ward and Rooker are in the arbitration years. Difficult to get deals done for them, but they could help so many teams. You have to wonder if they will open up and do a deal there. Again, thank you guys for coming in. Make sure if you have not yet, hit that like if you are enjoying your time here. If the deadline is doing it for you, make sure to hit that like. Subscribe to the channel if you have not yet. Again, we have a goal today of getting to 47,000. We are about 100 subscribers away from that. We have an hour and 10 minutes until the deadline. So if you haven't subscribed, please do so. And don't just subscribe, but subscribe and come back.
Oh, from the Blue Jays.
We talk baseball all year long. We've been doing it for years. This is a good day for baseball to get sort of promoted on YouTube. The algorithm is favoring MLB and trade deadline talk. So this is a good day. Many of you may be finding me for the first time. So thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate that, and I'd like for you all to be back here, and I'd like you to help. I'd like you to be a part of our community. So thank you guys for spending some time. Crochet for Beatty and Parada. Who says no? There you go, Jimmy. I know the Mets wouldn't. Dodgers starting to look like the Lakers. Andy's pissed.
Yeah, is there really like nothing coming out here? I'm getting a lot of weird
pizza. SD Mike, I just finally hit submit. It is currently baking. That's what the pizza tracker's telling me.
For us Mariner fans.
King, Mets have officially announced the Paul Blackburn acquisition from Oakland for minor league pitcher Cade Morris. You
really think Scooble and Snell is out, Jim? I don't know.
The Mets aren't done.
I don't know about that.
They are looking for another
last minute. I mean, we're talking 1 hour left.
To what they gave up for Paul Blackburn, it's a great.
I do like this. I mean, first impressions. What jumps out to me immediately is that
my
they're
son's
starting
favorite
pitching.
place to get pizza is from Papa John's. So
how well they
we
throw
got
the
Papa
ball.
John's pizza.
Obviously, they've got a
Today's
really
live
good
stream is
bullpen.
not in any way
Oh, man.
sponsored by Papa John's,
Which
and
is,
I'm
and
not
I
encouraging
think,
any of you
kind
to
of
go
the
get
foundation of
Papa
a
John's.
championship team.
Today's
You've
live
got to
stream
have
is
good
sponsored
pitching.
by two entities.
I'm glad
One is
him
my
and Jared
podcast, the
Poto
Barreled
see
Up
eye to
Podcast.
eye, but
Wherever you get your podcast,
that's
make
also
sure
coming from a
to
guy who's a really good hitter, and he's probably been
subscribe and
surrounded
stay
on
close
every team with
to
really
that.
good
I
hitting.
work with Robbie Hyde a lot on that as
mean,
my co-host. We've
Blue Jays had
tons
really
of
good
guests.
hitting.
We've had Bob Nightingale on there. Brett
The
Boone,
Red Sox had
Foolish
really good hitting.
Baseball, Stark Ravings
Dodgers
Sports,
had really good
Morty
hitting. He's never
NYM.
been on a team with
I mean,
really
it
bad hitting,
doesn't
and
end. We've
Mariners
done
are the
McCain,
worst.
We've
They're
Ryan Ripken. We've
period.
run the
They're
gamut.
worst. So I mean,
Make sure to
nice
subscribe to
comment,
the
but
podcast,
like I
and
don't
we
know.
are also
I hope he
powered
understands
by
that.
BetUS.
He's now on a
Link
team
is
with
down
bad
below
hitting,
to
and
sign up to BetUS. 125% bonus on those first 3 deposits.
really good pitching.
If
I think
were
that's
the Braves,
changed for
I
him.
dangle Freed to the Dodgers to turn him into Crochet.
Yes, Jack.
Freed being a free agent, the Braves need Freed.
Yeah, he's a rental 1 year.
Manuel, thank you
They gave
for
up four
of
their top 10.
donation. We'll
Or
let
sorry,
this
3 of their
one
top 10
slide.
and
It
1
is all
outside
good.
have been the
Peter
top
Bendix
20,
for president.
I believe. Or
Peter
57 or
Bendix,
something like that.
The Miami Marlins.
So. Yep, there it is.
Winning the deadline.
Yeah, number 24.
Zolan, are the Cubs
So,
done? They just might be.
1 in the top 50
Cubs might
of
be.
the MLB with
If
Snelling.
they're buying pieces,
They're number 4, they're
they're
number 5,
buying
and then
for
their
future
organization
years,
number
and if
24.
they're trading anybody,
You guys can see right here.
at this point, there's
So.
only one name that comes to mind.
Yeah, Tanner Scott's 1 it's 1 year. It's not even 1 year, it's
Only
2
one
months.
name comes to mind, and that's Hector Neris.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Greg, thank you
The
for
only
subscribing.
option
I
that
see
the
you
Padres
subscribing.
have,
Jason,
looking at
thank
what
you
we have
for
right now,
subscribing. Baja
as far
Noda,
as
thank you for
realistic,
subscribing.
unless they can
Devil
get somebody to
Woman,
buy on those super
56,
expensive
thank you
contracts,
for
and they have a lot of
subscribing.
contracts that are no trade
Who
clause,
else do we have
is
here over the last
Ha-Seung
couple of
Kim
minutes?
getting
Let's
traded
subscribe
for
again
3 or
in
4
the
prospects.
feed.
One of those have to be in the top 100
Dalek, Sec,
of
thank you for
the
subscribing.
MLB
Mark
pipeline.
Cruz,
Have
thank
to
you for
be.
subscribing again. Welcome all. Elias Ledesma,
I don't know who that would
thank you
be.
for
Orioles?
subscribing.
Orioles? I don't think
James
they don't
the
need
Savage,
Ha-Seung
Chris
Kim.
Cochran, Chris Smith.
Dodgers?
Thank you all for subscribing
Maybe
here in the
Dodgers.
last few minutes. Welcome to our
So,
community. Welcome to
I don't know.
Ball Cap Nation. I'm happy to have you guys here and on board. Blue Jays today are quiet during the deadline. Well, hold on. Wait a minute. We got the Trevor Richards. And really, that was the only other one that was a certainty, was Trevor Richards. Mike, welcome to Ball Cap Nation. Welcome to the Gold Club, man. Thank you for signing up for that. Thank you for doing
All right,
that.
guys, I'll leave you.
You'll
I'll
get
leave
your
you
name highlighted.
real
You
quick
get a free
with Jimmy.
Super Chat redemption every
gotta
month. You get a badge.
go
You
empty.
get the emoji access. So thank you for signing up and becoming a member. Again, might be you. A lot of you might be finding me for the first time today. I am glad that you did, and I hope that you stay close and continue on with us moving forward. I like to think that I'm the voice of reason when it comes to Major League Baseball. I get a little excited, but also can talk it straight down the line. Where are we right now with any more deals? Ken Rosenthal. Anything you could get for Trevor Richards is good. If they could have traded Trevor Richards a month ago, they would have gotten something better. But they didn't, and they didn't get much in return. We are 1 hour and 4 minutes from the deadline. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Snell, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see a Blake Snell thing happen. Shug, I know. Are the Dodgers going to do anything? I don't know. We are creeping up on 2,000 likes. Can we get there? 148 to go. Ryan, you would like Dylan Floro to the Mariners. Any more on the Cardinals trading Carlson? That's quieted down. It could still happen, though. Strike Blitz, what's up with Tyler Anderson? Look, so the names that are over here that we came into today thinking they could be traded, it has been nothing. Rooker, Ward. We've got some rumors about Robert that he could be traded. Crochet, rumors that he could be traded, but nothing hot. We've got a ton of names here. Jamison Tyone. I don't think Tyone going anywhere. Jack Flaherty, where's he going? Jonathan India, we've had rumors there, probably not going anywhere. Tyler Anderson, we've had rumors. Yandy Diaz, what's happening? Rengifo, let's go. These deals need to get done. Let's see. Again, thank you guys. Those that sub, we just jumped up 30 new subscribers, so thank you guys. Where are we? So the return for Chafin. This took some time. Rangers are sending Joseph Montevello and Chase Lee to Detroit for Andrew Chafin. How do we think about that? That is the package going from Texas to Detroit.
We only have 1 more hour left.
Montevello and Lee.
It's 1:58 Pacific Standard Time. So that's it.
Joseph Montevello is the number 27 prospect in the organization. Lee is unranked. It's a good deal for Andrew Chafin. It's one of those deals where I think some of the other teams might say, why not? Why not us? Why couldn't we have done that? Andrew Chafin's good. Wally. Need Gleyber Torres to be traded. Wally. We had a thought brought up earlier about Andrew Chafin.
I only care about
Not Andrew Chafin. Gleyber Torres and a fit with the Braves. It's beautiful. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's an amazing thing. That thought process, needing a second baseman just to get you through to the postseason, waiting for Ozzie Albies to come back. If Ozzie hits any snags and doesn't come back, then Gleyber is your second baseman. Gleyber doesn't want to move off of second with the New York Yankees. Gleyber's going to be a free agent anyway. He's a goner. Gleyber to the Braves plays. Don't know if it's going to happen, but it plays. Strike Blitz, technically almost 3 years, but the OG account got hacked by Bitcoin sellers who hacked my channel. Damn it. Strike Blitz, yes, I know. You have been here. You have been very regular. Very, very, a very regular, long-time supporter. Thank you. And I don't mean regular by regular. You know what I mean. John. Yeah, Chad Green could be dealt. Think about, so that's why you see what these relievers are going for. Chad Green could bring you a nice return. Zachary, you want me to check out Francis Romero again? What's he saying? Yankees and Astros are the teams making a final push for Yandy Diaz. 1 hour to go. So let's see if we can get a Yandy Diaz deal done. We're not really hearing anything on Tyler Anderson. We're hearing Red Sox for Rengifo. We're hearing nothing on India. We're hearing a couple of teams for Flaherty. We were hearing Yankees. We were hearing Dodgers. Tyone, it's been quiet.
The Astros get Yandy Diaz. Mariners are in trouble.
Tyler, did the Dodgers do enough? I would say no.
I don't know if DePoto realizes that.
They have incredible talent on the team and can still win the World Series even if they don't make a splash at the deadline. I would have thought that it could have been worthwhile. Roman Anthony, top Red Sox prospect, scratched from the lineup today at AA Portland. You have a hug watch for Roman Anthony. No way. Roman Anthony for Luis Rengifo would be highway robbery. Can't do it. Can't do it. That's just my gut. Could look it up on baseball trade values. Could sit here and think about it for 5 minutes and talk myself into it. I wouldn't do it. No. Wouldn't be able to do it. Crochet, maybe. I don't think so.
You know what? I'll
if
be
anything, it's for Crochet. Right. I mean, that's where
one more
you're starting
deal,
to look at prospects of that degree. I mean, remember, Tamar Johnson was scratched by the Pittsburgh Pirates a couple hours ago in the ninth with 1 out. What happened to that?
Stop.
Nothing.
We need a bat.
In fact, well, let's try to figure out. Can we? Does anybody have anything about why he was scratched? Oh, did you? Okay, hold on. Did you guys see that? You didn't see that. I'm gonna play this. So this is from a guy, Christian C. Wolf PGH. Didn't see it live, but Tamar Johnson was removed from the game today because of his reaction after grounding out in the 7th inning. Okay, I'm gonna play this. It's only a couple seconds. We don't have anything to worry about with that, but you'll see why. Let's go back over here.
I'm curious. I want to see what he's talking about. I'll leave
This is
over
amazing.
here.
You're gonna see this, and you're gonna be like, "Holy sh!" And let's see. Make sure you guys can see the screen. There we go. Here is Tamar Johnson grounding out. Spiked his bat. Spiked his bat backwards and almost hits the umpire, almost hits the catcher. That's why Tamar Johnson was benched, pulled in the 9th. Now, it's interesting that so had he been...
Whatever. Who cares?
They're saying he was pinch hit for in the top of the 9th. So he went back out into the field and played in the bottom of the 8th or the bottom of the 7th and the bottom of the 8th. It's interesting that they would let him remain in the game for defense and then pull him.
Jim wants to see this.
Let's see what we've got here. A couple to dig into. We'll look at Feinsand and we'll look at Bob Nightingale. First, Mark Feinsand. For those who wondered whether the Blue Jays might reverse course and trade their controllable players, including Vladimir Guerrero Jr., sources say Toronto has no plans to move Vladdy or any other big-name players signed beyond this season. You're welcome. Bob Nightingale. 1 hour remains until the trade deadline with two of the game's biggest starters still on the market. Garrett Crochet of the White Sox and Jack Flaherty. Oops. Oops. Maybe that's some foreshadowing. The Dodgers continue to be engaged on Crochet and Flaherty, and he mistyped saying that Jack Flaherty was already a Dodger. But confirmation, if you needed confirmation,
so here's the
there
thing
was
about this
no
one.
shot that
Let me see if I
Vladimir
can
Guerrero
find it.
Jr. was ever going to be dealt. You got Ferguson to the Astros. Yeah, poor Bob. Flaherty
I've
to the
seen
Dodgers
this too many
confirmed.
times where
It's funny.
they talk about the
But
teams that are in
Vladimir
on them, and
gets
then
out.
someone swoops in and steals them. So I'm not counting the Mariners out on
Will
Yandy.
Crochet be dealt? I think it's unlikely. Flaherty's got to be.
I don't think they're out.
Jack Flaherty has to be traded.
But the Astros, they
can't
typically
hold
come
on
out
to
of
him.
nowhere and they pull stuff off. So when
I
they're
do
being
believe
talked
the
about, they
Orioles are done, yes.
typically don't fall in.
And that is
The only
disappointing.
time I've seen it is with
Too many.
Kikuchi,
I know,
and that was
but I do
also a
believe that they're
fleece on the Blue
I don't
Jays
think
part.
Bellinger's going
They
anywhere.
got such a good return.
We are
Astros
only
lost that deal.
99 likes
So
from 2000. That is the goal. 99 likes from 2000. Can we get there?
and even other
If you
people are
have
saying the
not
Yankees
used
absolutely cannot
your
let the
like
Astros
yet,
get him.
let's do it
Everybody
now.
needs
We
to
are
fight for
less
him,
than an
and the
hour
Rays are going
away
to take the best package.
From the
But
deadline crossing over.
I'm
We
on
are
board with Astros not
53
getting him.
minutes away.
Yeah, I mean the Mariners can't afford it.
Where?
They just can't. They can't afford it.
Would a Flaherty deal be worth more than a QO comp pick for the Tigers? Well, that's what you have to weigh out here. That is most certainly
Who is this?
what they have to weigh out. It should be. Based on what you say Kikuchi went for, based on
Was it
what the
1:52
pitching
p.m.?
is going for, it wouldn't be for Fetty if they got a return
Who is
similar
this?
to
Red
Eric
Sox?
but it should. There are teams that have now missed out.
Something's happening in
Yankees have missed out on pieces. The Dodgers have missed out on pieces. That creates a desire, a burning feeling in your stomach. Damn it, we got to do something. We can't sit on our hands. And for the Yankees, you're getting to a point. Remember, landing Jack Flaherty, it was that was a two-tiered system, right? John Heyman tweeting, Roman Anthony scratch has no relationship to a trade. He's basically untouchable. So don't worry about or get excited about a Roman Anthony trade. Seems like that is not going to go down. What was I going to do? Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Guys, we're only 20 likes away from 2,000 now. Only 20 to go. Let's see. Last year, the trade deadline stream, let's see. In 2022, we had 1,853 likes in 2022. In 2023, we had 2,200
I saw include his stuff on here.
Likes.
I don't follow this guy. I don't watch his videos.
Got some work to do to beat last year's crew. We're over 2,000, but there's still 2,200 was the final like count on last year's live stream. There's still time, but it is 200 to go. We have reached the goal.
They're looking to add a lefty reliever, but they're saying Roman Anthony has nothing to do with the trade. Why is he untouchable? That's my question. Why would
here's the question.
Heyman say he's untouchable? If they trade him, Heyman loses a lot of credibility. A lot. Nobody's untouchable. I think that's very stupid for people to say. Nobody's untouchable. Julio Rodriguez is not untouchable. If there's some team that can offer something crazy, it's going to happen. There's no reason why not. If the numbers work and a team wants a player bad enough,
see if we do it.
Teams they'll do it.
Blue Jays today just
if it benefits them, if it's a win, they're going to do it.
Red Sox are still looking to add a lefty reliever. The Blue Jays today, guys, are pumped about maybe that being Genesis Cabrera. Sure, let's go. Anybody and everybody. Send them. Send them all. You think the Cubs are done now, Zolan? Again, the one piece I could see moving is Hector Neris.
That's a good one. I mean, Morosi having another Ohtani play moment. Somebody mentioning how can you scratch him if he's never played it, if he's never in the lineup to begin with.
You see that?
That's pretty good. There is a chance the Mariners do something in the next 45 minutes.
Chad Green, yep. Piece up H-Town would like Neris. Yeah.
Anxiously leaning forward and watching and hoping and seeing. Whoever the one viewer is that's on here right now, you are
the last thing you want to do is go out there and be stubborn and have this enormous asking price and then not trade your guy. Hey, one thing we're watching right now is the Colorado Rockies. They haven't traded anybody today.
True.
And to this point, what's their only trade has been Jalen Beeks, right? That's it. Cal Quantrill, Ryan McMahon. There are names out there, and the Colorado Rockies, to this point, there's still an hour for something to change because remember, even after 6 o'clock, deals are going to come trickling. The Colorado Rockies are sitting on their hands, screwing it up again. And Mears, yep. These guys. I'm sorry, I said Ryan McMahon. I meant Brendan Rodgers. There's 3 Rockies that should be dealt. Elias Diaz. Don't forget about Elias Diaz. Brendan Rodgers and Cal Quantrill should all be traded. We now have less than an hour. There is literally no reason to keep them. None. Oh, good job by the Pirates. Good job by the Pirates. Josh, thank you. Money for you because you're better than Hyde and Wardy. Those my guys, though. It's all in fun. Team Ball Cap Nation. Thank you, Josh. Robbie and Tyler are my boys as well. They do a good job. Thank you, Josh. I get it. I get the joke. It's good. I like it. Let me get this. I'm trying to get over here because we have a trade. We have a trade that I like. I really like this for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Okay.
I'm hoping they don't give up much. Brian De La Cruz is headed to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Brian De La Cruz has a
but I did throw him out there as an option.
lot of control here. And because of that, it could boost the return to a level that I don't know if I want my Pittsburgh to go to. Brian De La Cruz is not even in arbitration yet. Next year will be arbitration 1 for Brian
got a lot of
De
control,
La Cruz.
like we mentioned earlier.
You're getting him for 3 more years.
100%.
But when you think about Pittsburgh, when you think about their outfield, that's an area where they could use an upgrade. Josh Palacios, I think he was one of the guys that was kind of fun. You've got... Yes. You can upgrade on G1 Bay. You can upgrade on Joshua Palacios. And that is what we should be getting with Brian De La Cruz here. Good young player this year. 18 home runs. 245 batting average. 289 on base, so he doesn't draw a lot of walks. But we're seeing at least in terms of the home runs, we're seeing him take a step forward. We're seeing his slugging is about level with this year over year, but we're seeing some more power. If he could become a 30 homer bat, this would be phenomenal for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Again, remember, there's 3 more years after this with Brian De La Cruz. So in that time period, can he become that kind of bat? I don't know. Maybe he remains a 20 homer bat. That would still be an upgrade
huge pickup
over
Pirates,
G1 Bay and Joshua Palacios.
We were just looking at this earlier.
I want to see what they get in return. I'm glad they did it. I like it.
Brian De La Cruz, as far as like trades and stuff, because I had an idea that maybe he would.
What I'm curious about,
he would go, but then I looked at his contract. I was like, no way.
Oh, we have the return.
Yeah, but we got to. It had to be a huge return.
One piece headed to Miami.
Yeah, he's cheap.
That's what it seems like.
With them till 2028, while at the same time he is.
It looks like the return piece is going to be Junsuk Shim, a right-handed pitcher, 45 out of 80 graded prospect.
Right. But still, 245,
number 17 prospect
home runs,
in
3 stolen
the
bases.
organization.
So what
it looks like
but
is the return here.
He's good. He's good. Who are they giving up?
Brian De La Cruz. Shim is part of the return.
Well, I just
so
saw
we
something
don't
from Garrett
have the full return here. That's part of the return. And he is the number 17 prospect. This team, I believe, should deal from their wealth of pitching. So as it stands right now, when you think about the Pittsburgh Pirates, let's put the Pittsburgh Pirates up on the board. I love that we got Pirates buying, we got Royals buying. This is good stuff. This is good for baseball.
Good for the Pirates.
For these teams to be in buying modes. Let's think about Pittsburgh, though. I'm going to pull them up here on the board. We'll switch screens. While we do, again, I just want to remind you, we are powered by BetUS. Link is down below to check them out. Number one online sports.
Guess what, guys? We're powered by nobody.
125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. They have everything you could imagine.
I have
Live
nothing
betting,
that you
props,
can like.
futures,
Just me and my
everything.
smile. And I love
Every
you guys for being
sports.
here.
They've got it. Link is down below. Make sure to check out BetUS. So when it comes to
Andrew
the
McCutcheon
Pittsburgh
right now is the
Pirates,
DH.
we are going to be adding in Brian De La
He's looking at the
Cruz,
same thing I'm looking at, but
either over Palacios or Bay. One of them will move.
Who's
or
their
we'll get
worst
Brian
right
De La
now?
Cruz in there.
he says Palacios or Bay.
This team should deal from
He's
the
batting
wealth of
188
pitching.
and 199. Those are the
Look at this.
worst right
Okay,
now.
So you've got Skeens.
That's Bay
You've got Keller.
and Trujillo. I'm
and
betting
injured
money.
right
It
now,
is
but
Bay.
obviously is a big part of
And
their
then
future
Andrew
is Jared
McCutcheon
Jones.
goes to center
Those
field.
three. Plus down
Because
in the
Palacios
system right now, you
is
have
number
Bubba
6.
Chandler,
He's
who is a
batting
very
230.
well-regarded,
But
and
Bay's
well-thought
batting
of
shit,
pitcher in the
so
organization. He's at Double-A. Bubba Chandler's
McCutcheon in
probably
center.
in the mix next year.
De La Cruz goes to
Braxton
DH. Does his normal
Ashcraft
thing. It's a bit. It's
is
an upgrade.
currently
It's good for them.
pitched most of the year at Double-A. He's received a promotion to Triple-A in the
Shim
last few
was
weeks.
one of their
He's
options. I don't
pitching
know if
well
he
there
is
as well.
even
You
on
are
their
starting to
roster.
see
Nope.
a situation
He
where
must be in
if
Triple
they
A.
wanted to make a splash.
So, or Double A. I want to see. I don't
Thomas
know. I'm not
Harrington,
familiar with
he's been
Shim.
pitching
Is he a
very well
prospect?
down at the minors.
He's
It
not.
starts to look like this Pittsburgh team
So,
with Skeens and Keller and Jones as 3 of the sort of the centerpieces for this rotation, and with really 4 guys down in the minors right now with Chandler, Solometo, Ashcraft, and Harrington pitching well-regarded prospects. You might be able to deal one of them and get something done here. This is probably as big as they're going to go, but just thinking the opportunity for Taylor Ward or the opportunity for Brent Rooker, I think it's there with that pitching sort of at the center of it. They're getting to a point where they could move one of those top pitching arms. I like what they're doing. I like what we're seeing here with only 40 minutes to go. I got to think we're getting close to a point where they're done, where the Pittsburgh Pirates won't be adding much more. But this is good.
very good.
We have more from Craig Mish here to take a look at. Let's open back up our Twitter feed and take a look. Marlins will also receive Garrett Forster as a part of the deal. Garrett Forster is the number 18 prospect by MLB.com's pipeline. So Shim and Forster, number 17 and number 18 for Brian De La Cruz, who is still maturing into the player that he is going to be. I like this deal. If this is it,
good for the-
if it's these two
Good for
pieces,
the Pirates and
Shim and
good
Forster
prospects
for
the
Brian De La
Marlins. This Marlins
Cruz,
team's
good
gonna be
job.
in 2028.
I don't need to open up baseball trade values and run it through there. I don't need to do that. This is a
For
good
the
trade.
record, I don't like
This is a
baseball
good
trade
deal. I don't
values.
think Snell's
they're
going anywhere,
really
Lacey. I think
fucking
we're
off.
done.
I don't like the way they set it up.
Good
Sorry
job.
for cussing.
Good job by the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I hate that system, and I'm not going to pay for it either.
Now, we are still waiting
So Shim's number 20.
for some of those big names.
Or Shim's 20.
We are
and he's number
still
17
waiting
prospect.
for the
So, yeah, he was a
Rockies to do
prospect.
something. And I bring that up. You
Good for
might say,
them,
why
though.
is he bringing up the
Good.
Rockies? Bringing up the Rockies because they have botched the deadline time and time again. They have Cal Quantrill. They have Elias Diaz. They have Ryan
What?
McMahon. They have pieces they should be able to move. Francis Ramiro. Thanks, man. Francis Ramiro is tweeting that the Pirates and
he's already got it.
Astros are working on a deal.
Yeah. Pirates and
Pirates
Astros.
and Astros.
Who? Talking
Get Francis up here.
First base, Rowdy Tellez? Maybe Rowdy?
What would these two be coming together on?
Connor Joe?
As we are
Tellez and
103
Connor
likes
Joe.
away from beating last year's stream. So keep smashing that like.
Gotta be Rowdy Tellez and Connor
Design
Joe.
dudes, I
First
don't know
base.
what the hell the Dodgers are doing at this point.
Let's include
I
it.
don't have a clue. Braves throws Connor Joe to the Astros. You could do that. They could certainly do that. I mean, we just pulled up the Pirates depth chart, and Connor Joe sitting on the bench. Connor Joe gets hot though.
Yeah, he does.
Connor Joe has his moments.
That would be really good news. If
There hasn't been many lately.
Tellez or Connor Joe.
That's a good fit. I don't know if that's it. I don't know if you're speculating or you've got it. But Connor Joe is certainly
that would leave Yandy Diaz open.
If you do that, say this. Strike blitz. Chapman.
If you guys missed that, I put first base, but then Yandy Diaz is open for
Go
trade.
for a top 10 prospect right now. I kind of feel like he could. With what's happening, I kind of feel like Aroldis Chapman could go for a top 10 prospect. I could see Connor Joe though, but I think they like Connor Joe, and he's versatile. He can play the corner outfield spots. He can play first base. If Roddy Tellez gets hurt, Connor Joe is your everyday first baseman. So I think for that reason they probably hold on to Connor Joe. That's a good guess though. That would play, but I think they probably hold on to him. Aroldis Chapman. I can't see Chapman going to the Astros though. What the hell would Pittsburgh and Houston be doing? They're both buyers right now. I know.
It's got to be first base. What do the Pirates need?
So Chapman to the Astros is not necessarily a thing, but just Chapman in general. I feel like Chapman would bring a pretty solid return.
I mean, second base, Trujillo.
Well, oh, wait a minute.
Who would be?
I think I know.
Who'd be their shortstop?
I think I know.
I don't know. Prospect? They're both, like you said, they're both buyers.
I think it might be. Do you see all of this extra starting pitching?
Could be
I'm not
pitching
saying it's
too.
Bailey Falter, but could Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez be had for not much? And if you traded Martin Perez or Marco Gonzalez, if you traded one of them, do you think Pittsburgh would miss them? And they would be good depth piece additions for a team like the Astros. So potentially this would be one of the lesser known, sort of under the radar, Marco Gonzalez, Martin Perez, potentially. If that's
Super utility man.
What they're doing.
Wow.
I'm surprised that we got it. I'm surprised that we see that. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Yep. IKF. Wow. Super utility man. Isaiah Kleiner Falefa is going to Toronto or going to Pittsburgh from the Blue Jays.
I don't even know what they're getting in return.
No, but he's happy.
I'm just excited that they did it.
There's that second baseman. They needed a second baseman. Trujillo.
Here it is from Jeff Passan. The Pittsburgh
Triolo is not
acquiring
cutting it.
IKF from the Toronto Blue Jays.
That makes
Just
sense.
send me
some
Pirates merch.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
We'll see what it
Just
is.
send the Blue Jays some fabric to make some hats. That's all I need in return for IKF. I don't need anybody. Send me some brooms. Send me some plastic to make plastic cups. Whatever, dude. I never was a fan of IKF. Do you want to know why? And I know there were people that liked IKF. IKF felt like the poster child of all of the wrong moves that the Toronto Blue Jays have made over the last couple of years. And they have made some good ones, but they made some really bad ones. They went way over correcting on certain elements to this club. And I just felt like IKF was like, if you put somebody on a t-shirt, it would be IKF. I'm sorry. I'm glad. Rob, thank you for the donation. Flashman, what's going on, man? What's up with this deadline? Underwhelming. Come on, crew. I'm hoping they do something. I'm hoping your Brewers do something. I just got a shot of life.
Pirates
Holy
got
cow.
IKF.
Cerudals, that's you got me. You got me. You found my one racist bone, and it's I hate Hawaiians. Get them out of here. I'm kidding, obviously. That is not even close to true.
There's someone's going to clip that.
IKF to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Let's go. Bubba Chandler for IKF. Yeah, I think that would be perfectly fair. Oh, yes. Tamar Johnson. Just bear with me. I'm going to be funny for a second. Tamar Johnson was pulled earlier today. It was all masked by his little bat spike when he grounded out. No. That's not it. It's because the Toronto Blue Jays were working on IKF for Tamar Johnson. And don't say it can't happen because Ross Atkins got a return worthy of Garrett Crochet for Yusei Kikuchi. So don't tell me it can't happen.
Fair.
Let's see here. What are they really?
Sorry.
Do we know
Jack,
what they're getting?
Been paying attention to the
I
chat.
love it. Sorry. This is great news.
Left-hander
This is great
Blake
news.
Snell?
Can't put it past them.
D-backs?
Pirates trying to stay in the race, acquire IKF. I love it. Good. Matt, I think the Guardians are done. I truly do. We are less than a half hour to go, or at a half hour. Tell everybody to get in here.
Let's see. Let's throw it out there.
Tell your friends. Tell everybody to get the hell in here.
Throw it out there.
No, wait a minute. Somebody just texted me something. I can't imagine that. No way.
That was me texting.
That's got to be a speculation thing. No, I see it, Chad. No way. No. That can't happen. I mean, look, I would love that. The reaction will be amazing. I mean, I would love it. Thoughts on another O's deal, Evan? I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're done.
Where'd you get that, Jack?
I think they're done.
I want to see.
We are creeping up on last year's like goal. We need like 50 more, and then we have more likes than last year. Who are the Blue Jays getting? Announce it. Say it. Jeff, say it.
We're gonna
Say
look
it.
this up, Jack. You gotta be feeding me
IKF
that
for
stuff.
Tamar Johnson. Say it. But speak it into existence.
Barroom walk-off?
Speak it into existence.
Let's look it up.
That's not Tamar Johnson. That's not how you say his name, Mark Feinsand. You said the wrong name. You spelled it incorrectly. We got to get... Mark
I'm not
Feinsand
seeing
just
this,
had
dude.
himself a moment. He spelled Tamar Johnson wrong. He spelled it Charles
I sent it to
McAdoo.
Jim, dude. Like, I don't want to be sending that,
Charles
BS.
McAdoo is the number
I'm
29
seeing
prospect
nothing.
by MLB Pipeline. He is a 40 out of 80 graded
JJ
prospect.
Money 3.
Currently down at
Proof
Double
check
A.
this.
At A and Double A this year, he's been hitting altogether a 932 OPS with 14 home runs and
Oh, I
17
think this is-
steals.
no.
This feels like a guy that you see
Parody,
at number
dude. It's not
29.
real.
But the next time they refresh this,
Yeah, this is
he's
all bullshit.
climbing. Maybe he works his way to, the top 20. He was a 13th round pick in 2023. Seems like a guy that is overachieving to me.
No, he's
Last year
this
at
is
A-ball,
parody
a
account.
922 OPS.
I'm
This
gonna
year
make sure I
between
don't
A
see this, 'cause now I
advanced
looked it
and
up.
Double A. He's currently over
I'm gonna-
playing at Altoona. This is
I'm
a
gonna
guy
get
that
him.
seems to be
I don't want this.
overachieving
not real.
early for a 13th round pick. That guy's going to the Toronto Blue Jays. I will take that all day long. That is another win for Ross Atkins, who has secured his job moving forward
Yeah.
with these
No
deals that he is
bueno.
executing
Bad
on
info.
at the deadline. McAdoo is a good return.
28 minutes.
Charles McAdoo would be the number 5 prospect in the San Diego Padres farm system today. So don't tell me it's not a good return. You know him, right? Charles McAdoo, okay, he wouldn't be number 5, but Charles McAdoo would probably be top 15 in the Padres organization. I'm only half joking. We have passed last year's like goal. Thank you all for that. That's pretty cool. I like that. Thank you.
Frustrating, man. Like,
we have a half hour to go.
People make up this shit. And then, like, they get people. And then it gets spread.
We have a half hour to go.
No, Snell's not going. Yeah, all good it happens, he says.
Who's going? Give me your predictions. Give me a prediction. Lincoln Smith, right. We have a half hour to go. And what? Okay, that's old news. We have a half hour to go, and we still have some big names and even some under-the-radar names that we still thought would move that have not moved. Elias Diaz has not gone anywhere. Cal Quantrill has not gone anywhere. Jack Flaherty, nowhere. Tyler Anderson, nowhere. Luis Rengifo, Taylor Ward, still hanging out with the Angels. Kevin Pillar, nothing. The White Sox, they dealt Paul DeJong, but no Crochet, no Robert. There's a lot of pieces here that are still sitting there. Yandy Diaz has gone nowhere. Brent Rooker, nowhere.
That's nothing new. I
Flashman, you would like stuff. Snell to go to Milwaukee? William, the Blue Jays are dumping payroll. They're doing something.
Yeah, everybody's just throwing shit out there now.
We got to see. I'm going to say, here's my prediction. I'm not going to predict a name or a team. I'm going to predict that we get 7 trades
in the next 30 minutes.
I'm going to say 7 trades between now, maybe 8 trades between now, announced, 6. Between now and 6:15.
Yeah, I'm going to get
Eastern. I'm going to say we get 7. I think things are about to get crazy.
I'm going to go 6.
Because teams are going to have to move off of their asking prices because you can't hold on to Jack Flaherty. It is a failure. It will be. Now, listen, there are teams out there. There are fan bases, the Milwaukee Brewers, the Los Angeles Dodgers. You will say, hey, if we don't play, if we don't get this guy, it's a failure. You may be disappointed. What's up, Wonder Davy? You may be disappointed, but it is even more of a failure if you are the Colorado Rockies and you don't trade your players. If you are the Angels and you don't trade your players. If you're the Tigers and you don't trade Jack Flaherty, that is more a failure than the Dodgers not trading for Jack Flaherty. It's more a failure if you if you're holding on to stuff for nothing because you were being hard-headed in your ask. That's a failure. So we need to see some of those teams that are holding firm, that refuse to blink. Now it's time to blink.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to blink. It's time to make moves. It's time to get things done. No more sitting on your hands. Get the deals done. We have less than a half hour to go. It is time. It is also time, if you haven't yet, to sign up for BetUS. The link is down below. 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. Make sure you check them out. If you've tried the rest, you need to be on with BetUS, the number 1 online sportsbook. Check them out down below. You find the link. And also make sure you subscribe to my podcast, the Barreled Up Podcast, wherever you get your pods. I don't know if the Phillies have anything more in them. Heaven's grace, you would love to see Yandy go to the Astros. I mean, it's a fit.
See the Phillies getting.
We've heard so much. What have we heard? We've heard so much.
If they wanted to
about Yandy.
If they really wanted
to, we've heard a ton about Flaherty. We've heard a ton about Dylan Carlson. There's just some deals that, or some players that we keep hearing about, and I gotta think we're close. It's gotta happen for some of these names. SD Mike, I don't think Yandy's going to Atlanta, but I can see Yandy to New York or Seattle or Houston. They have to do it.
Yes, they do.
You got to. Let's see. What's going on with Craig Mish? What's going on?
Yeah, he said something. I missed it.
I don't see anything new.
He said the trades are
One
crazy.
more trade's coming. This is wild, he says. Uh-oh. Okay, let's try to guess then.
All right, I'm about to just go to Craig
Let's
Mish.
try to guess. Craig Mish says one more trade's coming. This is wild. For Craig Mish to say this
Yeah,
is
here it
wild,
is.
he's either two things. It's a culmination of the entire day,
Another
and the
Marlins
entire
trade
day
pending.
is wild, or the trade is wild.
Yeah.
Who could it be? If
I
we're
hope it's the
thinking about
Mariners.
a Miami piece that's on the move and it's wild,
Trades coming is wild. MLB
are we
trade
talking
rumors is
Edward
ready.
Cabrera? It could be Edward
I'm
Cabrera.
just staying on him.
It could. I mean, it feels like it's Edward Cabrera and that's it. Andrew Nardi is available. Andrew Nardi himself wouldn't be wild, but Andrew Nardi could add on to a wild day.
More trades coming. So there's more than just one.
Oh, he just said, oh my God, more trades, not one trade. You're right. Right. He says more trades coming. This is wild. Another Marlins trade impending. Who?
Yeah.
It's got to be Edward Cabrera.
Maybe.
God, could they swing a Luzardo trade? Luzardo's value is terrible. Luzardo's value's not there, but could they deal Luzardo? I guess, I mean, if the offer's strong
Jesus
enough,
Sanchez.
you
I'm gonna
could
go with
see
Jesus.
it. So I'm going to say long shot Luzardo.
Jesus Sanchez.
More likely Edward Cabrera.
He's
Give me your
saying those
prediction.
two, but I'm saying
Everybody right now in the chat, give me your
Yeah.
prediction.
Jesus
Are we
Sanchez,
big? Are we big time in it? Are we talking
Ben,
Luzardo
243,
Cabrera, or
slugging
are we
414.
going soft and we're going Berger or Sanchez or somebody like that? What do you got from a Marlins perspective?
Jesus
What's
Sanchez
the piece?
Is good till 2028.
Oh my God. You can hold on the predictions. Daniel
wow.
Alvarez Montez is tweeting the Mets are acquiring Huskar Brazaban from the Marlins.
Well, that's underwhelming.
Relief pitcher, 34 years old.
But there's more. He said more.
On the year, a 2.93 ERA over 30 innings, 34 Ks, 11 walks. Mets adding a bullpen piece. And it is probably not going to cost them much. I got to think there's more.
That was underwhelming.
I can't imagine Craig Mish is going to get excited about
Yeah,
that.
that's not it.
Maybe he would.
No. Luzardo.
So you guys know MLB deadline news, right? You know that. You know that he kind of aggregates stuff, pulls stuff in from all over, and I mean, look, the guy's got his finger on the pulse of all the different talk that's going on, and does a good job. I mean, I gotta imagine the guy just lives 24/7 to just to spread the news out there.
Get that stuff going.
I'm gonna pull up his latest.
Call it a scratch. Some people have some stupid comments.
Yeah, he doesn't make anything up. It's just it's the deadline news. It's what he's hearing. It's where it is. Here it is.
Now here's what you're looking
pay for
for.
premium, guys.
Firm, yet fluffed.
Scratched from the Norfolk Tides lineup per Rock Cabaco.
Mariners get Holiday.
Right? Rock Cabaco
Maybe.
with the Orioles.
Maybe.
With Connor Norby out. Think about this for the Baltimore Orioles. Connor Norby just was traded to the Miami Marlins. The Baltimore Orioles, Connor Norby, until the trade went down, Norby had been up because Mateo was hurt. I'm going to think that this is Jackson Holiday is going to step in there and probably make it back to the big leagues with Connor Norby on the move. That probably opened up a spot for Jackson Holiday to get the call back up.
Probably.
And if you're the Baltimore Orioles and you're looking to send your best team into October, don't you need to bring Jackson Holiday back up and get him accustomed to major league pitching? I'd do it. No, the pizza's upstairs. It was for the kids. I'll grab it later. Pizza's for the kids. And we have the kids are not upstairs this whole time by themselves. We have a babysitter today. For anybody that thinks I'm like parent abusing, hey kids, just have pizza. Just stay upstairs. Put your face in in front of your iPad and have some pizza.
Yep.
No, we didn't do that. Got a
Good
babysitter. I do believe the Braves are probably done. I guess the question now is how far beyond last year's like goal can we get? We have beaten last year's like goal. We are setting a new record for these live streams because we were at 1,800, then we were 2,200. Now we're 2,241. Keep smashing that like. Let's see if we can set something new. Also, make sure to subscribe if you have not yet. We are pushing for 47,000 subscribers. We are at 46,967. What?
Whoa.
Wait.
Chicago.
Wait.
Eloy Jimenez with Baltimore is oh boy.
I'm afraid.
Is Holiday going?
Afraid. Jeff Passan just tweeted.
Yeah, he did.
For who?
Eloy Jimenez from Chicago to the Orioles.
Okay. It's going to get crazy. These guys are hysterical. Divine Sports Gospel, I love them. They are hysterical. They've done some stuff with my boy Borna from Hogwatch. Divine Sports Gospel is fantastic. Funny as hell. Great personalities, great dudes. Love it.
Eloy
Jimenez is going to the Baltimore Orioles.
The Orioles. Oh, that's cool. I want more.
Can we talk? Let's talk about this for a minute. The Baltimore Orioles. Eloy Jimenez is a designated hitter.
Yep.
Straight up, he cannot play in the outfield. Dark Reaper, I kind of agree with you. Eloy Jimenez is a DH. The Baltimore Orioles have been using the designated hitter spot to sort of rotate guys in and around. Adley Rutschman plays a ton of DH.
Where's my Orioles at?
Eloy Jimenez is not going to play. Could you imagine Eloy Jimenez out there playing next to Mount Baltimore, whatever the hell they call that wall atrocity now? He's not going to be the left fielder. Colton Cowser.
Did I spell that wrong?
Ryan O'Hearn gets a lot of run at DH. Ryan Mountcastle gets run at DH. Adley Rutschman gets run at DH. Heston Kjerstad gets run at DH.
Here we go.
I'm surprised.
What's the return?
This doesn't feel like something they
What big
need.
leaguer is White Sox getting?
Eloy Jimenez, how many years of control do they have? Because and Anthony Santander will get some run at DH. Santander plays a lot of right field.
What's the return going to be?
The Baltimore Orioles do have an interesting situation looming, and that is
Ryan O'Hearn?
that Eloy Jimenez, not Eloy Jimenez, Anthony Santander is a free agent at the end of the season.
But who would play
Eloy Jimenez is $13 million this year, 13.8, and then there are two club options, a 16.5 and an $18.5 million club option. I don't think the Orioles are going to pick that up.
No.
So this is interesting because I truly think it's just going to be a rental. I don't see the I don't see anybody picking up that $16.8 million and that 18.5. No shot. So this is essentially a rental.
Beavers,
but who are you giving up?
Jr.?
And more interesting about this isn't really yes, it's who you're giving up, but who's going to lose playing time? Is a fascinating question. Who's going to lose playing time?
Beavers or
guys, we are 29 subscribers away from 47,000. If you haven't yet, please subscribe. Irving Figueroa. Oasis, thank you for subscribing. Edgar, thank you for just subscribing right now. Jay and James and Nikki Norman, Unfit Umbreon, thank you for all subscribing here in the last couple of minutes. Welcome to our community. Welcome to Ballcat Nation.
The White Sox finally found a taker.
Talk baseball all year long.
It's a salary.
So don't just subscribe. Stay close to us. Stay with us. Tonight, I will be working on the trade deadline grades, and that will be up tomorrow. So we will keep digging into everything around Major League Baseball. Who are they giving up?
That's what I want to know.
My question.
That's not good. Never say
They
never
might
until the
not have to give
deadline's
up anything.
passed, but they said they're not giving up Yandy Diaz. So who is the next
Bob
one?
Nightingale is putting this as a salary dump. Jimenez was earning $13 million in the final year of a 6-year deal, $43 million contract, and White Sox finally found a taker. There are some club options, but they are most likely going to be declined. So there's a good chance that Eloy Jimenez, exactly, lefty masher, Eloy Jimenez goes to Baltimore for nothing, which you got to think, hey, could my team have done that? The Baltimore Orioles get it done, Eloy Jimenez, and I don't think it'll cost them anything of consequence.
I'm just feeding him shit.
Robert
You guys
Murray
are
tweeting
wondering.
right now. What's Robert Murray got? Come on. What is happening?
Acquiring left-hander Tanner Banks from the White Sox.
Just got really small for some reason.
Okay.
There we go.
So Tanner Banks is going to Philly.
Philadelphia Phillies are getting a deal done, acquiring left-hander Tanner Banks from the White Sox. So, again, we are going to start seeing deals come in. Deals will be announced, and it is going to come in and happen at a rapid fashion. We got those Pirates deals. We got the Orioles
Yeah,
getting Jimenez. We
11
got
minutes.
the Phillies getting Tanner Banks from the Chicago White
11
Sox.
minutes till the closing of the trade deadline.
Tanner Banks is a lefty reliever. Tanner Banks has been
This is nuts.
all right this year. I like the K rate on Tanner
Can
Banks.
Please, the M's.
I
just
think for
make
Philadelphia
something
to grab
happen.
him, it is a nice addition to that bullpen. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it shouldn't cost much, but it gives you another lefty arm. They got a lot of lefty options as it is with Alvarado and Soto and Strom. This gives you another one.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
So the Phillies grab something more here. If you wanted something more, you got something more. You didn't get a splash, but you got something more. We are 10 minutes from the deadline. Strike Blitz, still not one
It's
top 100
wild to me
prospect dealt. That is crazy.
It's wild to me how the
Was
White
Snelling
Sox have
not a
sold
top 100
everybody but the
prospect?
top names.
For the
All of them.
San Diego Padres?
Yeah,
Thought he
DeYoung's
might have been.
gone. Jimenez is gone. Fetty's gone. Tommy Pham's gone.
Snelling was the number 44 prospect.
Everybody's gone on the
overall.
White Sox except for the two guys that everybody wanted to see
We had
traded.
Snelling.
Like, what is the point? Like, why are you dragging out
Flashman, Brewers need another starting
Crochet
pitcher.
and Robert Jr.
At this
through the
point-
rest of the season with literally less
I
than
think
what they
you're
had
right,
before, and
'cause
you're
if
already
somebody
the
else
worst
goes
team
down,
in
they're
history.
back in the same position they were in before.
Most
which
games
is
lost consecutively.
Trouble. Hey, 47,000 subscribers. Just hit it. I would love a few more. So keep subscribing, because what will happen is days will go by and some bots will drop off or some accounts will go down. And like if we just stay at 47,000 in like tomorrow, it'll clock back, because either somebody will unsubscribe or again, YouTube will clean out a expired account or a bot. So keep going. We're at 47,000. Thank you, guys. Josh Daniels, can someone poke
Struggling,
Alex
guys.
Anthopoulos? What did the Orioles give up from Evan? We don't know. I can't imagine it's much, especially Bob Nightingale sort of shaping it as a salary dump. If they're just dumping salary, look at what San Francisco got for Cobb and for Soler. Literally nothing. If you're just dumping salary,
Mets are
teams
set to
know
trade
they're not giving you much back.
the Marlins.
So I have a feeling the Orioles probably get Eloy Jimenez for very little.
Alfredo Lara,
because you also
the
got
number
think
22 to the
Orioles,
Marlins.
their mindset
For
acquiring him is
Rosenbaum.
that of,
Maybe that's the big news.
he's not going to be playing regularly every day all with us, because you've got to still have the DH open for Adley Rutschman. He DHs a ton. So you still have Adley's going to be DHing. You like Ryan O'Hearn at DH. You like Mountcastle at first. So you can't just set Eloy Jimenez in as your designated hitter. But if Eloy Jimenez is coming in, you got a nice, you got a lefty masher there, because right now,
We have 7 minutes left.
off the bench, if you're looking for a righty bat, there's not a lot to go on. It is a very left-handed heavy group. Christian Pache and James McCann are the two righty bats off the bench. That doesn't look. James McCann's a tough son of a bitch, taking baseballs off the face and staying in the game. Okay, tough dude. But what he can do production-wise with the bat, Eloy Jimenez is
guys. Like,
much more dangerous.
Is there nothing going to happen?
He's really just going to be
from a Mariners perspective, and even from a Dodgers perspective.
And for Baltimore, there's no way.
This is scary. This is not good. This is
significant up.
A very worrisome moment where we are 6 minutes, give or take, 6 minutes away from the end, and the Dodgers haven't really done anything.
Oh yeah.
The White Sox haven't really returned with anything.
Right. Well, Fardo,
I mean, they got Edman, Kopech, and Rosario. I would not consider that a big go get 'em second half push.
There's more guys
at all.
We have 7 minutes to go.
Alex Cobb, Lane Thomas going to the Guardians, big pickups. That was really interesting with Alex Cobb. We were just talking about it happening. That I would be the one to send him off. The Mets are just on fire. They've made so many. These are the big names that we know about, but there's a few others as well.
Publicly, that if you trade
Pirates getting Josh Walker, De La Cruz, and NKF. That's big additions. D-backs getting Josh Bell and A.G. Puck. That's big. Red Sox, they could use another guy. Orioles trading a lot. I don't really get the point of Jimenez and taking on that contract, but they have a plan.
Differently, and how he was disappointed, and how he thought he had a good dialogue going.
I don't know.
The agent with the management, and that still comes out.
Rocky's
I'm
not
telling
doing
you guys,
anything, of course.
No shot. There is a there's going to be a fractured relationship between those two. And I'll say this. Some might say, well, it's still a bad job by the White Sox not to trade Garrett Crochet. I'll say this, though.
They can't.
Do you really think that Garrett Crochet is going to pitch more than 10 innings in September?
Nope.
They will shut his ass down.
Yep.
Because now it's going to be all about preserving trade value for Garrett Crochet.
Yep, he's not going to do anything.
I see you guys spamming a new name in the chat. What do we have? Right. What? Donnie. LS Donnie. What the hell are my White Sox doing? Lou Bob and Crochet still on the team. Chris Getz is awful at trading. Well, Crochet killed you.
Jack Flaherty,
and Luis Robert, I think you'll have better value in the offseason. What is happening? Hey, the Dodgers. The Dodgers are here. The Dodgers have made a move. The Dodgers are trading for Kevin Kiermaier. Oh, my.
No.
Ryan Yarbrough is going to the Toronto Blue Jays. Okay. We'll dig into that later because I think there's more.
Yep. There is. Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. I expected that.
O's reliever Trey McGough is the return. There we go. Dodgers fans, all right.
They got somebody.
You can breathe easy. Sigh of relief time for the Dodgers.
Means Yankees aren't getting rid
Jack
of Lester.
Flaherty is going to L.A.
That's key. With freaking 4 minutes left.
Breathe. Dodgers fans, breathe.
You guys got one.
It's all working out.
That's a big one. That's
finally
a big one.
happening. Jack Flaherty is going to the Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Patrick's pissed
they're up here.
that he's not going to the Yankees. This was a beautiful move that I have wanted to see go down for.
Why do I always do that? I always put the H in the wrong place.
Since about a week or so. I've been in on Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. It made sense. It works. It's a good trade. This Dodgers team needed to upgrade their starting rotation, and they needed to be sure
hooked on phonics.
that this rotation is good enough to carry them through the postseason.
That's gonna be good.
This team can leave nothing to chance.
They needed that.
This is a World Series or bust year, and they are going to be going up against potentially the Phillies.
Yankees
to get there.
Yankees
They're going to
up.
be going up if they get through the Phillies. If they get through any other team, then they're going to be dealing with maybe the Yankees, dealing with Eloy Jimenez and the Orioles. You get me there, right? You understand the joke. So this rotation, so you have Glass now, Kershaw, Stone, Roboleski, Ryan. Look, Ryan's look good.
Too.
Stone's look good.
I don't get that. He's retiring.
I need my veterans. I need my veterans to carry me through. And you add Jack Flaherty into
I don't see how Kiermaier is a good replacement for Heyman. Jack Flaherty is a no-brainer. He's going to fit right in the rotation. It's going to help him out. I don't know if it's going to be forever, but if he is a rental and Shohei comes back, they don't need him after that. As far as Kevin Kiermaier, he already announced his retirement next year, so a Hayward replacement for the outfield, given that you have Teoscar out there and Andy Pages, who's still batting. Not bad. Not bad.
I see
sustainable.
Some of you guys are telling me to check out.
You're adding a 195 average out of 200 at bats with 4 home runs. His OPS is a 546, which means his OPS plus is probably in the 60s.
Stop being announced. Martin Perez.
Not an upgrade, guys. Not an upgrade. I don't get the Kiermaier thing. I don't get the point of that. Maybe he bats really well in
Astros, because the Astros and the Pirates were talking. That is not going to go down. It doesn't look like it will be Martin Perez
I like
going
this meme.
to
That's good.
Going to the San Diego
Can we get more?
Padres.
Can we get some more?
Up on the board here.
Update for me. Let's go.
Martin Perez to the Padres, per sources. Good.
Perez to the Padres.
We got a lot happening here. A lot is happening here as we
we have
1
minute
away from the deadline. The Padres are acquiring Martin Perez. Again, if you haven't, subscribe. If you haven't, hit that like. If you haven't, turn on
we have like 30
notifications.
seconds for something to happen.
We are counting down the last seconds.
Someone
on the trade deadline. The
Mariners,
Dodgers
please,
getting
somebody.
a big one in under the gun for Jack Flaherty.
There's more
the Detroit
posts.
Tigers held out as long as they
I have to keep refreshing.
To get max return.
Dylan Carlson going to the Rays.
Return actually turns out to be Dylan Carlson. Rumors that he was going to go to the Nats.
Going to the Rays.
Dylan Carlson is going to the Tampa Bay Rays.
It's 3 o'clock.
According to Mark Feinsand.
It's
that
over.
is coming in right now.
What else?
The full trade for
what
Jack
else is
Flaherty
is
it's
popping up?
Hot and heavy right now. No time to even react to it.
What's up?
Thyron
Holy
Lozano,
crap.
Trey Sweeney
Rays.
are the pieces heading to the Detroit Tigers.
Luis Garcia is going
Jack Flaherty.
To
Detroit
the Red Sox.
Held out as long as they could, trying to get a return similar.
Luis
to
Garcia is going to the Red Sox, so that's a closer for the Red Sox. I don't know what's going on with Liam Hendricks. I don't see why he wouldn't be going there. But yeah, Dylan Carlson, huge. It's over. It's 3 o'clock. Let's refresh. What else happened? What else happened? Who is there? I got one more in me. Sean Armstrong is going back to the Cardinals for Carlson. Deadline is passed. Yankees acquire De Los Santos. And man, what else is going to be released? We just have stuff pouring in. It's already done. Everything's been finalized. It's just a matter of it getting released. Give me more. Give me more. Give me something to celebrate for. Jack Flaherty's a Dodger. We already recorded that. Anything else? Anything else? See, it's fun being along the ride with somebody else who's also following all the latest. They have different people that they follow. They're getting different stuff in their feed. I'm looking for any last minute. Yeah, Craig Nish has definitely been the best part of my day. For sure. Crochet not traded. Robert not traded. Rooker not traded. Nobody. No big names traded. Wild. Wild. Nothing more from the Cubs. Cubs aren't trading away. Sorry, and I mentioned Luis Garcia as a closer, not the closer. I don't know why I was getting him messed up with Estevez, who's already going to the Phillies. So Garcia going to the Red Sox, but a good right-hander. I don't know why I said that. See, sometimes I get this stuff confused. Full trade. What's the full trade? Wow. That's all I'll say. Wow. Tigers. That's all I'll say. Wow. Guess they balanced it. Dodgers got fleeced in that White Sox Cardinals trade. Now, yeah, they did it to the Tigers. There's nothing else, is there? No, there's nothing else. At least nothing else being reported at this moment that I can see. I wonder if Jim's responding to this.
A big jaw-dropping trade announced.
Where? Who? Oh, you're looking for it. Me too.
I think we can.
Me too, buddy.
I'm not giving up on that. I'm not giving up on a big jaw-dropper.
There's got to be
Tyler
one.
Anderson what about Tyler Anderson? How about the Colorado Rockies?
He didn't do anything.
Fucking up again.
Yeah.
Elias Diaz. Cal Quantrill. Ryan McMahon. Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing. This front office in Colorado should be banned from baseball. They continue to just not do their job. If you didn't do your job, how long could you keep your job for? If you worked for the Colorado Rockies ownership, apparently you could keep your job for a long time. This Colorado team did nothing. One of the biggest losers of this deadline are the Colorado Rockies.
Pencils down.
Hands down,
Talk
no
about
doubt
Amish.
about it.
My God.
Rockies a big fat L.
You are.
Jack, wondering what my favorite team is? That's the whole point. Nobody's supposed to know who my favorite team is. I love them all. All 30 of them are my favorite.
You love the
my
Blue
favorite
Jays.
team are the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Flash man, sorry, man. I'm sorry that the Brewers did not add more to it.
There can be nothing else
Keep
done.
on subscribing. If you haven't, turn your notifications on. We're going to stay on here and wait and
That's an
see,
interesting stat.
because I really think for the next 15 minutes we could get more announcements. No more deals can be done, but we can get announcements.
Wait,
And
what
we're going
is
to look at the strike blitz. Jim loves the Yankees. They are my favorite team. I am a closet Yankee fan. You got it. So we are in a situation where the Angels, they traded their relievers, but they did not trade Tyler Anderson. I don't know why. Maybe they feel like they can compete next year. Sure. Good luck with that. The White Sox do not trade Crochet. The White Sox do not now. Now, here's interesting. Ken Rosenthal said, Suge, you got it, man. Ken Rosenthal said no Garrett Crochet. He didn't say no Luis Robert. I still think Robert's probably staying, but he didn't say no. We are wondering if Taylor Ward is moved. We're wondering if Brent Rooker is moved.
Big questions.
Doesn't look like Tyler Anderson's going anywhere. We have been hearing about Yandy Diaz for hours now. We had been hearing about Luis Rengifo. the Angels end up holding on to their controllable pieces. Liberty Kimball, you nailed it. There is no reason to hold on to Rengifo or Anderson. I can understand holding on to Ward. There is no reason to hold on to Rengifo or Anderson. I don't care if they're under control for next year because you're going to suck next year too. Poor Mike Trout. Hashtag free Mike Trout. They're going to be a bad team again. Hashtag free Ron Washington. I'm sorry, Angels fans. I'm not trying to crush your team. You should agree with me. This is bullshit. That your front office had an opportunity to turn Tyler Anderson and Luis Rengifo into pieces that could help your team. I want to help your team. Get rid of those two. You're not going to win anything of significance while they're here. Move them. Colorado Rockies, same thing. Diaz, Quantrill, McMahon. You're not going to win anything while those players are there. Move them. I understand if Oakland wants to hold Rooker. I understand if the White Sox want to hold Robert. I understand Angels if you want to hold Ward. Because you have multiple years, not just next year, but multiple years beyond. I get Garrett Crochet's agent tanked the value. There is going to be a video about that. I'm sure there's going to be more about that from Chris Getz as well. I get why Tyone doesn't get moved. I get why Jonathan India isn't moved. If the Rays decide that the offers for Diaz weren't there, I get it. We have a late announcement. Let's see what it is. Giants are getting Mark Canha from the Tigers. Good job by the Tigers. Moving on from Canha. It's a nice get for the San Francisco Giants. I like Mark Canha. He's a good baseball player.
Play Soler, so that's good.
Ben, I don't know who Ben is, but he just tweets Giants got fleeced. Mark Canha's a good player to have on your baseball team.
Yeah, he's not bad.
All right, I'm cool with it. I like it. I think it's a good ad. Mark Feinsand tweeting, here it is, guys. The Carlson Armstrong deal was the last made by the Rays prior to the deadline, meaning Yandy Diaz, Pete Fairbanks, Brandon Lau, and Zach Littell all remain with Tampa Bay, and I'm okay with that. I am perfectly fine with that. The Tampa Bay Rays next year are going to try to win some games. The Tampa Bay Rays this year are winning games, and they haven't had the core of their starting pitching. They were dealt a bad
Austin
blow.
Slater to the Orioles.
They were dealt bad luck with Wander Franco, the Wander Franco situation, and they're still hovering around 500. Next year, they're going to want to compete and try to make the postseason, maybe win the division with their starting pitching coming back next year. You're going to need bats.
Dylan Floro went to the
and you got
Diamondbacks.
Christopher Morel for Isaac Paredes, so that works out. Paredes is better, but you got a guy who's ready right now. You need Yandy Diaz next year. You need Brandon Lau next year because they're going to try to win. The Rays were never going to blow it up. It appeared that way, especially with the Paredes thing. After the Randy thing, we all saw coming. The Paredes thing, you brought Morel back. The Rays are still going to be competing next year.
How's he doing?
Have more. So nothing going to happen. Nothing more is going to happen for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Going to the Orioles.
This is new. Marlins are done.
Ooh, 185.
Reds have traded Austin Slater to the Orioles.
Not doing good.
That is coming in.
That's coming from a team that's
Reds
coming from
getting,
a ballpark
the
that's very
Orioles
hitter
are getting
friendly.
Austin Slater.
So he went from San Francisco,
Depth piece.
which is not hitter
I like
friendly,
it.
hitting
Grab it,
270
add it.
with a 110 WRC plus, to
I don't know who
51
tweeted
games
the Dylan
with
Floro
13%
thing, but
walk
the
rate and
Diamondbacks are gonna get
27%
Dylan
strikeout
Floro.
rate, hitting
I like the Arizona
185 with a
Diamondbacks adding more
222
relievers.
slugging.
I like Washington getting what they can for Dylan Floro. Floro's been good for the Nats this year. I got to think when we see that is going to be a solid return. We have a Bob Nightingale tweet. I want to get to that.
D-backs get right-hander
Diamondbacks
Floro.
get Dylan Floro from the Nats for Andres
Chaparro.
Chaparro.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah. You got it.
Who is that? What do we got here? Arizona. Wow. Really? Not even a top 30 prospect? Okay. All right, good job, Arizona.
Arizona's
Jeff Passan
good.
with the tweet.
They got Floro.
Eric Silva headed to the Giants, or headed from the Giants to the Tigers in the Mark Canha deal. We're just going to wait and see if Jeff has anything more at this point.
He's probably going to have a lot more. From what I can tell. Probably.
Give
most
me
likely.
your winners. Give me your losers. Put it out to the community. Give me the winners. Give me the losers. Two losers that come to mind immediately are the Angels and the Rockies. And I'm thinking more about teams that did not sell what they had to sell. Yankees fans are going to be frustrated because you didn't get Jack Flaherty, you didn't get Tanner Scott. I understand there's going to be a lot of frustration with the New York Yankees fan base. But I really think the failures come in the form of the teams that don't capitalize on assets that are at their best value
for something else
when
to
you're
come
not
out.
going to win anything anytime soon. Rockies and Angels take big L's. Heaven's grace, you've got the Astros as losers. James, you got the Mets as winners. So does the Morning Beer Podcast, has Mets as winners. And has the winners, Marlins and Cardinals. Jonathan, feeling good about the Dodgers. Mariners are prospect
Hard,
hunters.
guys.
Look, I mean, the Mariners ended up getting Randy Rosarena. They obviously felt that was good enough.
It wasn't good enough.
I'm with you on that. Jays definitely winning with
Whatever.
all of the pieces that they
Mariners
trade.
doing
Ross
Mariner
Atkins
things. I guess they
saved
could
his
be the
job
Rockies, but that's
with
that's
this
so
deadline. There's no doubt about
frustrating,
that.
man.
Dodgers win, Marlins win, Padres lose. Wabu. Well, in the long run, the Padres
it's
lose.
cold.
Right now, the
There's
Padres have a much better
nothing now.
bullpen. Those prospects turn out, and it's a big fat L.
Guardians are serious, guys. Just looking
Mark,
at this.
you got the Phillies as losers. Luke's Gaming, you have the
Schneemann
Twins
has been
as
hot.
losers.
Freeman cooled down
Marlins
a bit,
definitely
but still
win.
good defensively.
Marlins
Jimenez
winners.
decent.
Silvio, you've got the Orioles as
Angel
winners.
Martinez, I don't know about that,
The
but
Orioles
Josh
didn't do
Naylor,
anything too
Jose
extreme, but they did
Ramirez,
bring
Lane
in a lot
Thomas,
of
and
pieces.
Stephen Kwan. That is a
John,
deadly.
you got the Orioles
first
acquiring Austin
four.
Slater. Yes, we saw that.
Austin
That is
Hedges,
one
not a
that
bad
came in
either.
under the gun. We're
I
gonna
mean,
wait
this is
few
just a
more minutes
lineup
here,
for
'cause I think
today,
we can
but
still
they
get
have more.
And I'm also curious. Is
Ah,
it possible?
just interesting.
Here's some H-Town Astros losers, and you're pissed. Is 2,500 likes possible? 150.
I'm desperately looking for something else to pop
Have you
up.
get your like yet? Have you used your like?
No,
I'm curious.
no,
If we don't get there, we don't get there.
nothing more. All right,
Cody
I'll put Dylan
Braves,
Floro for the
slight
D-backs,
winners.
though.
Jack, you got Padres
a good
gave up the
pickup.
future for a rental. I know that it's a bad look. It's a bad look.
Make sure I'm getting that right. Yeah, Dylan.
We've
that's
got
right.
Astros as losers from Timotheus. Flashman Brewers are the biggest losers, like the show. Thank you, Flashman.
Wow, just a wild day.
Cubs winners or losers? I will
I'm let
say
down.
the Cubs. The only thing they really could have
We didn't
traded
need
was
another-
Hector Neris.
we didn't need to
Doesn't
bring
sound
back
like that
another-
happened. I'll say the
This
Cubs
is
are
my
winners.
biggest
Bringing in
issue.
Isak Paredes for
Sorry,
Christopher
Jim,
Morel is a
but-
major upgrade.
This is the end. So this is my biggest issue with Jerry DiPoto when it comes to the Mariners and acquiring players is that he always goes after the guys that used to play here, that played well somewhere else, but not here. So JT coming back, super unneeded, like did not need to come back. He also isn't the greatest reliever out there. The first three, good additions. Thank you. But the offseason, how to bring back Haniger. What a stupid decision that was. Giving up Robbie Ray. Look how stupid that decision was. I know hindsight's 2020. But I could have told you Haniger is not the option. With how he's played in San Francisco, which is an easier ballpark to play in versus Seattle. he was on a decline, and he is exactly on track with how he was batting in San Francisco as far as his decrease goes. Stop bringing back guys that used to be Mariners. Just stop doing it. And because whenever you do it, you choose the ones that are just not good anymore. Like, just... That's all I'm going to say. There's more that could have been done. Orioles acquired Gregory Soto from the Phillies. Big increase, big upgrade. I'm going to retweet that. Jim's probably on it.
Did as well.
Yep, he's calling it right now.
Tweeted it, posted it. What's the proper terminology now? Here it is from Jeff Passan. The Orioles are getting, Seth Johnson. Really? I'm kind of surprised by this. Seth Johnson's the number 8 prospect in the organization, guys. The Baltimore Orioles have parted with 2 of their top 10 prospects today. Kobe Mayo and Seth Johnson. Mm-hmm. Seth Johnson is
Orioles are giving up some prospects.
Right now,
they're doing what the Mariners should have done, but got nothing in return.
Doesn't have a win there, but has a pretty impressive ERA and batting average against.
Yeah, Jake Berger's all alone now. The whole team's gone.
Let's see what Soto does for the Orioles, but this is all set up to be a win for the Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies and Orioles trade 2.0. It was so good the first time they decided to do it twice.
Oh, Jack, thanks for following. Sorry, dude, I haven't paid attention to the chat at
Soto
all.
this year has an ERA of 4.08.
Oh, you guys have been blowing it up. I'm sorry.
Eesh.
Well, I guess it's
I don't
only
know,
3.
man.
The Mariners
I would have done
get that bat they needed. No.
Just call
No, they
Seth
didn't.
Johnson
They
up
didn't
and
get
pitch
anything.
out of the bullpen.
They didn't even... I don't even think
know.
they tried, to be honest with you.
The Toronto
There's
Blue
so much
Jays
more than they
will
could have got
have
with...
Joey
I mean,
Loperfido
with what they
active
did get
tonight,
good on the trades,
making his debut for the Toronto
worth
Blue
it.
Jays.
But continue
believe he's
that.
in the lineup,
Continue
but
doing that.
He's active. Gregory
Yeah.
Soto. This is kind of a surprise.
Thanks, Jack.
I'm
Appreciate
kind
it.
of amazed.
It was fun. Underwhelming, for sure. Underwhelming, but it was fun. I'm still
Scott Wells is feeling good about the Rays.
hoping more comes out. Stuff
In
is
the end,
trickling
the
in.
players
Gregory
that you
Santos
traded,
to
the players
the
that you held,
Orioles.
You got a great return for Jason Adam. You turn Isak
Yeah,
Paredes
Jack, I got you. I
into
think you probably could
Christopher
see it in the
Morel and a
feed,
couple
too.
other prospects. Again, I grade Paredes
I'm just
higher
hoping.
than,
See, whenever I get that
Christopher
one, I'm
Morel,
hoping something
but
new pops
you get
up.
a player
And
that
sometimes
is
this thing doesn't
here
refresh,
now,
but see,
ready
here we
now,
go.
is going to be with the team next year when the Rays are
Yeah.
back next year,
Martin
trying to do
Perez
something of significance.
again.
I think it's a good idea.
I
I
don't
think it's a good deal.
What's Jim got going on?
Xavier, Phillies, you're not happy. It's tough because you get into a mode where you start thinking, hey, Luis Roberts. We start hearing all these names, and then it doesn't happen. Cody, thank you, man. Thank you for being here. Barry, thank you for subscribing. Jake, thank you for subscribing. Emmanuel, thank you for subscribing. Anybody that has not subscribed, make sure you do so.
I'd like to take a moment. I don't know who we are talking about. I'd like to take a moment on here and let everybody know how truly sorry I am. I let you all down. I really thought that my ball knowledge paired with my long-standing relationship with the baseball gods were enough to will. Who is he posting this for?
Braves can sign. But well, what's the deal with Whit? What's the deal with Whit Merrifield? He's gonna be back, right? He's gonna be back before you know it, right?
Yeah, I don't know what he's sharing. Why is Lyle posting this? Is he acting like he's somebody else?
May see one or two more.
He must be. I don't know. Lyle,
we got
like,
this Soto one, but give me yours.
I don't know.
Wyman, thank you
Very
for joining
confused.
the Ballcat Nation Gold Group. G-Rob, what are you trying to tell me
It's
to
one
do?
of those times where it's
No?
like, if you're a Mariner commentator,
No.
this is not the time to like. It's just bad timing. Like it's frustrating right now.
Ben Knoll, the weather guy. Oliver Knoll, the quarterback at Calvert Hall. Hunter Knoll. Okay. What do we got?
So trading their number 28 prospect Billy Cook to the Pirates. for Pirates
Hearing
number
that
20,
3
Patrick
AAA
Riley.
players are in return for Luis Garcia. Yeah, Luis Garcia is going to bring a strong return back. Design dudes, I think that Jack Flaherty trade was the last thing under the gun for the Dodgers, and that's a great addition. We want to say
There needed to
save
be
the
one
deadline
more
for the
big
Dodgers.
thing,
I
or
think
just
it did.
something from the Mariners.
Everything
I don't
else
think
that
it's
the
being
Dodgers had
released
done
yet.
really just
That's the
elevated
thing.
the floor marginally. You go out and you bring in Jack Flaherty, you're raising the ceiling a little bit. Jack Flaherty's been great. I think that was a fantastic deal. It was one we were waiting
This
on.
goes to
Finally
Angels
getting it done.
to the Red Sox. 20
Finally
seconds ago.
getting it
John,
done.
you're late,
I think
Mr.
that was the
Heyman.
right way to go. Let's take a look at this real quick, and let's update our final board as we can put the final pieces on here, because at this point, any deals that go down, I think are going to be really sort of not last minute, but under.
There were a lot of trades.
radar pieces,
So
is that
JD
the
Davis
way
goes to
put
the
it?
Rays. Let him know.
So we don't have a Garrett Crochet deal happening.
Why not? Yes, I'll give you that. Just to get it out of my view.
There we go. We do not have a Luis Robert trade happening. We do not have a Taylor Ward trade happening. We do not have a Brent Rooker trade happening. Tanner Scott to the Padres. Over here, Jamison Tyone. No go. And again, I think that's the right move. Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. Jonathan India. No go. Tyler Anderson. No go. Yandy Diaz. Nope. Luis Rengifo. Nope. Tough stuff. We need to check John Heyman. What's John Heyman saying? J.D. Davis goes to the Rays. J.D. Davis had been DFA'd by the Yankees.
Yep.
So there we go. J.D. Davis will move as well. Man.
Curious what the comments are
What
in here.
a day. Again, when it came to the big board, only saw 3 move. Flaherty, Blackburn, and Tanner Scott. I was hoping for Ward or Rooker for the Royals or the Pirates. Robert for the Phillies. I was hoping
I
that
guess
we could see Tyler Anderson move.
I guess JD Davis is probably taking over for Paredes, and then Morel might be DH. That'd be my guess.
Those deals done. I think that is going to
Or playing first
bite them in
base.
the ass, because they're going to end up trading them anyway. They'll end up trading them either in the offseason or at next trade deadline, and they'll get less because the teams aren't going to do anything. Asking price is too high, and that's a problem. Jack, thank you for the donation.
Good question. Are we done now?
Skull, 6 months. Thank you, Skull. A embarrassing day for the Twins. No Quantrill. I know. The Twins are the A's of the AL Central. SMH living of last year. That's on the Rockies, though. I think the Cal Quantrill thing's on the Rockies. I wouldn't put that on the Twins. I think the Rockies were probably being stupid. I understand you want the Twins to do more. And, hey, look, at least they didn't sell off.
There's some good stuff on here. I'm just a lot of reading. We're kind of going through stuff. So I'm hoping for one more thing. The Giants didn't move much. Soler.
I understand the frustration for sure.
And that's it? Right? I'm trying to keep track. Giants. Where are you? My eyes are not tracking right now as far as where they are. I don't think I put them up here.
Huge day.
I know they sold Soler, but I don't know if I can't remember if they did anything else.
J.D. Davis is on the move. He had been DFA'd by the Yankees. Again, our
Gregory
live
Soto
stream
to the
has
Orioles. That seems like a
been
good
today
fit,
powered
though.
by BetUS. The link is down below. I want to encourage you guys to check them out. They are the #1 online sportsbook. Everything is here. baseball,
posts.
basketball, football, hockey, golf,
Designated
Olympics,
Cole
tennis,
Irving for assignment.
everything. You've got
Interesting.
games, you've got futures, you've got live betting, casino, racebook, you name it, they've got it. Speaking about football, we're not going to take a look at baseball, but we take a look at football. And because look, I'll be honest with you, I feel like more people like to bet football than like to bet baseball. Super Bowl winners. Money lines on the Super Bowl winners are looking good. You think the Ravens can win the Super Bowl? It's plus 1,000. You think the Bills can finally get something done? You think the Niners are the favorite, not the Kansas City Chiefs? At plus 650, $10 will bring you $65 back. Get to Bet US.
Anything
Sign up
new?
today.
I mean, he's
The
doing
link
promo
is
stuff
down
for
below.
Bet US, which is
Use
great.
my
I mean, they
link.
support him and
Help
they
me
deserve
out
to do that.
When you go check it out, to go that way.
I don't know. I'm
and
looking
get you the
for something
125%
else
bonus if you
to
put
kind of get
$100
into. I don't
down,
want to
you
just
get
keep
25
talking.
It's spotting you these bets. You can basically put everything on.
I think Davis
what
will do good in
Bet US
Tropicana.
is spotting you to do.
That's just me.
With that bonus, again, online sportsbook, extremely fast payouts.
There's got to
Online
be more,
support,
and there probably
everything.
is more, but we've
Make
been
sure to
on
check out
here
Bet
for
US,
5
number one
hours
online
and 30
sportsbook.
minutes. I
Get that
put a whole
bonus.
day's work
Link
into this, and
is
in
down
fact,
below.
in an hour, I have an appointment to go
Grade
to,
for
so
the
won't
Mets
be able to do
deadline,
this.
I will
But
give it a,
yeah,
off the
another
top of my head, I'll give it a
365
B,
days
TJ.
until
Drake, thank you for the donation.
the trade
Drake, for
deadline
D-backs
next year.
solid with two
So.
relievers and over belt. I think the Diamondbacks did what they
No more
needed
fun.
to do. That feels like at least a B,
But,
B plus as well. All right, guys. Phil, thank you for coming in. The
Yeah.
babysitter's
It's time for me to
clock
sign
is
off. I'm going to
ex-
cut him off there. These are some of the moves that I kept track of. Mariners getting Randy Rosarena, Justin Turner, Jimmy Garcia, and JT Charguesia, blah, 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 whatever your name is. He's coming back again. Another very Jerry move. Not too excited for that bullpen addition. I really don't care about it. We need bats, and he's just so freaking obsessed with pitching. Dodgers, Tommy Edman, Michael Kopech, fleece on their part. Bring back Ahmad Rosario. Very Jerry move, but he's been hot. Maybe he can go to the Dodgers and perform like he was performing, I believe, for the Rays. And then the big one, Jack Flaherty, which kind of bounced because they fleeced the hell out of the Tigers and kind of made up for these two over here. Cardinals got Tommy Pham and Eric Fetty. Needed good bat and a good addition to the rotation, which will push them probably into the wild card spot and probably deep into the playoffs, if I can guess. White Sox got Miguel Vargas, is the only major league player they got in their returns for all their trades. They kept Robert Jr. They kept Crochet. Crochet, it's his fault. He should have just shut his damn mouth. Nobody wanted him, I don't think, after what he said. Astros got Yusei Kikuchi and nobody else. I think a lot of Mariners fan will be, will definitely be content because Yandy Diaz didn't go to the Astros and the Astros did not pick up a first baseman to improve their offense. I think it's good enough. If they did, we'd be screwed and DePoto failed us. Not saying he didn't, but you know, I'll give it a B- for this trade deadline. There's so much we could have done that we didn't. Guardians got Lane Thomas and Alex Cobb. Huge deals. I think Guardians are one of the winners as far as the trade deadline. Definitely a winner. And yeah, I know some days I hate being a Mariners fan too. I get it. Brewers and Rockies didn't come play. You're right. They didn't. They got an F for sure. But Mariners got a B, and I'm still not happy. I aim for an A. B- actually, in my book. D-backs got AJ Puck, Josh Bell, and Dylan Floro. I'd give him a C. AJ Puck was good. They added a huge bat that saves them for Christian Walker's loss. So, good save. Good save on the D-backs side of things. Red Sox got Lucas Sims and James Paxton. They needed the pitcher. Called back somebody they knew. I mean, I'm against that stuff. You think Crochet will knit me a sweater? They might crochet you a sweater. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He shouldn't have said the bullshit he said. Making demands as if he's like Jerickson Profar, like acting like he's a big stud because he's had one good year. be humble in what you have. Continue what you're doing. Become a legend, and that's fine. This is his first year. He had no reason to say the things he said and demand extensions, or he won't do his job in the playoffs, whoever gets sent to. Anybody who's going to be going to the playoffs that wants to offer for him, they don't want that. No. Because he's still good until 2027. They're not going to commit to anything unless they see him perform the next 2 years. It's like Bellinger asking for too much. It was just like, you're not going to get what you want, and Getz is probably going to be furious with Crochet now. There's going to be a lot of bad blood. Orioles, Zach Eflin, Trevor Rogers today, and Eloy Jimenez, which is a big contract. I guess they have the money to spend. I don't know what they're going to do with Eloy. Brewers, nothing? I think they did they grab somebody? They traded somebody away. They had to do something with Yelich. I just can't remember exactly what it was. Phillies got Hayes. They traded away Soto. That's another ad person. Sorry. Gregory Soto is going also to the Orioles. I think the Orioles did really good this year. They added a bat. They didn't need it, and they added pitching that they really needed. So that was good. They lost Austin Hayes, but they have plenty of guys. And speaking of which, they got rid of Austin Hayes to the Phillies, and Marlins got Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers and a ton of prospects. And I mean a ton of prospects. So the Marlins in 2027 are probably going to be really, really good. But that's if 50% of them pan out this year. Like, pan out in 2 years, 3 years from now. That's about it. Royals got Lucas Irsig and Paul DeYoung, so a big home run bat. I don't know where they're going to put him. I don't know if he's going to take over for Michael. Maybe. I have no idea. That or he's going to be DH. I'm not entirely sure. It could fill in that spot if Perez is still doing catching or first base duties. Yeah, that's still up in the air. Rangers won. One guy, as far as I could tell, at least from today. Pitcher, cool. They said they wanted a bat. I'm reading here, so I could see now Crochet walks into the dugout and sees Ohtani. Hi, I'm your new teammate, but I'm not going to pitch in the playoffs unless I get more money now. Oh, how's that deferring working? Yeah. There's a difference between someone who wants to win and someone who's just greedy. And then also someone who knows that they can perform, and then someone that doesn't have that security, that's insecure about themselves and their abilities. Padres got Tanner Scott and gave away their entire, pretty much their entire farm system. I don't get it. This was stupid. This was absolutely stupid. It's like they don't like having a farm system. That's kind of where I stand with that. Cubs got Paredes. I believe that was it. They gave away some pitchers. Who was it that picked up Junior? Ooh, we were going that earlier in the stream, but they lost one of their relief pitchers. Really, really good one, too. And then Rays got Morel, and they also got J.D. Davis. So there's your review. And they got a bunch of other prospects, too. I'm not going to consider Jonathan Clase yet. So, yeah. Yeah. M's got Justin Turner, Randy, and Garcia. And then also JT. They should have added another bat. I think they could have gotten another bat. But that's just me. Yeah. That's just me. I'm going to move this over a little bit. So... that's where I stand. Thank you guys for joining me. The ones that did. I'm going to sign off. I'm tired. I'm going to get something to eat. Disappointing for the Mariners, but a lot of trades went down. So we're going to see how this rolls out the rest of the season. Go M's. Padres. You know what? You've killed our future. Yeah, that was bad. And D-backs, some good recovery. I'll give them that. Dodgers won. They got an A. No, they got a B minus. They fleeced, and then they met in the middle with a good ad with Rosario. Mets did really good, and so did the Guardians. The Guardians got an A, even though they only did two moves. Lane Thomas and Alex Cobb, big additions, nothing mediocre. I will catch you guys on the next one. I appreciate you guys joining me today, and